Spoiler, author's note. Hooray, another story. This one's set in the Elder Scrolls 10 years before the events of Morrowind. Our protagonist isn't actually based off of me. The concept of a proper SI has always struck me as egotistical, especially because, well, if I were in this position, I would just die horribly or stay inside all day, like I already do, and nothing interesting would happen. So instead, our protagonist will be someone much more interesting than I am. But with the same kind of deepest lore knowledge that I have knocking around in the back of my mind. This is going to be quite a slow burn before we get to the loots. In fact, it might be quite a while before then. My focus is definitely going to be more on the world and our unnamed protagonist. So, before we get to my other fetishes, we'll be starting with the biggest and best, deep lore. I'm screaming. Twisting, falling through nothingness. Buffeting storms of chaotic crackling energy roils around me, and I can still see the after images of lightning flashing behind my eyelids, even as I cover them with my arms. It's like I'm being ripped through layers and layers of something. It's like how I'd once imagined falling into a gas giant might be every few moments, slamming into a new layer, buffeting wind knocking the air from my lungs, searing heat lashing at my limbs, a physical impact as I slam into something like ice half frozen. All the while, I couldn't hear anything but the song. Like a beat of a drum, or a piercing cry, or all of the above. It was a song along, curling one highs and lows, sharp and droning. It sounded like someone had turned my name into a song made from the beat of a hammer. Then, it was over and I was panting, wheezing on the ground. The burning heat still sizzled along my body. Well, this is quite interesting, came a voice. It sounded like an old man had smoked for decades, gargled gravel and the like, but still spoke carefully. I opened my eyes, finally, to stare up at a giant, enormous red eye, magnified. I reared back and noticed he was peering down at me through a device like a magnifying glass. He moved the glass aside, and I could see him proper. I stared, befuddled. This was some kind of dream. Or nightmare. I felt like I had a fever, and my limbs didn't want to move. It was probably a dream. Sleep paralysis. I was never a very visual person, didn't have the strongest imagination, either. But I thought for a moment that I should reconsider that, because my subconscious was apparently really fucking good at its job. The man's skin was grey and his features too sharp and angular. His hair was pulled back in a top knot, a salt and pepper that's mostly salt. I wasn't staring at a man, after all. I was staring at Mare, a hyper-realistic Dunmer, a dark elf. An old one, ash-beaten skin and open pores, a goatee hiding what looks like a thin whitened scar on his lower lip. Dark elves weren't real, but I was staring one in the face. Bah! I told you it wouldn't work, came another voice, this one sounding like a man with cotton in his mouth, and a lisp. It's some human, and a dying one. Still lying on my back, I looked across the room. The other figure, bloated, rotten. A walking corpse, his beard spilling out over his belly, as he lounged in a spider-legged chair. One leg was missing at the knee, and the other looked rotting, disfigured. Where did I know him from? I would be quite surprised if someone could be torn through oblivion like that without any wounds, the Dunmer responded. Still, you're right. I suppose this isn't a line of inquiry we should continue on. Then, I realized. I'd seen that chair before, back when it was just a 3D model, polygons on a screen. Yagrum Bagarn, I said, and if he was here, the Dunmer must be. Devate Fyr. Ah, it's one who mispronounced both of our names. Yagrum responded, and sighed. I'll leave you to bury the thing, Devate. With that, the hisses and clanks continued as the spider chair carried him out of the room. You know who I am? Devate asked again, peering closely at me. Interesting. You may be worth some alchemical supplies. After that, he pushed something to my lips. A clay jar, smooth and cold against my burning lips. Drink up now, don't waste it. It's worth more than your life. I took a drink of the cool, acidic drink. It tasted something like green tea, and then I was out. You're taking up more of my resources than I'd thought, is the first thing I hear when I come to. The same dry, clinical tone. Devate is leaning over me, and I feel something cool liquid dripping onto my arm. But I suppose it will be worth it to satisfy my curiosity. The pain in my limbs was mostly gone, but I still felt feverish, burned, somehow like I was still burning. What's going on? I ask. Where am I? Ah, you do speak Tamrielic. I had assumed so. He says. You are in Tel Fyr. Vardenfell. Tamriel? I hope these proper nouns are useful to you. Fucking Nirn. I respond. God, this is a weird dream. Even as I said that, I knew it wasn't. The pain was too real. My hands pressed against the solid slab of stone I was lying on was just as real, as solid. Around me, fleshy, fibrous walls. Made out of thick spongy material, glowing globules of light hang from the ceilings. I was in a mushroom tower. I knew these places. I remember trying to scour the game world for a way to levitate, to get to the top, once I'd wasted the potions given to me in-game. You know where we are, then? Good for you. Devate says. He's wearing new clothing and new robe, it looks like, and there's what looks like alchemical supplies next to him, a series of bubbling potions sitting on a rack, releasing gas. As you mentioned earlier, I am Devate FYR. Some would call me a sorcerer, but I am a researcher at heart. I know. I say. But how did I get here? You're here because my friend and I had attempted an experiment using certain conjuration techniques with tonal magic. You were one of the few things that understood Tamrielic, and had a protonymic that felt mortal, so we conjured you. It doesn't seem as if you are returning to your point of origin, though. He turns around. Now, my questions. What are you? I'm human. I stare back at him. Human. He responds, raising an eyebrow. You do look it. A hybrid of Breton and Nord, perhaps even an original Nedic. But you see, you're clearly not human. In fact, from my studies, you have more in common with a plant than any creature, man or mare I've met. I look down at myself. My arms and legs look somewhat normal, though there were worryingly more stains, blood and scars than there were before. The skin reddish and sunburned. What clothes I had was in rags, my denim jeans the only mostly intact survivor from my landing, the legs ragged and ripped. The spot on my shoulder where Devate had poured something on me had a long, jagged cut, fusing together and healing before my eyes. It's extremely fascinating, really. You have the physical form, the shape. Your mimic is intact, quite complex, for one so young. However, you don't have a soul. What? You lack any form of animus or vestige. Your body lacks any form of creatia, even the anuic creatia that more irresponsible scholars call the earth bones of the body. Well, anything beyond the mere physical. Even more, your body is based entirely on the rare forms of alchemy that avoid imbuing magical properties into potions. The fact that you are capable of sentience strong enough to have a mimic is astounding. He says. I just stared, befuddled. He gives me a smile, one that doesn't quite comfort me at all. It makes you extremely receptive to potions, without any magicka of your own to insulate you, but I'm afraid you only have a day or so to live due to it. One day. Magicka poisoning. I've seen the like from those with the natural ability to absorb magicka from woven spellcraft, or mages with more Welkin stones than brains. If they feed too much beyond their maximum capacity, they'll get sick just as you are. Your skin reddens, your blood will boil, and eventually your anima will burst. Normally that is when the body would die, but you've clearly survived without one. I suppose if you continue to charge, the latent magicka building in your body would detonate quite explosively. It's fascinating, really. Well, fuck. That sounds like a curse word. Fuck indeed, he says, sounding out the word. I quite like it. Is there anything I can do? I ask, beginning to panic. I can feel a tingling, swelling in my skin. It might be psychosomatic, but I'd really not find out by waiting until I explode or whatever. He shrugs. I would recommend you begin spellcasting, if you'd like to live longer. Exhausting your magicka would buy you time. Yeah, I'll just start blasting spells. That'll work. If only I knew how. Couldn't you make a magicka draining potion or something? I know that's an effect. He gives me an appraising stare, and then smirks, turning away. He shuffles around a bit in the cupboards, before turning back. He hands me a bound clump of coarse grass and a small earthenware jar. I open the jar, curiously, to see it's full of raw, wet meat. Giblets of it, ground like beef. Cressweed and rat. You may use my alchemy lab. He says, and from the look in his eyes, he's laughing at me. I have no idea where to start, I say. Well, eating them raw won't do you any good, he says. Well, the rat meat would, but it would cause other problems with your digestive system. Then the asshole actually begins to chuckle. I stared at the tools in front of me, desperately racking my brain. Mortar and pestle was obvious. I'd have to use it, I knew in the game, it was the only thing you actually needed to make a potion, while the rest improved it somehow. I didn't exactly know how they affected it. Or what might have been a game abstraction. For all I know, I could just mash this all up in a mortar and pestle, then dump it into a bottle with some water and have a potion. Or I might just end up with really shitty, meat-flavored tea. The calcinator was a little furnace, a shuttered door, with glowing crystals built into the frame. Even just touching it, it was warm to the touch. I wasn't sure if that's how it worked, or if it had been used recently. It turned things to ash, I knew. The alembic was a chemistry set. A little set of smooth, curving bottles, one leading to the other. The way it was angled, anything evaporating would get caught, and drip down into the next bottle. Finally, the retort looked kind of like a completely normal bottle to me. I wasn't a chemist. I had no idea what I was doing. I glanced over at Devate and he was appraising my tools, arms folded, fingers on his goatee. Any tips? I ask. Or hints? Or something? Good luck, he says, but from his smirk, he was enjoying this. Fuck it. If he won't help, then I'll at least mess up his equipment making some shitty, rat-flavored tea before I explode. There wasn't a Bunsen burner anywhere. There was, however, a disc-shaped panel sitting on the desk, small opaque gem set in a circle around it. It was perfectly fit for the calculator, so I carefully put it into the slot. The calculator lit up, in a burst of flame and heat appearing in the open shutter, tongues of flame licking out, and I flinched. I couldn't help it. I heard a snort from behind me, and moved it aside, away from the slot that would light it. Then I opened the pot with the rat meat inside, and dumped the whole thing in. This might be too much, but who cares? May as well make as much as I can. I found the knob to close the shutter this time and slapped it back into the slot. The magic activated, and flames appeared within the heart of the calculator. Then I took the crushed grass, untying the string binding it into place. This was going to be a lot easier. I already knew what to do with it. I'd just have to grind it up. I took a few branches or stalks, or whatever you'd call it, and began mashing it into the bowl, twisting and grinding like I'd seen in so many animations before. Every time I finish grinding that batch, I dump it into an earthenware saucer he had just sitting there, taking some more crush to grind up. If I may ask, why calcinate the rat meat, but grind the crush? Devate asks. Because the rat's raw. I respond. And too solid. Ash would work better, because it's a powder. Interesting conclusion. If you're not going to guide me in any way, I have to figure this out from base principles. I'm not a chemist. As I've deduced. He responds. Eventually, I get the crush ground up as best I can, and the calculator after its initial burst of heat and fire has seemed to settle down. I carefully take it off the Bunsen burner device, and peek at it through the glass window in the side. The rat meat is burned charred into indibility. I dump the last of the crush into the dish, and then reach to open the shutters. There's a knob at the top. Devate says, rather hastily. Right. If I opened the shutter, I would probably just dump charred rat all over myself. Thank you, I say perhaps a bit strongly. I grab the knob, and pull. The calcinator's entire top slides up, a chute opening. I flip it, and carefully pour the formerly meat into the bowl portion of the mortar and pestle. The burned, charcoal-laid rat meat crushes easily with the mortar and pestle, but as soon as I break it apart, and start grinding it, I notice the smashing rod portion is cold to the touch. Unnaturally cold, just to hold. I frown, glancing at the head of it, and I can see little sparks drifting off of it, crackles of cold energy. I can see the particles of the leftover crush combining with the ash, becoming those blue sparks combining and annihilating each other, like pouring salt onto ice, only a lot faster and with more of a light show. Eventually, as I stare at the crackling light, what's left is a thick, dribbling liquid, dripping off the tip. A powder of dried grass and some burned rat made this, blue liquid, just by combining them accidentally. At least I have an idea. I glance at the retort and then back to the dregs of blue liquid dripping off the pestle. Where's your water? I ask. On the side, the metal drum. Fresh from the bay. He responds. He seems almost pleased to watch me fumble around. I look over to it, locating the knob and pipe easily. Then I took apart the alembic, and began filling it with water. Once it was full, I set it on the same magical heating element that the calculator had used, and a small flame appears below the alembic. Interesting. Why are you doing that? Fresh from the bay. I echo him. Who knows what kind of disease is swimming out in that water? And wouldn't it be salt water? There's no need to worry about that. It's been filtered of salt and disease. He says. I would not want the errant slaughterfish scale in my potion crafting, trust me. Oh, I say. Well, in that case. I take a pinch of crush powder, a pinch of rat powder, and drop them both in the water-filled alembic. Nothing happens at first, but as soon as I put it on the heat, the water begins to bubble and steam, and as the steam reaches the glassware nozzle, leading to the other bottle, I can see the blue sparks, the transformation from water to blue, as drips of it begin running down into the other bottle. Hypothesis confirmed, but it's pretty slow. Rather than pouring in a few pinches, this time, I mix the ash and the powder in the water until it's a murky-looking sludge, iridescent blue on the surface, like the rainbow playing atop an oil slick. Then I put it back on the heat, and watch the interplay of the steam, as it transforms from murk to that same, luminescent blue. From there. Well, I have no idea what to do with the retort, now. I guess if I was boiling it and wanted the leftover residue? But I don't know if that's what I want, so I just won't use it. I hope that's okay. The alembic is still almost 3/4 full when the small glassware bottle is full of blue liquid. I quickly pull it out, noticing Devate Win CE pour the liquid into a potion bottle, before reattaching the two. I'd only lost a drop or two, as the alembic continues to work. So, I trail off, and hold the potion bottle out to him. How is this? You would be kicked out of any alchemical school that would make the mistake of admitting you, he responds, taking the bottle. He looks at it with a jaundiced eye, examining its swish. Interesting. Crush fibers are thick and resinous. Beside its 4 virtues, it's naturally slow to process. Rat, on the other hand, is a metabolic meat. Quick to process, and quick to react. By calcinating it, you've burned away that aspect, leaving behind only the ashes of its 4 virtues. Combining it with crush as you have, your potion is weakened and diluted, but with a much longer duration than normal. Is that good? This magica poison would not prevent a single creature from casting a spell. He says. Any sorcerer could simply meditate to regain their magica at a rate faster than this potion would drain it, even though it's lasting several hours. Then he shrugs. In the end, however, the difference between poison and medicine is the dose. I would take half a mouthful every 8 hours. More if you're particularly close to exploding. I look down at the potion, and the still processing liquid in the rest of the alembic. And then take a swig. It tastes bitter, but the sudden cold, the trail of relief rolling down my skin, is more than worth it. For the first time, the feel of that sunburn begins to fade. You say you deduced that from first principles? He asks. You clearly have no official grounding in alchemy. I only knew a little bit. The basics. What are the 4 virtues? He asks. I trail off. Isn't it that most ingredients can do 4 different things? Rough, but not inaccurate. He responds. For a moment, I think he's going to ask me how I know what I do. And then he grins. Interesting. What? You're still here? He says, tugging at his goatee. I'd thought you might have returned to your point of origin, if your magical presence were reduced to its former levels. But I'm beginning to think that this was no mere transposition. So, you can't send me back. I could thrust you into oblivion and leave you to find your own way home, he says. But if you truly believe you're mortal, and human, it may not work out well for you. I look at the small collection of potions I'd just made, calculating it quickly in my head. A week. I say, sighing, and sit back down on the table I'd first woken up on. Pardon. I bought myself a week, with these. That's not including, well, anything else you might need. Food, water. You know this world, and you know how dangerous it is. How many monsters are hiding just out of sight? How many apocalypses are waiting in the wings? You'd calculated that? He asks. Interesting. I have an offer to make you. What is it? I've learned quite a bit about spellcraft since I'd trained my last apprentice, and I'd be quite interested to see if you can manipulate magica. Not only would it allow you to survive longer, but it is quite the useful skill. I frown at him. Did I really want to deal with this psychopath? Your other options are that I send you back to oblivion, or you set off from my tower in the morning. Either option could kill you, especially if you fail to find more reagents for your medicine. Crush grass is everywhere out there, I add. At least on the coast, as far as I can remember. As are rats. True, true. He says. And anybody desperate enough can use a set of rocks instead of a pestle and mortar. Then he shrugs, and gestures. If you'd like to go, feel free. It's an open offer. I stared at Devate FYR. I'd be an idiot to turn you down, I say, eventually. His grin widens. And, every ice guy needs their own special cheat power, and every journey toward becoming overpowered starts with a single step. Does it really have to be done this way? I ask. Devate holds my arm down, carefully, his skin like sandpaper on mine. He carefully pricks one of my fingers, allowing it to dribble blood into the mouth of the bottle. Yes. He responds. Consider this your payment for your lessons. You have little financial benefit to offer. I've had scholars pay me in ancient, one-of-a-kind Khmer artifacts simply to interview me, or prospective students attempt to buy me as their tutor for a king's ransom. From that perspective, your blood would be a pittance. It's not a pittance to me, I say. But that's not what I meant. Why not use a syringe? He raises an eyebrow. Oh? What is a syringe? A small, sharp needle. With a hole in the shaft, and a compartment in the base. I stammer. Then there's a plunger that lets you make the compartment bigger or smaller. It's airtight, so when you expand the compartment, the vacuum lets you pull fluids out of whatever you're piercing. Ah. Like a Nix hound. Well, when you construct or find one, do let me know, and we can begin to use it, he says, voice dry and sarcastic. There's a flicker of golden light from his hand, and then the wound in my finger is gone. I feel that same warmth, the energy I've taken to understand is magica, not actual heat, but there's a strange tinge of flavor in it. Then he seals the potion, and puts it into the pouch at his waist. Well then. You've had a restful day learning to meditate. How far do you think you've gotten? I can feel it now, you say. Well, I realized I always could, ever since I got here. I just thought it was just warmth. People do tend to conflate heat with magicka at first, yes. The sun produces both. Anything else? I can't take it in. It just kind of flows through me, I tell him. Through you? He asks. As I suspected. You're at your maximum capacity. It's as I'd thought, but I figured I should make certain. And my capacity is, what, nothing. Yes. He responds. From another pouch, he pulls out a small ring. Silver. Here. This will give you a modicum of magicka capacity, if the enchantment even attunes properly. I carefully put it on. A wisp of magic curls around Devada's hand up into one of his eyes, and he peers closely at the ring. Try now. We're indoors, I say. He stares back, clearly not considering that a problem. So I close my eyes and focus, feeling out for that heat, that light from the sun and stars. Slowly, I can feel it, growing more and more aware of the energy raining down from above. Carefully, I urge it toward the ring, as I'd spent fruitless hours doing before. But this time, some of that light that heat catches. Good. Devade says, those wizened eyes locked onto the ring. Now, I suppose we shall get to the fun part. The wicker basket on my back sags on my spine as I crawl through the muck, clamoring for more alchemic supplies. Another clump of crushweed gets pulled tight and sliced off, with the tonto Devade had given me. It's an old thing, probably older than me, a snake motif on the handle, with the former owner's name scratched into the side of the blade. Whoever Cess Allen is, his old knife is quite useful. It's a bit short as a machete, but I'm not the strongest person. It's enough for me to hack through plants and vines as I dig through the muck, and the ebony blade doesn't even seem to dull no matter how poorly I abuse it. Then something else moves. I freeze, pausing the cluster of grass in my hands. I look through the muck and weeds, into the distance. The rocky, hilly coast seemed rather calm when I left this morning. Tel Fyr is still in the distance, easily visible from here. The thick boots I'd been given sink straight into the mud, so if I tried running back, I probably wouldn't make it. Something moves again. A cluster of weeds in the water. Carefully, slowly, I stepped back only for the weeds to move more and more suddenly, a thick, wet carapace suddenly visible in the mud as it moves toward me, the clashing of sudden pincers poking out of a small hole in the front. I all but stumble back, startled. Huge insectal legs clamber out of the mud, and the pincers lock down on my leg. They pinch, hard like having your leg caught in a bear trap, but the boots are solid enough made of chitin that the pincers can't do anything but grind in, the serrated ends of the pincers starting to cut through the hardened plates. Thinking quickly, I twist the tonto around, piercing edge down and stab with all the force I can muster. The mud crab jerks at the last second, and my dagger bounces off the thing's carapace, falling loose from my hand and into the mud. My heartbeat leaps into my throat as I struggle to pull my leg free, even as the mud crab starts to pull back. I look around for the ebony blade, but it's already gone, in the water. I grit my teeth, finally, and focus on the warmth in my ring. I pull that energy up, out of it, and into my palm. Unlike the stuff in my body which was poison, anything I'd put into the ring I could control. Just as Devade had taught. The magicka balls up in my palm, flickers of light starting to appear. I focus, hard, on heat, and fire. The sparks of energy transform, sluggishly, in my hand until the heat from the magicka becomes real heat from actual flame. Flame that remains in my control just as well as the magicka I'd taken control of. As much as I'd like to call it a fireball or firebolt, I knew I'd lose control as soon as the sphere was outside of my hand, and I'd already had a full hour's worth of magicka balled up in it. I thrust it out, toward the mud crab, and slapped the sphere of flame into the creature. It screeches, skittering away from me, and plunging itself back in the water. I sigh, digging through the mud for a few minutes until I find the dagger. With a quick rinse, I get back to my feet, putting the dagger away. Then, something surfaces in the water. The mud crab, floating on its back, dead. I could smell the singed bug from here. With a twist, I flip it onto its back, and begin to pull. The rounded edge of its carapace should make it easier to drag. Their meat should be just as magical as rat, after all. I'm sitting down, holding the spell in my hands. Carefully, I'm weaving the spell following the curving, twisting signs marked down on the paper, carefully reading the instructions around the edges. Thoughts and impressions to pour in, small finger twitches to assist with the magic. It felt kind of like playing cat's cradle. I didn't have any idea why the spell would work, on what principles it functioned, but I could feel it taking shape. This was the entire ring's charge of mana, in my hands. A frightening amount. Less than a child would have, according to Devade, but considering what I had been able to do with the mud crab yesterday with a fraction of this, the magicka in my hands was a little heady. His thunk caught my attention, but carefully, with all the will I could manage, I kept focused on the spell, keeping the weaving working. How goes your experiment? It's not dead yet. Yagrum asks, but there's something strange about his voice, the way he's talking somehow, but I don't have the focus to think about it much, still curving the magicka into the complex knot it needs to be. Of course not. It knows enough about alchemy to craft potions to save its own life from magicka poisoning, it knew our names, and has the strangest ideas about queer little inventions that seem common to it, Devate responds. I'd frowned at being called it, for a moment, before realizing how silly that is. They don't have gender-specific pronouns in the language they're speaking. The other day, it even asked me about my daughters. Devate says. As if it had expected them. Pfft. You, a father? Who the hell would the mother be? Me. I believe it was speaking of the jars I have in the basement, the clones. And so, I've come to the conclusion that it is from the future. What? The spell fizzles, sparks lashing out every which way. The book I'm looking from starts to lift in the air, as does a few other things in the room. I even started to lift as well, tilting, before Devate waves an arm and everything settles back in place, dispelling the miscast spell. The future? I asked. The word stuck in my throat, a little hard to even say. The hell do you mean? Both of them stared at me. You speak Dmaris? Devate asks, very slowly, and I realize that he's talking normally again, not using the harsh consonants he was before. Is that what you were speaking? I thought it sounded strange, but... Fascinating, Devate said, his eyes gleaming. Bah, you keep quoting that silly play, Yagrum says. But in this case, I agree. What's your name, child? Oh, so now he's interested in me? Maria, I respond, forcing myself to lock onto his eyes rather than the rest of his corpusness. But most people call me Mary. I see why you still have this one around, Devate. He says. I'm not from the future. I say, finally. Are you certain? Time has been broken, far to the west from here soon before we had summoned you. I'm certain. I say again. I'm from somewhere else. Beyond oblivion, then. Beyond that, I say. I racked my brain for a way to explain, but the words weren't coming. It felt like I'd had a stroke or something. The words were there, but what words? I'm from another world. A different arena. The last word felt alien in my mouth, and it felt like the world trembled, slightly, as I said it. Both Yagrum and Devate give me a look like I'd grown another head. We're going to have many more questions for you, Marya. Yagrum says. And this is the end of the arrival arc. I admit, I expected it to be a little longer, but in the end I decided to abstract a few weeks rather than just posting chapter after chapter of still studying. After a few weeks, Tel FYR was finally beginning to feel like home. The library was quiet. I settled down in the chair, the ballpoint pen scrawling my notes down in a way that was much easier than the quill had been, originally. Unlike Devate's apathetic response to basic things like a syringe, Yagrum had been more than excited about simple things, like the idea of glasses or ballpoint pens. He'd already constructed a set of bifocals for himself. With the usual Dmer flare they already had the lenses they needed, and goggles were a must in the Ashlands, but they hadn't thought to combine the two. In thanks, Devate had begun teaching me the basics of his craft. I wasn't very good at any of it, except what he called tonal magic. I'd never had much skill with music. I loved music, sure listened to everything under the sun, and then some. But I couldn't learn how to play most things. I could whistle, though, and apparently that was all tonal magic needed. It didn't even really need magicka or tools or instruments, unless you were already using the really advanced stuff like Numendium level shit, or the advanced summoning that brought me here. I wasn't even close to that stuff, but a whistle here and there would affect the magicka in the air around me. It wasn't enough to protect my body from absorbing any unless I was willing to whistle a single tone for the rest of my life, even in my sleep, but it was enough to kickstart my meditation, or assist with small things. My pen was crudely done. I wasn't a smith, that was for sure. He was a little surprised when I'd taken to trying telekinesis on molten metal, a low hum in my throat to give my telekinesis spell enough of a fluidity to hold something that hot and soft. I was still a little clumsy with it, but my hands had started to ache over the past few days, and I figured with enough focus and skill, I could use telekinesis for anything. With magicka, I'd be even stronger than my hands. Magic was fascinating. Even though I barely had enough magicka for big workings, they could be scaled down, or weakened. I think I was doing better than Devate had expected. We'd discussed it and he was pretty sure it was connected to my intrinsic understanding of Nirn's languages. The symbols and glyphs covering a page instructions on how to cast a spell a certain way were just translated into words in my head. Or more like stored as the not words they already were. I just understood them, where somebody without my talents would have to interpret them first, and think about it in their native language. There was still skill in it, though. Skill I didn't have. I could memorize all the spells I wanted, but most of it was too complex for me. Destruction magic was easy, I just had to convert one energy to another, but other spells, mysticism or alteration, took complex weavings that took me time and effort to accomplish. So there I was, memorizing another spell I'd probably never be able to cast, when I heard a high whistle. Devate had taken to picking up tonal magic as well, mostly to supplement his own magic. He levitates up the shaft to the library, stepping out just as the spell ran out of duration, his spell perfectly scaled and timed for it, something I still couldn't do. Mary, he said, his voice low. Devate. I respond, with a wave, and then went back to the book. I have some bad news, I'm afraid. He said, and for the first time, he sounded like he actually cared. I was dying again. It seemed to be regular, here. Malnutrition. Potions weren't working. Various ingredients added to each meal, in hopes I'll get the nutrients I need. None of it was working. My hands wouldn't stop trembling unless I wove a restoration spell each morning. It felt like I was aging a year every day. Growing more and more decrepit. I was only 20, for fuck's sake, and the entire world wanted me dead. It wasn't just the magica poisoning. Wasn't just the malnutrition. It was like this world was radioactive, designed to fight against me at every moment. Still, I was racking my brain for everything I knew, from all of the games I'd played or even long nights poring over the wiki. There had to be something. A way to save me, or a way to go home. I'd even spent a long night focusing on Chim. Trying to awaken myself, to awaken the dreamer, to become royalty, before I realized how fruitless that was. I wasn't the dreamer. I wasn't the Godhead. I was an outsider. Someone else whispering in the Godhead's ear, invading his dream. I was already lucid as can be, and that offered me nothing. The Thursday wouldn't save me. I didn't have the energy for it. The way of the voice was powered by sheer life force, something that was quickly dwindling for me. Chim wouldn't save me. Corpus wouldn't save me, either. My body might keep walking around, but my mind would be gone. Devata's cure for the Nrivaran was years away. The towers wouldn't. Shadow magic, necromancy, nothing. Restoration and alchemy bought me time, but not enough of it. There was no way for me to construct a new body and live in it. Not without transferring my soul. And I didn't have a soul to transfer. Just a few pounds of rotting grey matter. I looked down at my hands. They were knobbly, now. The flesh pulled tight around the knuckles. My skin was off, somehow miscolored. My fingertips darkened with ink and ash alike. I was forgetting something. I could feel it. I slammed the book shut. Just a book about the Sijic order. They probably had something that would sustain me, but I'd have to find them first. They were on the other side of Tamriel, and if they couldn't or didn't want to help me, that would be it. I would be dead. I put it back in the shelf, and closed my eyes for a long, quiet moment. Clairvoyance. I opened my eyes. I didn't know if it was possible, but the spell existed in the 5th game. Hundreds of years in the future. But I remembered it was illusion magic, one of the easiest. And I could cast illusion spells. I just had to learn it. To figure out how to cast it. Illusion. It was self-directed, I was sure. A spell that affected the caster. Many illusion spells took what was already in the caster's mind and would refit that information, reconfigure it. I pulled out a large scroll, and started to scrawl down my thoughts. I took samples from other illusion spells, pulling them apart to examine them. Perhaps clairvoyance, the form found in Skyrim, wasn't actually pulling information from thin air, but was pulling it from the caster's mind? What if it allowed them to find what they already knew? Perfected their memory? Or what if it took information like detection magic did? I grabbed Devata's extensive tome on the detect key spell. Despite the relative uselessness of the spell, the tome did go into detail into how it was made. Carefully, slowly, I began to write. Hours later, long into the night, I stood atop Tel Fyr, the storm crackling above the red gleam from Red Mountain in the distance. The levitation spell quit beneath me, and I stood atop the spongy mushroom, even as the wind buffeted at me. I wove the spell, channeling it into my own mind, and my eyes saw something that wasn't real. A glimmer, off into the distance. Off the coast of Vardenfell. When I realized where it was pointing, I realized what had been at the tip of my tongue, the idea I'd all but forgotten. I realized where I had to go, what I had to do. The cavern was large and dry, despite the storm outside. We looked like we'd been covered in black ink, from the rain coming down over the ash cloud. Well, I was the only one who did. Devate had cast a shield spell for himself, and my attempt at a shield was only done about 3/4 through the walk, much too late to actually protect me much from the rain. But if things went wrong here, the shield might save my life. But not for long enough. Are you certain of your choice? Devate asked. No, not really. I responded. But you said that a permanent contract would be best, which limits my choices. I don't want to contract with something that will twist the contract. And I don't trust the Dremera. Really? He raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Because of whom they serve. But you would trust the master of the being you're about to summon? He asked. I doubt he's connected to my talent with languages, but I know that my knowledge is something he lacks. So until he has everything from me, I won't be betrayed, I said, and tapped my temple. And there's a lot up here. I would still recommend something lesser, a familiar, or a shapeless spirit, he said. I frowned. Devate was probably the greatest conjurer in the entire setting. I would have called it his specialty, if it weren't for the fact that he deliberately avoided associating with any of the Daedric princes if he could help it. Do you think I lack the ability? I asked, finally. He paused for a moment, then shook his head. You have the ability. However, you're using a method I have never considered before. He responded. It is in the nature of a researcher to begin a new experiment at small scales, before moving it upward. I don't exactly have time for that, I said. I could work my way up, but that would take months. Time I don't have. Entirely fair, he nodded. If this goes wrong, however, know that you've been a dedicated, hard-working apprentice. I've gotten an upgrade. Last week, I was an experiment. Yes. He says. Congratulations. When you say it like that, it feels like you're assuming I'm going to die. You very well might. He responds. Well, if I don't do this, you'd have to watch me die anyway, I said. With that, I grinned. But I'm not going without a fight. Unless it's an Ogren, fighting is usually the last resort when it comes to contracting Daedra. Devate says. Not that kind of fight, I responded, and turned to the circle. It was a circle of my own creation. I'd looked into the occult, back home. Play acting, pretending to summon demons. Writing contracts. But now, I knew how language affected this world. How specific words had specific meanings. How magic here could be if you made it as conditional as you wanted. It didn't all fit. But some of it did. The soul gems gleamed, as I reached into it. This spell took a lot of magicka. It would be impossible with any normal magicka pool, let alone my minuscule one, thus the preparations. Carefully, I wove. I whistled. I chanted. I felt my magicka reach out, into the gap between worlds, into the liminal bridge, the arcane pathway weaving through oblivion, singing a siren song, a song to attract anything that might be interested. I'd been fishing before, and this felt like metaphysical fishing, flavored magicka tonally tempered serving as the bait. Something snagged onto it, and I pulled. Slowly, from the circle, a pool of ink began to form, stopping neatly at the bounds of the circle, touching the purple edges of crackling energy. Slowly, something began to climb out of the pool, as if it was climbing up through mud. Something giant. 12 feet tall, covered in thick carapace. Tendrils oozing from its face, too many eyes peering out from spaces eyes shouldn't be, and only smooth carapace where its eyes should be. It was a beast of corded, ancient muscle, scraps of notebooks wrapped around it like clothing. The lurker, servant of Hermias Mora, reached out to push against the edge of the circle, hand crackling against the edge of the field. It glanced down at the runes, and realized how I'd designed the spell. The spell keeping it here was one and the same as the spell keeping the shield active. It wouldn't be able to break free. Then it stared at me. Wordlessly, it spoke directly into my mind. Alien, twisting thoughts. Inhuman ones I couldn't translate even if I tried. Ones that would, in another day, in another age, have broken me. But my life was on the line, now. I have called you to make a contract, I say both aloud, and in that same language pushing the thoughts down the connection it made against me. I offer you knowledge that your master lacks. I pull a handwritten book out of my pouch, earth written clearly on the front. It pushed, hard, against my mind. Fist pounding against the circle, the spell flickering, about to fail. You will listen to my terms, I hissed, grinning, then held the book over the open flame at my side. Unless, well. What would your master do when he finds out that I destroyed it, because of you? At that, it paused. I could even feel Devate behind me freeze, holding his breath. By Azura, he muttered, and I felt my grin widen, despite the ache in my bones. Even as blood dripped from my nose, even as it tried to break me with its mind, the lurker, and I began to negotiate. I'm not sure if I should be building a backlog of these to post every day or so, pacing myself, or just posting them when I finish the update like I have been. Oh well. My body wouldn't last another month, even if I kept up on my potions. Restoration magic would help, but only temporarily, even if I had enough magicka to sustain myself. This tower had been my home for a month, now. I'd been making potions, collecting things along Azura's coast, making potions and learning magic. But it was finally time to go. My enchanted ring. A crate full of potions, held in place by a wooden frame. The Tonto on my hip. Extra bandoliers of potions mostly healing, just in case. Anything Devate didn't need anymore, that he was willing to give me for the trip. A few odds and ends, my own set of alchemic equipment, only the portable stuff. And that was it. The crate of potions was already at the bottom of Tel Fyr. A feather spell and some telekinesis was enough to lower it out one of the windows, so that I didn't have to try and carry it while levitating. It was everything I needed. Or at least, everything I could take with me. Devate, I said, as the Dunmer wizard pored over the scrolls at his desk. You're leaving, he responds. I've made all the preparations I can, I say. You left the soul gems. I can only carry so much, I responded, and while I know the theory, I haven't done any enchanting yet. It would be useless weight. Fair. I also don't want to take too much. You've already helped so much, and for little reason. It sated my curiosity, he responds. But before you go, I have one more thing to offer you. Yet. He reaches up to a staff hanging above his desk, and hands it to me. I have no need of this any longer, he said. It had a soul gem mounted in the head, protected by dwarven brass tines. As soon as I touched it, I could feel the magicka built into the wood. Embellishments made of dwarven metal coil around it, and I can tell at a glance that this isn't as old as Devate intimated. In fact, the metal is brightly polished, newly forged. The wood itself is even fresh. In case you need to protect yourself, he said, as I examined it. It's a simple destruction staff. Point the functional end at your target. It will have only limited charge, but it should prevent you from needing to waste your own magicka, until it is depleted. Fire, I assume? I asked. It was lighter than it looked, but less delicate than I'd worried it might be. The dwarven metal, likely Yagram's work, was enough to reinforce it. I focused on it, feeling out the magicka inside. And the brassy tines protecting the soul gem began to hum like a tuning fork, a song of sharpening, of focus. Yes, he responded. I stopped focusing, and the staff went quiescent again, quieting down. Thank you, Devate. I said, finally. I'm a little touched, honestly. He must have enchanted this specially for me. You're welcome, he responds. I give him a smile and a nod. Then, in a single practiced motion, having used it every time I left the tower before, I cast a quick slow fall, and step into the tower's main shaft. My boots slam against the ground. I tighten my bandolier, make sure my hood is up, and step outside, into Zarfarbal Bay. The resin covering the old, broken boat I'd dredged up and repaired is dry, by now. Solid enough that it won't sink. I carefully push it into the water, watching it for a few moments, making sure it'll float. It's with a tight knot in my gut that I move the crate of potions into the boat, and then the chitin chest, full of my alchemy supplies, and finally a pouch of rations. It wobbles each time, especially when I climb in, but it's holding, not leaking at all. Perfect. I lay my staff across my lap, close my eyes, and begin to weave, and to hum, a musical tone up and down, high and low, sharp and dull. Eventually, the magicka I'm pouring into the spell, both from my pool and from the surrounding area, was fully saturated, primed, waiting for a word. Cess Allen, I intoned, my voice low. I could feel the magicka pour out of my hands. It roiled through the air, through the water, and through space, delving into oblivion, seeking out my target. The lurker, with a neonymic of my own design, a name under which he's bound by the compact I'd negotiated, arrives, stepping out of the water. His fins quiver as he turns to me, greeting me with a nod. I could see a few new rings of green metal surrounding his face tendrils, and a piercing in one of his fins, and more of his body is bound in that smudged, ink-covered parchment. Whatever hierarchy Hermias Mora's servants undergo, my Cess Allen has been ranked upwards, clearly. I feel weak, he said, the words buzzing in my mind. I'm aware that you don't have your usual strength, I responded. I've summoned you in a partial state. It will save me magicka. He grumbles a bit, wordlessly, but I shrug. I'll need you to swim, I say, finally. I hold out the thick, corded rope, attached securely to the canoe. The bay is hard to navigate, but I plan on showing you the routes. At the mention of new information, the lurker suddenly leaned close. I could smell him, suddenly, but he didn't smell like I thought he would. There was nothing fishy about him. He had the metallic smell of ink, fresh parchment, and the grass after a rain. I pulled out the map, and started to explain. Eventually, Cess Allen, named after the former owner of my old Tonto, nods, and submerges himself into the water. The rope pulled itself taut and he began to swim, pulling my boat along. Where is our destination? I closed my eyes in meditation, beginning to absorb more magicka, humming to sustain the spell keeping Cess Allen in existence. To the Vardenfell Rift. And then Mournhold, I said aloud. Behind me, Tel Fyr vanished in the fog. I woke up with a start, my magicka completely drained, at the mouth of a river coming in from the inner sea. For a few moments, I had to figure out where I was and appraise what was going on. I must have fallen asleep while Cess Allen was carrying me, and from then, he'd continued to drain my magicka, taking me to the coast just in time before he vanished. I slowly get to my feet unsteadily and climb out, glad to have my feet on solid ground for the first time in days. I was finally on the mainland. Not Vardenfell, but Morrowind proper. Beyond the clusters of bushes around the rivers, I could see the grasslands in the distance. I eventually dragged the canoe the rest of the way out of the water, hiding it in a patch of marshmallow, and gather up my materials. Around half of my pre-brewed magicka drain potions are gone, but I'll have enough to get to Mournhold, at this rate. As for my fresh water and rations, I'm nearly out. It's with a few minutes of meditation and a channeled fire spell that I heat up my pan enough to cook some kwama eggs, as well as some of that marshmallow, on the side, one of my 3-a-day sips of potion, and some more meditation until I feel human enough to move on. It wasn't a good day. I'd been sitting on a cramped boat for a few days, and didn't have much time to stretch my legs. Now that I was walking again, it was aching quite badly. I found myself wandering south, limping on my staff. The rest of my potions had replaced my rations in my pack, and I'd had to leave the rest of the crate with the boat. I've no idea if it'll last there until I can come back. If I ever could. But I still had my alchemy tools, attached to my pack. I had the potions I planned on selling, and I had the enchanted equipment Devate had given me. It's with this, leaning on the staff, struggling to walk forward, that I stumbled across the first people I'd met since leaving Tel Fyr. It was a group of Dunmer, men and women. They were rather heavily armed, but they were pulling on a very uncooperative Guar along with the carriage it was lashed to. The giant thing didn't want to move, even as they were trying to guide it off the road. "Greetings, miss." One of the Dunmer called, waving. "I don't suppose you..." He paused, and sighed, when he saw my face under his hood. "Ah, sorry, Outlander. I speak Dunmerry, don't worry," I responded. "Did you need some help?" He looked carefully at me, and at the staff. "You're a wizard." The other Dunmer, 2 other men and a woman, had stopped pulling at the Guar, turning to look at the two of us. "More of an alchemist," I responded. Which was technically true. I'd memorized most of the 4 virtues of the plants native to Vardenfell, and I'd figured out the proper way to craft most types of potions. Anything else, I figured, I might remember subconsciously from the games, and I had an idea about how to tweak clairvoyance, to make use of those memories. I'd already pulled some things of worth from my subconscious. "Really, friend?" He leered, and I shivered. "That seems like quite the staff you're holding." I sighed. Devate and Yagram had really overdone it. He started walking toward me, casually. "You're having troubles with your Guar?" I asked, but then I realized he was moving his hand toward the sword on his hip. "That isn't your guarantee." With a yell, he roared, drawing the sword in one motion as he charged at me. I threw myself backward. I fell into the bushes' hackle-low brambles as the sword whistled through the air. Through sheer panic, I poured my will into the staff, pointing it at the Dunmer stepping toward me. He raised his sword as it began to whistle. A moment later, a wave of pure heat and fire washed over both of us. A brilliant, blinding beam of searing light ripped through his chitin armor. He froze in place. The sword dropped from his hand, and he reached down to touch the still singed, burning hole in his chest. Then he fell to his knees. And died. It was as simple as that. I'd just killed someone. I did it, intentionally. Then, slowly trying not to tremble, I stood. "She killed him." One of the other bandits snarled. They pulled out their weapons. "They're bandits. Murderers. Thieves." I chanted it in my head, but that wasn't what stopped my trembling. It was the realization that it was them or me. Either they would die, or I would. I took a deep breath, and gave him an expression of complete confidence, reminding myself of Devata's casual expression whenever he'd been about to do something astounding. "Good. You saw it clearly," I said, imitating his dry sarcasm. Then I pulled a potion out of my bandolier, raising and shaking it a little. "And I'm barely a wizard. Now imagine what I can do with one of these." With my thumb, I popped the cork off. "Just a little drop. And there'll be nothing left of you." I smirked. "It's just magicka poison, my medicine, but they don't know that." "She's lying," the woman says. Her fingers clench, and I feel a burst of warmth from her as she pushes magicka into her palm. The other 2 draw a sword and spear, respectively. I rear back and throw the potion as hard as I can. It smashes over the woman's face. She screams, covering her eyes, and the 2 look worried at her for a moment. I clenched my own fist, pouring magicka into it, and focused. I'd need crystal clarity, the focus to cast even in combat. I'm fine. Get her. The woman yelled, and the two other Dunmer started charging at me. I poured my will into my magic, and as the first bandit sword and shield in hand closed in, I focused, and spoke. Cess Allen, I hissed. From my hand, an inky portal opened and an alien, enormous hand reached out of it. The Dunmer barely had a second before the fist closed on his head. He slashed at it, sword scratching against my lurker's carapace and then stopped, and slumped. Cess Allen let go, and the bandit collapsed, blood leaking from his eyes and nose. Then, in a burst of motion, he ripped himself out of the portal freely, letting loose an alien whale in the world. Demon! The woman yelled. She thrust a forking, arcing blast of lightning against Cess Allen's body. He whipped out a hand, grabbing the other Dunmer, and holding him in the way. The man screamed, the spear in his hands falling from his grip as he twitched and screamed, lightning crackling against his form. Throw him at her, I ordered, feeling my magicka dwindle. Cess Allen reared back and threw the Dunmer as hard as he could then, as my magicka ran dry, he vanished from existence. 5 seconds. That was everything I had. The two bandits collided. Before they could get up, I ran forward. The woman struggled to shove the man off of her, and I could feel her well up her magicka. She still had so much left, an ocean compared to my now empty puddle. She raised both hands, lightning flickering in her fingers. But I had something she didn't. I had a big stick. With all of my strength, I slammed the reinforced butt of the staff into her head. Her focus broken, the spells in her palms fizzled. Then I did it again, and again. The man slowly started to push himself to his feet, so I did the same to him. Eventually, the two stopped moving. Unconscious or dead, I didn't know. I just knew I couldn't stand anymore. Exhausted, with aching limbs, I all but collapsed on the side of the road, sitting and panting. The Goor gave me a knowing look, and then knelt next to me, nuzzling my shoulder. As I rested there, I'm not sure how much time passed. I simply spent it sitting there, trying to regain my breath, staring down at the body of the Dunmer woman I'd just beaten and murdered. That's when I heard a yell. By the three. I heard a call and looked down the road. What happened here? That's how the 4 patrolling ordinators found me surrounded by Dunmer corpses. The first ordinator held my staff and Tonto while the other 2 investigated the bodies. The last one, her armor a different color, a polished pale violet rather than a brilliant gold, stood in front of me, hands on her hips, as she painstakingly interviewed me. Her tone was haughty and judgmental, but I tried my best to be meek and not to get offended. As far as I remembered, the ordinators could be real jerks to outsiders, and I didn't want to give her an excuse. Where were you traveling to? The capital, I responded. I'm an alchemist, traveling south. I have produced a batch of potions from the flora and fauna of Vardenfell, and I was planning on selling my potions in the capital. Out of the potions you have, many of them are these poisons, but they're too weak to be useful in any capacity. She responded. The difference between medicine and poison is in the dose, High Ordinator. I have a congenital illness. The potions allow me to keep it under control. I have a lot because cressweed is much rarer on the mainland. And you didn't use your staff on the others? Why? It only has limited charge, I responded. So I'm being careful with it. I didn't know it would, pack that much of a punch. And the other one had a shield. I gestured toward that one, and she slowly nodded. I see. You said you had a familiar? Can you summon it now? I can't, I'm sorry. I've exhausted my magicka. I see, she responded again. It must be a very strong one. High Ordinator, one of the other ordinators says, climbing out of the back of the covered wagon. This is Sunal's missing caravan. They'd cut off the tabards, but the Goor still has its brand. When I came across them, they were trying to lead the Goor off the road, I add. Interesting. She responds. She sniffs, and then looks down at me. Well, Outlander. Thank you for your unconditional obedience in this matter. Of course. Being in your land means I must follow your laws, I responded. Return her equipment. Anno, Fathas, continue on patrol. Turek and I will return the caravan to Mournhold. She says. Then she glances at me. You were heading the same direction, yes. I am, I responded. Then walk with us. I've interest in the reason why a sick Breton is here in Morrowind. I told her the truth. Well, not all of it. Or even most of it. Perhaps half. I spun a story about my parents catching the blight, and bringing them tell Fyr's Corpusarium, before catching Fyr's eye due to my illness, and learning alchemy as a way to help myself. Devate Fyr? Don't be ridiculous. Lilita the High Ordinator responded. I'm not saying he dropped everything and made me his first priority, I responded. He only barely seemed to care enough to berate me for doing alchemy improperly. I was more an experiment than an apprentice, and it sounds like half of the spellcraft he had me learning was something experimental that might kill me. That does sound more like him, she said, though I've never met the man. Does this make you a member of House Telvanni? No, I responded. Despite being a great wizard, Devate isn't technically a master, nor does he carry the power of one. He's largely apolitical, and this means he doesn't have the capacity to induct anyone into House Telvanni. Of course, he could get that title if he'd wanted it, but as far as I can tell he feels it would be a waste of his time. Perhaps he's got the right idea, the other ordinator Turek, apparently sighed. Then you shrug. I wouldn't consider myself worthy of the honor, either. Perhaps in 100 years, Lilita drawled. I can only hope I'll live that long, I said. Ah, true, your kind do die early. She said. Then, suddenly, she stopped. Turek. See that? I do, the more taciturn ordinator responded. The two were looking into the distance. I squinted, but all I could see was a small flock of birds heading toward us. Turek suddenly had a bow in his hand. It was made of horn, with small bone claws on the ends and intricate carvings along the frame, and small sections of ebony plating along the outer edge. His other fist was full of half a dozen arrows, clustered between his fingers. Take care of them, Lilita said, all business. Turek drew back his bow. I'd taken archery classes in high school. I'd even had an interest in going to competitions, before I realized how bad I actually was at it. I'd seen videos of world-class archers in action, once or twice, during late-night internet binges. They were nothing compared to Turek. He moved with an alien, unnatural swiftness and power that it was hard to look away, just the casual ease with which he did it, too. Just thwip 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 in a single moment. In the distance, the birds began to fall. I knew, at that moment, that if the ordinators were as good with their weapons as Turek was his bow, then those bandits may as well have been insects to them. That no matter how strong Cess Allen was when fully summoned, they could send him back to oblivion in moments. Cliff racers. Mating season is just about to begin, Lilita said. So it's best we keep their numbers down when we see them. Then she saw my expression, and her head tilted slightly under the mask. Something wrong, outsider? Sorry, I just . I stammered. Well, everyone says that ordinators are some of the greatest warriors on Tamriel, but… Geez. I didn't even know moving like that was possible. Hear that, Turek? The High Ordinator said. You have another admirer. At that, Turek got even more quiet, muttering to himself as he stowed away his bow. It took us a full half-hour of walking the Guar loyally following us before we came across the scene of Turek's onslaught. As the High Ordinator had said, the birds were in fact cliff racers. All of them had been killed with one arrow each. For the rest of the walk, that was all I could think about. That sheer ability. That wasn't something I could do, even if I'd had both talent and time to practice. That wasn't something anybody could do, back home. I hadn't quite made the connection. Seeing magic was one thing since it was impossible, back on Earth, there was nothing to compare it to. But here, on Nirn, it was clear, the world ran on different rules. A shiver rolled down my back when I realized that these ordinators weren't even the best. They were strong, sure. But in the games which now felt so pathetic, in comparison to what I just saw, the ordinators weren't even too extraordinary. There was still so much. The Oblivion Crisis. The Argonian invasion. The wars from here to the events of Skyrim, hundreds of years from now. Throughout all of this, warriors just as strong as the ordinators would clash, and fight, and die. And I was nowhere near powerful enough to deal with that. Hell, the only thing I had was this staff. The one I only knew how to recharge in theory, and could use only a handful of times. As we walked through the grasslands, Mournhold got closer and closer. And I resolved to find some way to catch up. Once I found a way to survive in this world, I would find a way to thrive. I wouldn't let anyone take that away from me. Mournhold was amazing. It was a tall, large circular structure surrounded by the houses and homes of hundreds or thousands of people, and as the two ordinators and I walked to the gates, the guards at the gates gave me and the Guar following us a second look. High Ordinator, the guard said, with a pious nod. 3 gods, 1 faith. 3 gods, 1 faith, Lilita said in return. We're returning some stolen property. This Guar and the carriage is the property of Sunilhlas. Understood, boss. And the Nord. This time, I was the one that spoke. I was merely traveling with the ordinators for safety. I'm an alchemist, and I seek admittance into the city of Mournhold. I can vouch for her character, Lilita said. Understood, the guard says. Your admittance is granted. Welcome home, ordinators, and I'll send a runner for Sunil right now. Inside of the city was nearly as impressive as the outside. Everything from the bone mold walls to the perfectly arranged flagstones had clearly been well cared for, and the crowds bustling around were more than I'd seen in a long time. Nowhere near as crowded as a city back home would be, but perhaps a busy mall. I shook off the thoughts, and simply turned to the two ordinators. "Thank you for your escort," I said. "No worries, Mary," Lilita said. "It is a duty we've taken upon ourselves to protect all citizens." At that, the ordinators and I parted ways. I didn't remember much from the games, here. Other than all Malexia going crazy and something about there being dungeons and places to go underneath the city, but that wouldn't happen in years, and in the former case, until the heart at the core of Red Mountain is destroyed. In short, nothing was happening in the big scheme of things. I wasn't going to involve myself in them, either. I didn't have the power or ability. I would get cured, first. That was still my highest priority. The bazaar weren't quite what it was in the game. Either the game was wrong, like it was about the sheer population of people here, or things had changed from now to 10 years away. One of the shops, formerly a magic shop, now had the symbol of a potion and cauldron, so I stepped in. "Welcome to Sendras's Cauldron. I'm Sendrasa Veral Neem. What can I get for you today?" "I'm looking to sell," I responded. I gathered quite the collection of ingredients up, before my master recommended I brew them into potions. There was something I'd noticed about Dunmer, over the past few days. The younger ones resembled humans' more rounded faces, not nearly as angular. However, the older ones had their brows, cheekbones, and noses extend, stretching them out, making them look more unnatural and alien as the years pass. Sendrasa was probably the oldest looking Dunmer I'd ever seen, and that was even considering Devate Fyr, who apparently aged much more gracefully. "Let me see them," the old woman snapped. I handed her my pouch, and she opened it, beginning to pull out individual potions and examine them. "Who was your master?" she asks eventually. "These have all the signs of potions created by a new alchemist, but using powerful tools." "That was probably me," I said. I had been using my master's equipment to make potions at first, before I realized how much that would spoil me. So I put together my own set of tools. "Good," she said, still shuffling through. "This is all worth 500, 600 drakes. That's better than I thought, for someone with skills as poor as mine," I said. "Using a set of Grandmaster's tools can make up for a lot of mistakes," she responds. "These would normally be middling quality, with your skills." "I see," I said, frowning. "I'd have to practice. I'd just been starting to take pride in my alchemy." She taps at her desk for a few moments. "All right. I'll give you 550 drakes for the lot. Or if you want, I could take it and advertise it under your name, for 400 drakes. "I'll take the 550. I responded, and she raised an eyebrow. "You don't want to be named for your work? Traditionally, it's what most alchemists want. It's easier to find a patron if you have some amount of fame. Alchemy is just a means to an end," I responded. "I need money." She considers me for a few moments. "How long will you be in Mournhold?" I shrugged. "I don't know. I'm looking for passage to the city of Tyr." "How's Dra's business?" "You're in luck," she says. "There's a caravan heading that direction in a fortnight." I frowned. 2 weeks was a long time, especially with my health problems. "I've an offer for you, girl," Sendrasa said. "Spend that time here, brewing potions for me. We'll see if I can get rid of some of your bad habits, and I won't have to put in the work for common potions. I'll get paid, I assume," I said. She grinned. "More than that. I'll put in a good word with the caravan master. And if you impress me, I can write you a letter of introduction. Draz is full of traditionalists. They aren't excited about outlanders, let me tell you that. But if you had an introduction from me, your business in Tyr will be much easier." I considered it. "I'll want some of my pay in the form of ingredients," I said. The old Dunmer woman grinned in response. "Then we have a deal. And, for reasons, I've decided to rename Tamrilik to Cyrodilic. Mostly because while it's used as a common language, it's clearly not actually the continental main tongue, and was based off of the Nordic tongue and only spread the way it has because of the whole empire thing. The Great Bazaar in Mournhold had a strange duality to it. On one hand, there was a sense of cutthroat business sense. Haggling and bargaining was done with every transaction, every purchase made. On the other hand, there was a sense of belonging to an actual community. Whenever different shopkeepers met, there was a kind of friendly rivalry. The clothier bragging about getting a steady supply of frostbite silk from Skyrim, while the armorer brags about his new apprentice, a serious, devout little imperial girl, and the first human I'd met in this world. Not that she paid me any attention. It was, honestly, quite a pleasant place. The bazaar was a real community. Everyone seemed to know everyone, and Sendrasa was one of the most respected out of all of them. The days passed. Initially, she'd given me recipes and clear instructions on what potions to make, supervising me for the first few batches, and correcting me when I needed it. Soon I was deemed competent enough to brew without her supervision, and I proceeded to burn away the days focusing on alchemy during work hours, and further refining my magic the rest of the day. Sometimes she'd even have me keep the shop, whenever she had errands to run or a custom brew to make. A lot of it was spent idling the day away, so I'd spent it meditating. But as the days passed, I could feel myself decaying even more. The air might have been much fresher, and I was eating healthier. But by this point, I was only able to maintain myself by staying on a potion regiment and spending most of my magicka on restoration. With the supplies Sendraza was paying me in, though, I was finally able to try something I'd been curious about for the longest time. I was able to make a potion that would boost my spellcraft, and a spell that would improve my alchemy for a short period of time. But after the second potion, I found it had diminishing returns, even with potions being more effective on me than most people. I couldn't bootstrap myself into godhood by making a potion of omnipotence. Yet another difference between the games and the real world. One morning, I decided to take another walk through the city. There was so much history that hadn't been mentioned in the games. It wasn't the first time, either. I'd spent a lot of my free time just walking and thinking. I had to do something to stay sane, after all. So, what's the story behind your new worker? I heard a Dunmer ask. I'd been used to hearing Dunmeri around here, but in the bazaar almost everyone spoke Cyrodiilic. The Enwa with the red hair. In a hard place, I suppose, Sendraza responded. Working for a pittance. She knows how to haggle, but not what gold's actually worth. She doesn't look like she's ever worked a hard day in her life. Too soft and clean for that, the Dunmer responded, with a chuckle. Probably some lost royal running from the troubles in the Iliac Bay. Kings and queens scattering like shulklings, Sendraza said. King Lethan's nephew just arrived from Wayrest a few months back. A princess. You don't suppose you'd be willing to sell her, would you? The Dunmer asked, and my blood went cold, when I realized what he was implying. You'd be foolish to try and enslave her, Sendraza responded. You haven't seen her brew. She's on enough strength potions that she could rip your arms from your sockets. Oh, well then. That would be unpleasant, he said. Is there any way I could convince you to help me, avoid that unpleasantness? Maybe for the right amount of gold, I could spike her ingredients with marshmallow. She said, lowering her voice. I froze in place, and carefully stepped away from the shop. I was mentally running through the ingredients for some of my potions. Droop wax could get gritty, sometimes, and if she snuck powdered marshmallow in there. She was talking about tricking me into making a drug to make me pliable, gullible. Easily convinced. I tried to push the ice from my veins, and realized I had two options. I could walk in there and make it clear that I heard everything, confront whichever asshole she was talking to. Or I could act like I didn't hear anything, and be careful. Exceedingly careful. Eventually, I turned, and forced myself to walk out of the Great Bazaar. In the end, I still needed to get to Tyr. I still needed to move on. Even if Sendraza didn't end up giving me the letter she'd promised, I had enough gold to buy my way onto any caravan heading that direction. Or I could walk, if I got desperate enough. But with the wildlife around, it would be dangerous. I wouldn't want to get all the way to the edge of the Black Marsh just to get eaten by Kwama. I was making my way through to the city's temple courtyard, when the unexpected happened. There was a crack of thunder and lightning, and the ground began to rumble. I panicked, thinking that this might be the attack I'd vaguely remembered from the games, even if it was a decade early. I quickly found an ordinator and parked myself near him, keeping an eye out, and then I heard the call. The tribunal has returned. Came a loud, cheerful cry from the temple itself. As everyone looked, I followed, and I saw them. Almalexia. Suthasil. Vivek. They had arrived. I'd thought the statue of Almalexia fighting Marun Stagon featured in the city's plaza was majestic. I was wrong. Compared to Almalexia herself, it was nothing. Pathetic. Skin of burnished gold, with blazing golden eyes. She carried a presence around her, a tangible aura, a sense of divine power, of peace and caring. Even bruised and beaten, that sense of power hadn't waned. Somehow, she made me think of my mother, back home. Next to her was Suthasil. His eyes were cold beneath his helmet. His shimmering, silvery robe sparking with hints of Dwemer brass. He carried an aura of cold calculation, grief and regret. It almost hurt to look upon him. His arm was missing, slagged, warped metal jutting out of his elbow. But he didn't look like he was in any pain, or at least, whatever pain he was carrying was no stronger than the feeling in his aura. Finally, Vivek. Just looking at him made my heart beat faster and my knees grow weak. I wasn't normally attracted to Dunmer, too alien for me, but something about him had me starting to change my mind. It was hard to pull my eyes away from him, even as he carried his aura of wild murder, crimes of passion. He was beautiful and covered in cuts and gashes. Even the streaks of blood covering his body was somehow artful aesthetic. He was beautiful, and I couldn't pull my eyes away. I'd been too sick to even consider romance or anything, but just looking at Vivek filled me with desire. His toned form, the curve of his hip. It was a supernatural sense of lust. It had to be. I wasn't usually interested in men. Fiercely, I pulled myself away from the sensation. It didn't quench the feeling, but at least I hadn't fallen to my knees like many of the other people in the crowd, watching them enter the temple. It was funny, a joke. He'd never notice me. I wasn't the Narivaran. I wasn't a hero. I was a sick human in a world not meant for me. Nobody of importance would notice me, and that was how I wanted it. When I finally glanced back at the three gods, the tribunal, I noticed that one of them was looking back. Suthasil locked eyes with me, and as the doors of the temple closed between us, I saw his confusion turn into curiosity. I glanced over to the spot they'd arrived at, the alleyway between buildings, a small crater of cracked stone, smoke wafting off of the ground. In the distance, somehow drawn to it the way I was to the gods, I could see something, a small splotch of an almost fierce red. Nobody else was looking that way. Nobody else noticed it. Carefully, staying out of anyone's way, I went around to it. The droplets of blood still looked alive, almost glistening in the daylight, spread along polished flagstones. I could still feel Vivek's aura there. Paper is denatured. In alchemy, whatever magical properties it had was scrubbed clean by the process of turning pulp into paper. So for this purpose, it was perfect. I knelt, pulling out my research notes. I gently pressed parts of the parchment against the blood. After the third scrap absorbed the blood, the flagstone was wiped clean. 3 droplets of God's blood. 3 sparks of divinity. I'd only have 3 chances to use it, though, and I'd have to experiment with it first, figure out what it could do. If I was smart, and lucky, I'd be able to use 2 of them, at the most. Or if I messed up, I could waste all of it. I'd have to be careful. I walked back to the alchemy shop, trying to stop myself from trembling. I still hadn't forgotten Sendras's betrayal potential or actual, but my new earnings had me, for the first time in weeks, feeling confident. I was starting not to believe there was a true division between schools of magic, anymore. There were in the games, sure, but they were arbitrary. Thaumaturgy had disappeared, split into mysticism and alteration, and everyone pretended it never existed. In a few years, mysticism will be split up by the Mages Guild. Conjuration would gain mark and recall, fairly, but unreasonably get soul trap as well. I'd weaponized the raw force effects of alteration into a weapon, made with inspiration from destruction magic, to the point where I'd consider it a destruction spell. Spells and effects were so shuffled up between various schools throughout the games and through the ages that I wasn't surprised there were so many books and tomes that were basically mages arguing about their pet schools of magic, denigrating others. Thank all the gods, the 9, the Didra, hell, the tribunal, that they don't have internet forums yet. Case in point, I was working on illusion magic. But it wasn't illusion, it was also mysticism. But it wasn't just mysticism, it was mind affecting my own mind, drawing information from it and organizing it. A hint of restoration magic as well, though it didn't affect my body, it strengthened my mind even more. It was the least efficient spell I'd ever seen, but that's because it was my own creation. The clairvoyance spell, which was never really actually a clairvoyance spell, was just the start. The important thing to mention was that, well, I didn't have an eidetic memory. I wasn't perfect. I needed the ability to read my own mind, to pour through things I was sure was stuck in my subconscious, to cross-reference things from my own experience. And I'd just had a partial success. I'd memorized the smell of marshmallow, burned it into my mind, and I'd been waiting for this. I glanced back down at the droop wax marshmallow mixed in. Sendrasa had done it. She'd betrayed me. Slowly, I stood, and made my way to the front of the shop. "Excuse me, Sendrasa?" I asked. "I think there's a big problem with your supplier." "What do you mean?" she asked, frowning. "Look at this kwama pile," I snapped, slamming the droop wax onto the counter, and pretended it wasn't her I was furious at. "That's what you call a supplier packaged some marshmallow with the droop wax. It's worthless now. You could scrape off the wax that was in contact with the marrow," she responds. I scoffed. "Yeah, if I hadn't already started molding the wax before I noticed. It's mixed in. Where is that kid? I want to give him a piece of my mind." "Settle down, please, Mary," she says, holding up her hand. Her supplier was actually one of her grandsons, I'd found out over the past few days, who had taken to trading between here and the city of Vivek. If she was focusing on preventing me from hurting his reputation, she'd focus on selling me less. I sighed. "All right. Fine. I'll just use some sledge flowers, then. Top shelf on the right." She nods. "Twice as expensive for the same effect," I sighed, and dropped a few coins into the dish behind the counter. "Not enough for the sledge flowers, but enough for the difference between the wax and the flowers. They are one of Almalexia's favorite flowers," she said, eyeing the dish. Legend tells that a gift of golden sledge flowers was how Narivar proposed. Is something wrong? The caravan is leaving in 2 days, I responded. I'm trying to keep enough potions brewed to last the trip. Only a few days afterward, I didn't say. I've been wondering about that. She said, finally. Why do you need so many restoratives and fortifications? And all at such long duration, too. If I run out, I die, I respond. Ah. She says. I'm sorry to hear that. Later that day, I'd finished up brewing, when I heard someone enter the shop. The door creaked open, and a Dunmer man stepped in, but for some reason, he left the door open. Through the open door, there was an ordinator, standing behind through the open door frame. I wasn't sure if the ordinator had been bribed or not, likely not, considering how devoted most were to their order, but I had to be careful. Hello, Zerrer. I said. I knew this was coming, ever since Sendraza had said she'd needed to leave. So I put on a dazed, confused expression, like I wasn't all there. Welcome to Sendraza's cauldron. How may I help you? Enwa, he responded with a grin, assuming I don't know what the word means. But I recognized his voice. I've come seeking you. Me? I asked. What would you want me for? A princess from Wayrest, aren't you? He asks, with a grin and a leer. Inside, I resisted the urge to shudder. Oh please, I left that behind a long time ago, I responded, an airhead facade on my face. Would you like to buy a potion, or leave a custom order for Sendraza? Actually, I wanted to bestow upon you a gift, he said, a smarmy grin on his stupid smug face. He opened a container and on the plush, velvet pillow, a slave's bracer sits. Ah! This was how he was going to do it. To prevent widespread chaos from Dunmer trying to enslave tourists or traders, you couldn't capture slaves in civilized cities like Mournhold. But with the Empire's exception to the ban on slavery, if the individual was willing. It was polished. A silver sheen. Gems on the outside. I could even feel the cold enchantment made to prevent spell casting. It almost seemed more like jewelry than a slave bracer, but of course, it was both. Ooh, shiny, I said. May I know your name, Zerrer? Jurik Drellith, he responded. I'm a lesser member of the Great House Druz. Carefully, I reached out and grabbed the slave bracer. It wasn't locked, but it would as soon as someone put it on. May I? I asked. It's so beautiful. I think it would look quite good. Of course you may, he purred. I glanced past him, at the ordinator. The ordinator was looking closely in, right now a witness who, from what I could tell of Jurik's plan, had to be completely impartial. I carefully wove a spell. Illusion, in the back of my mind, weaving it not with my fingers, but with my will. Sweat beaded on my brow, as I focused hard, to keep the magicka from being detected. It's not a problem if someone puts this on, is it, Mr. Ordinator? It is against neither the laws of the Empire, or the laws of Morrowind, ma'am, as long as they put it on themselves. He responds, and I recognized his voice. Turek sounded like he knew exactly what I was planning. How do you put it on? I asked. He was so assured that I was nice and dumb, he grinned, reaching out to pull it open. Like this, he said, and as he brushed past me, I touched his wrist with the spell. A momentary confusion of identities, a swap of me and him, in his own head. He was so focused on my arm going in the bracer of enslaving me that his own mind did the rest. His grin flickered for a moment, and he put his own arm in the bracer. Then he snapped it shut on his own wrist, grinning proudly. A second later, the spell ceased and his eyes widened. You really just enslaved yourself to me? I asked, dropping the facade. How kind, Jurik. Hey. He snaps. You. Ordinator. This woman just forced me. She did nothing of the kind, slave. Turek responded, voice dry. You asked me to witness this, and I've done so. You offered the woman a gift, and gave yourself to her. A moving sentiment, I'm sure. Well then, I said. Jurik. I suppose you'll have to give me the key to that beautiful bracer you made for yourself, won't you? You fetcher. Enwa. Outlander. He snarled. He grabbed a dagger off of his belt. And then it was on the ground, and he was cradling his hand, yowling like a stuck cat. Turek had all but blurred into the building, ebony mace in hand, having moved with an inhuman swiftness that I now thought might have been an enchantment, or a fortification spell of some kind. As Jurik was pinned to the wall by the ordinator, I shoved a potion into his mouth. A few seconds later, Jurik was slumped on the ground, unconscious. Thank you for your assistance, Ordinator Turek. I said. I'm new to Morrowind, and don't yet know how to control my slaves. Please see that you learn to, he says. It would not do well for the city's reputation for a slave to escape. I smile and nod, and he closes the door behind him as he leaves. Alone in the shop with me and Zerrer. All alone, except for some splotches of blood in my notebook, and an entire shop's worth of alchemy supplies. Sendraza opened the door to quiet the scene. Please, please don't. Please stop it. Zerrer muttered under his breath, chained to the chair by a very feminine-styled slave bracer. Another small, thimble-sized potion vial sat in my hand. The last of many. Drink, I said. Or I'll chain you to a rock out by the coast with a pack of healing potions. We'll see how many times the cliff racers will flay you to the bone before you actually die, won't we? Sendraza. Please, Sendraza. Oh gods, Sendraza. Zerrer said. Please. This mad bitch. Drink. I hissed. Staring straight behind me, panicked, he took the last thimble of potion barely a mouthful, shaking as he drank it. He slumped, losing consciousness again, his burned wound sealing over, and his flesh twisting and deforming, and then I knew. It had only taken one drop, diluted, for me to discover what Vivek's blood could do. Then, slowly, I turned to Sendraza. Her eyes were wide, and her lips were trembling. She didn't meet my eyes either, looking up and behind me. With an errant thought, my lurker minion, looming behind me, carefully began cleaning up the mess. Cess Allen was quite happy to watch my experiments, actually, to the point where he was maintaining most of his existence with his own power. He was learning just as much as I was, and he had even been offering suggestions. I heard the most fascinating story while you were out, Sira, I said. But before we talk about that, I was wondering if you'd written that letter of introduction yet. She trailed off. I never mentioned who my master was, did I? I said, smiling a smile that showed teeth. Have you ever heard the name Devate Fyr? I'll get the parchment. She responds. This is going to be of dubious canonicity, but it was fun for me to write anyway. Tags, gender bend, tentacles, dubious consent, denial. When Zerrer came to, he opened his eyes in a dark, empty room, staring up at the ceiling. He felt feverish and strange woozy, from the potions that bitch had been feeding him. He pulled at the chain on his wrist, the slave's band tying him in place, but wherever he was, his wrist was stuck fast. His other wrist, too, had been tied down. Not by a chain but by some thick silk. He tried tugging at it, and pulling, but it didn't even start to loosen. As he twisted and writhed, he could feel his bare skin against the linen. He was in a bed somewhere, and they'd taken his clothes. That was almost as embarrassing as being trapped in this situation. He sighed, racking his brain for a way to get out of here. The few spells he knew, he wouldn't be able to cast. Part of the great Drellith clan, nearly as good as being Borndras himself, and he was trapped. His ancestors would be laughing at him right now. At that, his eyes widened. He had an idea. Slowly, stuttering at first, he recited an old, ancient Dunmerry chant. The kind of magic he knew the bracer wouldn't stop a racial power. Slowly, fading and flickering into existence, a form slowly began to appear at the foot of the bed, a ghost, giving off ghastly, pale light. He looked up at the face of his ancestor, his grandfather, illuminated by ghostly light, and felt hope. That hope lasted all of 2 seconds, before his grandfather started to cackle and laugh, hand on his chest as he wheezed and panted. I can't help you out of there, Zerrer. He cackled. My family, your family, kept to our great tradition of superiority over our slaves for centuries. If I were to break you out, give you freedom, that would shame our clan. He sighed. But grandfather, Zerrer said. Then he frowned. There was something wrong with his voice. It felt too high, too reedy. You got outsmarted by the human. It's as simple as that, he said. Maybe it would have been better for our clan if you'd married her instead of tried to enslave her, but that's impossible now. Best just spread your legs and get used to it. Spread my... What? Zerrer asked in response. You didn't notice what the witch did to you? Here, I'll show you. It's the least I can do for my descendant. His grandfather held out a hand, glowing, luminescent light brightening, until Zerrer could see more than just his ancestor. He could see the room. It was a fine-in room, and the window had been covered by a thick, light-blocking curtain. In the other window, however, he could see a fine Dunmer woman completely nude, lashed to a bed, with proportions that made certain scrolls he'd shared with his friends as an adolescent look inadequate. Her breasts heaved with every breath, and he felt the stirrings of arousal intensify even more. She gave him a lustful glance, ruby eyes boring into his own. That's a mirror, Zerrer. His grandfather said, with a sigh, muttering about how many potions she must have been on. He looked down and a feminine wail came from his mouth. Her mouth. His body, he had been changed into a woman. The breasts, toned legs, all of it were his. No, all of it was hers. The witch does good work, Zerrer's grandfather said, leering. A pretty female sells better than a male, always. Then he laughs. Well, it's time for me to return to the dream sleeve. Do summon me again, though I'd like a show. Then her grandfather was gone. Still, though, that heat in her body continued to rage. She was drugged, she had to be. She was so hot, so horny. She'd give all the drakes she had in the world to find some girl to push into a bed, to fuck senselessly. She twisted and turned in the bed, grinding her thighs together trying to satisfy herself fruitlessly, when she heard a key in the door. It opened, and the witch wasn't the first to walk in. Instead, it was the witch's beast. The hulking, eyeless demon, that stepped in first. Go on, the woman purred, and the beast suddenly moved. Two oversized hands grabbed Jarek's ankles, and pulled her legs apart. By this point, though, Jarek was too desperate, too out of it. How long does your potions last? She asked. If you sell me, and then I turn back. The witch laughed, closing the door behind her, and lighting candles in the room with a spell. It may have been that special ingredient that made your transformation possible. But it was my blood that made it permanent. What? She asked. I'll be like this forever. The beast's dry, warm tendrils rolled along her legs and hips, gently massaging her legs and thighs. She was panting, thrusting her hips to try and get closer to the tendrils, to no avail. The arousal is a side effect. I'm not sure if that will ever wear off either, the witch shrugged, leering down at her. Please, Jarek moaned. I can't handle this. What now? The witch asked. You'll need to say what you want clearly. Where I'm from, consent is important, after all. Fuck me, Jarek said, breathlessly. Her body was on fire. I think he was talking to you, the witch told her companion. Tendrils reached toward Jarek's groin and she began to squirm, hips twitching, as the beast just started to tease her, the warm, wet tendrils just touching her folds. It wasn't enough. Please, Jarek moaned, pushing her hips into the monster's face. The monster, somehow, pushed its way into her. Not into her pussy but a different, just as alien violation, her mind. Submit, it boomed. And the thought echoed through Jarek's skull. Mistress, Jarek breathed. The witch grinned and then those wet, thick tentacles pushed their way into Jarek's burning cunt. She squealed as squirming, wet things writhed around inside of her, a place she hadn't even had a day ago, let alone touched herself. It was so sensitive, too sensitive, that she began to try and pull away. She screamed, moaned and then hot, wet lips pressed against hers, tongue forcing its way into her mouth as the witch kissed her. She came, that moment, as the tentacled beast mercilessly pounded into her, her body tensing and shuddering, screaming into the girl's mouth. As her body grew more and more sensitive, the beast seemed to feel her feelings, knew exactly what made her new body tick. She was caught by surprise by her second orgasm, having forgotten that as a perk of her new body, but by the third one, she was so sensitive that she was starting to ache, each flick of each tentacle being almost too much for her to stand flinching with every moment. Please, stop, I'm done. Please. She says. You're done? The witch asked, licking her lips. Are you sure? I'll go crazy. She says. First you beg for it, and then you beg for it to stop. The witch asked. All right, says Alan. She's done coming now. At that, the tentacle beast thrust itself into her again. But this time, it was gentle. Slow. Soft. Carefully sliding and writhing inside of her, careful not to overwhelm her with sensation. Like a caring lover, the beast stoked her fires, bringing her lust higher and higher again. I thought. You're done now. The witch said. You said so, remember? But you're still a slave. What you want doesn't actually matter. As she got closer and closer to coming again, the beast slowed down more and more, until she was thrusting her hips trying to get another orgasm despite herself. Submit. A hammer of thoughts slammed into her mind, pushing her away from the edge, until she was nowhere near coming again and the tentacles continued to move. Again, she was at the edge. Submit to your master. She was going to come, be a good girl. Submit. 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 What felt like hours later, the beast simply vanished from between her legs, leaving her aching and wanting. She was so close to coming, all she had to do was press her legs together, to grind together her thighs. But she couldn't. She had to submit to her mistress, after all, and good girls didn't come without permission. And, finally, the end of Southbound. It took longer than I'd thought. My new robes were actually extremely comfortable. The old, kaiden boots and cuirass I'd worn meant for someone a different size had been replaced. I was wearing proper bone mold, actually made for my size. I still wanted heavy boots. It made walking through muck easier, but I'd traded out my kaiden cuirass for a peculiar set of bone mold armor I'd discovered. The blacksmith called it Aranoun armor, and was essentially thin plates of bone mold, welded together with resin in the same way kaiden armor had been. It wasn't as strong as proper armor, either chitin or bone mold, along most of the points it covered, but where the plates overlapped, it would take a crazy amount of punishment. Namely, my heart and spine. If anything else was hit, I had the healing potions to deal with it. Dozens of Guer were strapped together, dog sledding style, attached to the head of a train of wagons. All of the wagons were actually cages, in truth, bars made of bone mold, but they weren't carrying any slaves. Instead, they were stocked with crates and resources. In the front and the back of the train, 2 silt striders were crawling into position, controlled by their drivers. Sitting in the rear of both striders were sets of Haustra's guards, one with an inhumanly long 2-pronged spear, for attacking from the back of the silt strider, and the other had a bow. The bident guard wasn't standing in the strider's removed shell properly, but he was somehow anchored onto the side of it, hanging halfway off, a rope tied tightly around his waist, and feet planted on some slots carved from the silt strider's shell specifically for that. Busily walking back and forth, carefully trying to stay away from under the striders, Argonian slaves were loading up crates into the cages, maintaining the Guer, cleaning their feet, making sure they were fed, and wiping their skin with some foul-smelling gunk. The Guer used to this casually stood in place, allowing the Argonian handlers to deal with them. Marya! Someone called. I finally stepped forward, approaching him, and noticed some of the Dunmer workers actually flinch as I walked past them. I could hear Dunmary whispers about how I was a powerful sorceress, strong enough to catch the attention of Devate Fyr, and clever enough to outsmart Jarek at his own game. Sendraza had really tried to make it up to me more than just the dozens of elemental salts and gems in my pouches. Not only that, but I'd been able to sell my new slave back to the Drelith clan, and I'd made quite the sum for it. I didn't know if they were just going to free him or not, but by the time he got back to his family, I'd be long gone. I stepped up to the silt strider pilot, the rearmost one who had called my name. I raised an arm. Ah, Marya! Please, come aboard. He made to reach for a rope ladder, to unspool it, but I knew everyone was watching me. The rumors all said I was the apprentice of a Telvanni. No matter how true it was, they'd want to see proof. So I casually kicked off the ground, exhausting my entire magicka supply as I levitated up and onto the silt strider. The crossbow guard nodded to me, and I noticed he also had a short blade on one hip, and a rack of throwing shuriken on his hip. I held out the pricey token I'd been given when I chartered the trip, a large disc, golden, with the image of a silt strider embossed in it. Effectively the silt strider equivalent of a first-class ticket, only you also get to keep it as a paperweight. You may sit under the canopy, Kinasira, the strider master said. I nodded, keeping a stern expression on my face despite the outrageous honorific. The closest English equivalent would be Mistress Archmage Ma'am, and sat down on the plush seat in the back. A cloth canopy, with the Haustra's tabard, a chain in a diamond, was meant to protect passengers from the ash and rain, but it would also do me well for the sun. It was an awfully bright day, after all. I'm afraid that loading is going rather slowly, Kinasira, the strider master added. It will be a half-hour longer than intended before we set off. I glanced at him and he flinched. It was funny, what a few rumors could do. Or maybe it was when Jarek had been dragged out of the apothecary, sobbing and begging. I hummed a low noise, one that could have been construed as displeasure, but was actually one to call magicka toward me, to absorb. Very well, I responded, playing into the position I'd found myself in. I suppose I will have to manage. With that, I gestured toward my bag. Tendrils reached out of the inky portal inside my sleeve, says Alan, extruding only a portion of himself into reality, and snatched my book from the bag holding my belongings. Protect her with your lives, you two. The pilot told the 2 guards in Dunmary. I pretended I didn't hear them, and pretended to read. Eventually, the silt strider in the lead made a loud call, and blared a horn. As it began to move, the Guer, excited no longer to just be standing around the things reminded me of puppies, happily started trudging along to follow it. Behind the trail of wagons, our silt strider started to move. I apologize, Kinasira, but the day grows long. We're making our scheduled stop for the night, soon. And that affects me how? Well, if you'd wanted to make camp for the night. I will sleep here, I said. He opened his mouth to protest. Strider jockeys and their silt striders were traditionally very close, so I held out 2 hands. In one, a pouch, full of septims. In the other, a thick glass bottle. Not even a vial, it was more the shape of a kwama egg, with a cork in it. Sira? He asks. The coin is for you to spend finding yourself somewhere to camp this night. I said. He frowned. The other, however, is for your silt strider. It's a nutritional booster. Silt slime, fungi, etc. No meat content to make him sick. Your companion likely hasn't spent very long near the water lately, has he? True. He says. While silt striders ate from the tops of mushrooms throughout Morrowind, they also needed to dig up underwater lichens and slimes. As far as I knew, the bristles on their legs were also for filter feeding. He has been needing more rest lately. It should bolster his immune system and give him any nutrients he's been missing lately. For this inconvenience. I see. He says. I suppose I can allow it, for tonight alone. Good, I said. He walked over to the canopy I was lying underneath, and opened a small hatch into the silt strider's shell proper. Inside, was his bedroom. I apologize, Kinasira, but this is the only bed here, and it can grow cold at night. I will survive, I respond. He nods to me, and then climbs down the ladder, leaving me alone, laying in the shell of a living creature. But I'd slept enough during the day. As soon as everyone else is asleep, I pull the hatch shut. Then I sit down on the wooden panel flooring, legs crossed, and cast a spell. My mind widened, my thoughts stretching back, outward. I knew myself I could remember every moment of every alchemical procedure I've ever done. I could remember each ingredient I'd found in-game. Each wiki page I pored over. As I looked over my chest of ingredients, I saw what I needed. The cliff racer plume burned easily, but I wasn't after the ashes. I was after the smoke. The vial was held upside down, over the calcinator, as the smoke was pulled into a large, wide-mouthed jar, held upside down. I slipped a paper underneath the retort, and set it aside, watching the smoke whirl and twist in the reversed glassware. Larimer spines, boiled. The poisonous fluid stayed in the back of the alembic, while drops of clear, translucent liquid dropped into the other end. I had to be extremely careful. I had to shear away every virtue I could, every effect the ingredients had, except for the ones I wanted. 1 Didra heart. Whole. Unpumping. Ripped from a winged twilight. I wasn't even sure this would work. I was going by instinct, by intuition. I wasn't sure why my clairvoyance had wanted it so much, but I had a feeling, a gut impulse, that this would work. I took a needle and thread, and began to sew the heart shut. Arteries were sealed, valves closed, until there was only one opening in top, the largest, most alien chamber. The clear, translucent liquid went in, filling it nearly to the brim. Carefully, I sealed the aorta, making sure not a drop of the clear liquid was lost. I tilted it from side to side, and the heart stayed intact. Not a drop leaked out. Then, I held it under the reversed jar, and a negative pressure sucked it out of my hand, into the jar, as the negative pressure of the smoke's levitation ability took effect. The smoke whirled around it. None of them shared a single virtue. None shared an effect. They were completely unreactive with one another. A more learned alchemist would start carefully preserving what ingredients they could, chalk it up as waste. A less learned one would consider it a failed attempt at a potion. I, however, simply ripped a small, single slip of paper out of my journal, one where a blood drop had once sat. Then I slipped it under the reversed jar, and watched it get sucked in as well. The paper whirled around the heart, the bloodstain starting to react with the smoke. I wasn't done, though. I squinted, peering in at the heart, and rapped a tuning fork against the jar. It began to ring, and I began to whistle. Cess Allen hissed in my mind, watching through my eyes, as we were both blinded by ruby light. Kinasira, we have arrived. I opened my eyes, hand touching the warm vial on my hip. I'd kept it close as possible, ever since it had finished brewing. The strider jockey looked a little strange. He was frowning, still respectful, and there was a black mark around his eye. He looked almost like he'd been in a fight. Ah, we have? I asked, and carefully got to my feet. My stuff was all together, too. I got up, walking out into the sunlight. I'd slept in. It was late noon, and I had a feverish feeling in my body. The last vial of magica poison, noting it was my last. I was out. I could make more, of course, but I was hoping I wouldn't need another. The guards were nowhere to be seen. Which all but settled it for me. It was time. I looked out, into the distance. And there was nobody there. Tyr was off in the distance, quite far off. I could barely see it, in fact, as the fog was rolling in from the black marsh to the south. You might be mistaken, I said. In fact, it looks like we're miles away yet. Ah, I apologize, Sira. He responded. Truly. I didn't have a choice. I look out at the rest of the caravan, and they're long gone. All that's left are a dozen more figures, standing in the fog. Shuriken and daggers in hand. Black and orange leather, covering them tight. Ah. The Morag Tong. I said. It is an honor to know that I deserve the efforts of this many of your members. They said nothing. Was it Sendraza, or the Drelith clan that paid for my writ? Sendraza Verelneem has pled to Mephila for your death, one of the assassins in the lead called. I see, I said. Then, I'm sure you wish to fulfill your holy duty. At that, several of them drew their weapons. Good luck. I said. You'll need it. I brought the warm, ruby vial to my lips. Then they blurred forward. Some of them jumped high enough to clear the silt strider. Others bounced off of trees, moving faster than I could believe. But my mouth was still full of God's blood. Not just God's blood. Not just the essence of a winged twilight but invisibility, and flight. Vivek's power activated everything in a potion. Every virtue, every effect, and strengthened it by magnitudes. Time began to slow. The fog faded in a second. Not that it was gone, but that I could suddenly see through it. The night eye effect, only empowered by degrees. My eyes changed, painfully, as my perception increased. Physical transformation usually impossible with alchemy was a side effect of God's blood. I'd have to deal with it. An assassin blurred close to me, dagger shooting toward my heart. I thrust myself backward not with my legs, but with my mind. A levitation spell was carefully controlled, a balance of mathematical vectors and angles. This was nothing like that. This was like being the wind. I thought, and it happened. Fins and wings twisted and unnatural extended from my limbs and back. Pain raged through my body, as I took off, upwards. Away from the Morag Tong. It was a dizzying blur of motion, unable to see as I moved the flight stronger than my perception and I stared down at them. I am fucking sick of Dunmer. I called out, finally. You're all slaving, backstabbing racists. Ruthless assholes. It was the truth. Saying it aloud took pressure off of my chest. When Red Mountain bursts, I'll be happy. I snap. My cliff racer fins, my winged twilight limbs, my multitude of wings, bat-like and bird-like and dinosaur-like, all twitching, doing nothing to help me fly, faded from view, a scintillating shimmer of light, as my skin blurred into nothingness. Finally, I was invisible, the final effect of my masterpiece. I looked to the south even further, and saw the black marsh, spread out before me. Argonia. I flew. I stumbled forward. My limbs were stiff and aching. I was vomiting black, brackish blood coming out when I'd run out of food. I was dying. I felt like I was dying. My body was taking in more magicka, sucking in more than I could handle, and I couldn't control it, as soon as it touched me. It felt like I was burning up inside, feverish. The pain was agonizing. Through blurred eyes, I stumbled through the dark. The muck squished around me, and I wove through trees, leaning on them when I could. The only light I could see was through clairvoyance, which was pushing me forward. It was guiding me. I wasn't sure where to. Buzzing flies landed on my arm, biting and gnawing at it. I flexed my magicka, pouring heat out through it, and they quickly flew away before I could kill them. They'd been trying this for an hour, now. I could scare them off, but I didn't have the focus to kill them, and each time they gnawed at me, I was bleeding more. I could barely walk. Slowly, carefully, I opened my pouch again. Most of the potions were shattered by now, broken glass and liquid squelching in the bottom of the oiled leather, but there were still a few intact vials. I pulled up one that had the shape of a healing potion, spiked the cork on the end of my staff, and then drank it. The flesh fly bites faded quickly, and I felt a strange surge of energy. But my legs were still just as stiff, just as unsteady. Over the next period of time, minutes, hours, days. I couldn't tell. I could just put one foot in front of the other. I regretted the bone mold boots. The mud clung to them tightly, and each step was heavier and heavier. The flesh flies tried again. At least with the magicka swelling around me, I was able to regenerate it relatively quickly, but my focus was still too weak for me to try any special spells. I emptied the last healing potion, the only one left in my pouch that wasn't shattered glass, and pushed myself onward. I tried to lift my boot once more. My leg refused to move. Momentum kept me going forward, and I fell, off of the mound of dirt and mud, into the water. I was barely buoyant enough to pull myself up, out of the water, just long enough to see the small, swiftly moving shapes swimming toward me. I saw sharp teeth, glinting, alien eyes. I clenched my fist around my staff and then tried to point it, but my arm didn't want to move. The one I was pushing myself up on was trembling, and I couldn't get back to my feet. I just had to get back on my feet. My arm gave out and I splashed back into the muck again. As I felt teeth bite down on my robes, I sighed. At least it wasn't mud crabs. Dancing, twisting sparks of light. That's the first thing I noticed about the spot I found myself lying in. The trees' enormous mangroves were spread out all over, so knotted and twisted together that they'd formed a canopy above us. Peeking through the canopy was the sun's light, sending down beams through the fog. As insects and beetles fluttered around me, they caught the sun's light, reflecting them off of iridescent scales. My eyes ached. Hell, my everything ached. My robe was ripped and torn, though the cuirass was intact. My boots were both missing, as was my socks. I sniffed. I could smell a familiar foul gunk. It was the same stuff the Goors had been slathered in, back before the caravan. With that thought in mind, I pushed myself upright, getting dizzy from the sudden movement, before I started to look around. My staff and dagger were just as missing as my boots and socks. It was a random patch of marsh, but it looked like someone had gone to efforts to make a camp here. Cobblestone bridges had been made between 3 separate chunks of land, by simply throwing enough rocks into the mud that they eventually stopped sinking. Lit lanterns hung from twined cables, twisted this way and that around the patch. A small, lizard-like creature stared up at me. It was a goo, or a tiny one, apparently, like a terrier version of the normal big lizards. It also looked a lot, well, sharper. More athletic, and with webbed toes and a fin tail. It stared at me for a long, quiet moment, and then scurried away, toward a large mangrove tree, except where the trunk split into the roots. Whoever lived here had filled the gaps between the roots with more rocks and dried mud, or some kind of paste. The lizard thing crawled through a small, open hatch in the door to the mangrove house. A minute or so later, about the time I was able to get to my feet, the door proper opened. The Argonian was bright red. It stepped out, looking at me warily, then opened its mouth and spoke. It was an alien, twisted language, and it's one I didn't understand. "I'm sorry," I said. "I don't know what you just said." "Speaks gel," it says. Eventually its voice was a sibilant hiss, rough in the throat. "Warm tribe in marsh, why?" It took me a moment to realize what it was asking. Its stare was eerie. It simply stared at me, waiting for a response, with its fingers and tail twitching. "I'm looking for something," I asked. Did you save me? Tsakohatch help. Little tribe help too." It responds, with a nod toward the small lizard. It hops from one leg to another. Little tribe finds warm tribe, bring to Tsakohatch. Warm tribe dying. Eat by bug, drown, bleed. Other sick. Tsakohatch heal wound, heal drown, heal bleed. Can't heal sick. Don't know sick. Yes. I'm very sick. That's why I'm here, I said. Where is the rest of your tribe? Tribe gone. Mawele gone. Only Tsakohatch. Only little tribe. She gestures toward the small lizard again. I noticed a few more of the lizards, semi-intelligently peeking out of the water at me. Rest, dead. Rika, dead. Other Sakliel bite with tool, now all dead. Great. I guess this is the Argonian equivalent of an old cat lady. Your people lost a war, and you're all that's left. Yes. She says. Tsakohatch protector. Remember Mawele tribe. I took a deep breath, and then spoke. I want to speak to the history. There's a moment of silence. The Argonian Tsakohatch, apparently snarls, lips peeling back. Why hissed? It asked, snapping its teeth in my face. I stumbled back, reflexively. I think it's the only way I can be cured. I said. It freezes, and then, suddenly, a knife is in its hand. I stumbled back, away from it. When some of the chimes and bells hanging in the tree begins to ring. The red-scaled Argonian drops their knife and suddenly scampers to one of the ringing chimes, peering up at it, watching it ring carefully. When that chime is done ringing, it runs over to the next, muttering to itself in gel, a language I somehow didn't know. The wind isn't even blowing, but the tree's limbs are moving. I look up at it. Could it be? It speaks. SHH. The Argonian says. It keeps running around, looking at the chimes as they ring one after the other. Then, the tree stops moving. The chimes go silent. The Argonian slowly, ever so slowly, turns to face me. Hissed, reject little tribe. Not make more Sakliel, she says. But it say speak, now. Warm tribe, must speak hissed. I should talk to it. I asked, and the Argonian nodded. Mawele hissed. Alone. Very lonely. Tsakohatch only tribe, she said. Teach warm tribe. Sit. Sit. She gestures, pointing at the spot I need to sit. It's between 2 roots of her house tree, a little niche that had been carved out, with a large smooth rock for, apparently, sunning on. I wobbled over, my body weak, and sat there. Eventually, a few seconds later, a crack in the bark began to leak somehow of its own accord. Tsakohatch holds out a large wooden bowl, and began to catch the leaking, fluidy sap. Then she hands it to me. Drink. Dream. Speak Mawele. She hisses. I looked down at the hissed sap in the bowl. It was warm, steaming, and I was pretty sure it wasn't like that when the tree started leaking. My entire time here on Nirn has just been me drinking weird shit, I muttered, and tilted back the bowl. I was everywhere and nowhere at once. I stood atop an island made of wood, a knotted pile of branches and roots. The sky was white and clean and blue. Contrails crisscrossed over the distance, sparks of airplanes in the sky. In the distance, I could see familiar landscapes. Mountains in the distance, the Rockies, and familiar cityscapes, blurring into each other. I'd lived in a lot of different places, growing up, but the Rockies were always there. Water touched my feet, and the roots beneath my feet squirmed. Says Alan was nowhere, his connection wasn't strong enough to bring him here. You've come a long way, Maria, something hissed in my ear. I shuddered. When I turned, I saw a woman made of branches, trees and flowers. We were running on dream logic, we had to be, since I knew the hiss didn't have a form, or a shape, but I was used to speaking to something, so something appeared. And worst of all, she'd known my real last name. But whatever my brain was doing, it was interpreting something I didn't expect. I'd thought the hist were teeming, numberless, a hive mind, in constant communication and conflict. I was, clearly, wrong, since it was only a single figure I was looking at, a single mind I could feel. It was vaguely feminine, like a dryad or spriggan, but in the spot where her face would be, there were only uneven, alien eye sockets, sparks of light dancing where the eyes should have been. I thought I'd be speaking to more of you, I stammered. Normally, you would be correct, the hist woman said. Her mouth didn't move, but I heard it anyway. Had you landed anywhere else, been saved by another's children, you would be speaking to the true hist. But in this present, in this eventuality, you speak to me. What's special about you? I asked. I mean, who are you? My children called me Mawelel, the mother of the blooded scale tribe. She murmurs. My peers call me Root Sever. Time thief. Exile. Those sound like insults, I said. So I'll call you Mawelel. At that, it seemed to smile. What is this? I asked. The dream sleeve. It is. The process may be difficult for you to understand, but it is my lifeblood in your body that allows the hist magic to bring you to me. You reversed the law of similarity. Used your own sap to find the location of other creatures that had ingested it, and dragged them through a transliminal bridge to your location in the dream sleeve. I said. Well, dragged my mind, rather than just my body. Mawelel paused for a long moment. I suppose you do understand. Devate Fyr is a good teacher. So, you came here for a reason. The hist said. Yes. I said. I took a deep breath. It is said, that to the Argonian people, you have made them the way they are. More than that, you grant them their souls. I look up at her and meet her eye sockets. I'm dying. My body is incompatible with this world. I have no magic in me, and the earth bones weren't created with my biology in mind. So I'm wishing to be reborn, and I believe the hist are the only ones that can do this. The sky flickered, and for a moment, I was elsewhere. Strange, alien trees, swimming through the sky, and stars. Dragons weaving and dodging beams of scintillating mathematics, howling their words back, roiling, twisted reality shaking near to its core. My people have made our mistakes. She murmurs. They continue to make them, again and again. They make them now, as we speak. They war in the future, they prepare in the now, and are born in the past. What does that even mean? I asked. It may seem so limited, to exist only in one time as you do, she says. But to us, to hist, we exist in all times. Our children were born out of a need to explore the present. To shape the future beyond where our branches could reach. Sokahatch said you rejected making any more children, I said. After my exile, my clan was doomed. My children. I could not bring them to a doomed life, not when I could perceive them dying every moment. I could not bring them to a life of hardship, not when they cannot consent to such a life. Sokahatch takes care of the empty ones, allowing them lives of peace and security, without the curse of my motherhood. So. You won't help me? I said, finally. I can see your mind, even as alien to me as we are to this world. The woman responded. You threw away everything to get here. This is your last hope. It is. I responded. I grit my teeth. And I wasted it. I shouldn't have gone so far into the Black Marsh. Perhaps, she says. What got you exiled, Mawelel? I ask. I had the temerity to desire a different future. To plan a different route, seek a different road. The Jill are not our enemies by default, but my people make it so. They seek eternity, when they have already had so long. So they made sure you'd die before you could enact your changes. Yes. She says. But then you fell into my embrace, Maria Dawson. What? I asked, shuddering despite myself. You do not exist in the future. Each moment that passes, each minute alteration you make, you change the future. We hist are blind to you, Maria. As things are now, you die soon. Perhaps here, taking the last of my children and me with you. Perhaps you die in the marsh, pushing ever onwards. But this is the end of your road. I can't believe that, I said. If I accept death, then I'll stop trying. Persistence by the virtue of ignorance. The hist says. Quietly, she glances away. Maria. I can do this thing that you need from me. I can have one last child, one last doomed, cursed child. You came here of your own accord. You have the mentality to understand what you're walking into. At that moment, I realized. She'd been speaking English. At what cost? I asked. You will be rejected by the Argonian people. You will be their enemy as much as the Jill will be. Sokahatch and I will both die, soon. We are dying soon, as we speak, as the Enzilial convince their children to hunt us down. I won't have a people to call my own, I said. Big deal, I already don't. Beyond this, if I fulfill your wish, continue your path where it should have ended. If I sin again, alter the future, I must ask a favor in exchange. A quest you must undertake. What? I asked. The Enzilial will be your enemy. The World Eater will be your enemy. The Shermit will be your enemy. The Thalmor will be your enemy. All the world. She reached out, and touched my brow. Thoughts burned into my mind. Images, fragments of a future I knew, from the games, and fragments of a future I didn't. More and more images, piles of thoughts. Things she needed to happen, needed to prevent. Eventually, I realized what she wanted me to do. This was my only chance, though. This quest. I would need power. I would need strength. But there was no alternative but death. I could feel her. I knew that she knew. I'll do it. I know, little one, she said. It feels unfair, but I always knew you would. And with that, suddenly, I awoke. My skin was still burning, and I was still sick. My limbs were trembling, even I could barely get up. Sokahatch loomed over me, grinning with wide teeth. A new sister will be born, she says, peering down at me. Passion in her eyes. Sokahatch brews the potion. I looked up. There's a potion. Potion almost done. Just needs the father blood, needs the sap, and needs the child. She said. I shoved myself to my feet, and stumbled. Magicka was flooding my body. Unusable, radioactive, aching pain at my joints and body. I couldn't walk anymore. But Cess Allen manifested behind me, pulling me aloft. Show me, I hissed, and Soka's eyes widened. She started stepping away, toward a large, boiling cauldron. One sized large enough for me. Father blood? I asked. You mean the blood of the tribe the new sister will belong to? Yes, yes. Sokahatch says. Was giving Sokahatch blood, but Mawelel said stop. I didn't know if she'd meant just genetic information, or something deeper. Magical essence? Spiritual essence? But I knew alchemy. Whatever Sokahatch was doing, she wasn't controlling anything. She was mixing things randomly, no heeding for what things did, or their virtues. Which meant that the person really making the changes, really doing the work, would be the hist. Mawelel. My hands fumbled for my damp, smudged journal and I pulled it open. Sandwiched between the pages, fortunately still dry, was a single slip of paper. A third, and final spot of dried blood. Mawelel. I said, addressing the tree. I held the slip aloft. If I'm going to do this, I'll need to pull out all the stops. Can we use this? At that, the tree's limbs began to move and chimes began to ring. It was either encouragement, a warning, or a negation. I didn't care. I bit my finger and pressed it against the same paper. Alchemically, the two began to react. Sparking light and heat, as God's blood reacted with my own. Then I threw it in and the cauldron went perfectly, completely still. Black and cold as the night. Sokahatch poured a bowl of green hist sap in. It still didn't change color, but the Argonian was almost dancing, hopping from side to side. Now child. Big demon. Throw child in. Cess Allen stared at Soka, not caring what she said. I look at the boiling cauldron. My limbs were burning and my body felt taut, still absorbing magicka, still dying. Still rotting away into nothingness. Still radioactive. Do it, Cess Allen. Then return to oblivion. This may take some time. I said. Cess Allen stared at me, and then next thing I knew, I was plunged into the cauldron. This will hurt, Mawelel whispered in my ear. And then it did. It was a frantic fever dream. The sun spun around and around, wobbling on its axis, slingshotting between cold and warm. Branches cracked and wound and twisted in the wind, whiling the ages away. I realized what I was watching after the first 3 centuries. This was the hist. The first Kulpa, the first cycle. It was 1,000 years of history, concentrated and focused inward. Eons of quiet contemplation, quiet consideration, watching the creatures build a civilization around them. Now and then, a humanoid would discover the hist creatures with too many hands and too few eyes. Creatures that worshipped alien, twisted gods. They would commune and speak, and the hist quiet and calm at that time would respond with what little wisdom they could spare. But as the ages passed, as time drove onward, the creatures would come to worship the hist. Alien gods were forgotten in exchange for the Hist. Upon the tops of giant stone pyramids the Zanmir the Hist would be placed, able to taste the freshest wind, to grow wide enough to soak up all the sun. To drink the lifeblood of their minions' sacrifices, and grow strong on their spirits. But as all things did, the end came too soon. The Hist were powerful. They were wise. They'd taken in the souls of the species' most powerful servants, absorbed them into themselves. They'd taken that knowledge, that magic, that wisdom. And they foresaw the World Eater. The beast made to separate chaos and order, uniformity with disruption. They saw their creatures would die. Their slaves would pass away, and the Hist would be no more. But those endless days of glory and light, those endless days of freedom. The Hist didn't want to lose them. They spoke to the outermost gods, the spirits of the void, and in the end, they sang to their people. Their slaves, their minions. They insisted on the greatest sacrifice of all. Before the World Eater came for them, the Hist watched their creatures sacrifice themselves, infusing themselves into a bronze giant, a song of destruction on its lips, as it pierced the sky. Through the hole pierced in the sky, through a lattice made of the world's dozen moons, ignoring everything their people had given them, the Hist simply left. Abandoning the rest to their doom. Then the Godhead awoke, and that was just the beginning of what I learned. I awoke. My hands and legs were tied down. Rotted, matted something clung to my frame. I tugged at the things tying me in place. Thick vines had bound me, but they're dry, flimsy things. I wasn't sure why they'd ever tied me down like this at all. I pulled, hard, and it was a satisfying, refreshing feeling to actually be able to put real effort into it. With the sound of something ripping, I was able to pull my arm free from the vines. With that done, I laughed and began to pull at the rest of it. My body worked. My joints were fresh. And I was stronger than before. I felt good. I pushed myself free, and began clawing at the matted clothes on my frame. It was twisted, warped cloth. Stained badly, and corroded. I wrinkled my nose, peeling it off of me. Right, I'd still been dressed when I'd had my minion throw me in. I felt my layered cuirass fall apart when I took it off. The resin must have been eaten away. It was so dark, though, I couldn't see anything. I took in a deep breath. And strands of magicka wound itself within my body. That one breath, that one moment, and I'd already taken in enough magicka to refill the entire ring. But in my body, coiled up with my soul, along my nervous system, I could feel reams and reams of more power. It was singing to me a high song that only I could hear. I snapped my fingers, and light filled the chamber. I was in some deep, dank, underground room. Mud and roots covered the walls. Corroded, warped metal sat beneath me. Rusted metal of the cauldron, broken apart, shattered, it looked like. I looked to the ring on my finger and frowned. The gem was cracked, broken, and the metal itself was blackened. Whatever enchantment was on it, it was gone. Finally, I took a look at myself, using the reflective metal of the cauldron after shining it as best I could with a spell, and turned. I was still me. I had human hands, a human face, a human torso. But at the same time, I was completely different. Even when I was taking care of my body, I'd never been this beautiful. My lips were fuller, hair longer. My face alone had taken on a new appearance, an ethereal, unworldly beauty. Elven features mixed in with my humanity. I could still recognize myself, but barely. The latent baby fat I'd never been able to get rid of had been replaced with lean, elven angles. Beyond that, I looked like a fucking Playboy model. I'd already been well endowed, but whatever Vivek's blood or Mawalael had done to me, now it was a little outrageous. It was a strange feeling, being attracted to myself for once, but I was hoping that would fade as I got used to looking like this. And hell, I could get used to this. If I ignored my tail and talons, that is. Those would take some adjustment. Red scales faded in from the small of my back to a long, sinuous tail. I could control it fine, but half of it seemed to be subconscious. Impulses or instincts programmed in from my long sleep. From below my knees, as well, my legs faded into long, lithe, velociraptor-like feet, covered in a thick layer of scales. My talons dug into the mud. I'd never have to worry about boots again, at least. In the end, I'd have to ask why Mawalael made most of these changes, what her reasoning was. There wasn't any Argonian components in the potion, so why the tail and legs? From my mage light spell, glinting off of it, I could see 3 familiar items hanging from a vine on the end of the chamber. My staff, my dagger, and my pouch. I brushed a bit of moss off the latter, and equipped myself the best I could. All right, I'm ready to get out of here, I said, looking around. There was no clear entrance or exit to the chamber I was in. Somewhere near, I could hear yowling and screaming. Fierce cries, shrieking lizards, starting to fade in. Then, I heard a scream. It was Tsokahach's voice, howling in fury, in pain. Mawalael. I called, hoping the roots were hers. Let me out. There's a pause. A chime, from far above. One I knew now, to be denial. She wouldn't. She wanted to protect me, even if it meant Sokahach's death. Heretic. Filthy root breaker. Exile. Someone snarled, in gel. Something I now understood. I heard a chime, but it wasn't a word, wasn't a twitch from the hist. It was a club smashing the chime out of the air, a branch breaking. The roots around me shivered in pain. Mawelael. I called again. There wasn't another response. I focused, instead, on my magic. Ocean of Magicka. I dove in, breathing together a spell I couldn't have used before. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, I could see life itself. Figures of Sakliel, running around above me. One figure, blood red, with 2 axes, fighting for her life. Next to her, behind her, snarling and barking, were the small proto-Gur I now knew to be ancestor lizards, the creatures from which Argonians were born. Mawelael. I snarled. I brought up my staff, and focused. Not at the dirt or roots it would have to pierce through, but the attacker behind it. With a high whistle, and a blast of light and heat, a beam of shimmering, brilliant light ripped through layers of dirt and mud, slicing the Argonian warrior facing Sokahach in half. There's another. One Anziliel called. Sorcerer. Under the roots. Another snapped. Shadow scale. Take it. One of the life forms darted toward me, and changed. Instead of the normal light of living energy, it had become something different. A brackish, purplish energy, shooting in through the hole I'd bored in the ground. Cess Allen, I hissed. The brackish, purplish energy shot toward me, forming itself into a black-scaled Argonian, sharp bone knives in each hand, as he shot toward me. Cecilan's hand grabbed the thing by the chest end, with immense force, crushed him into the ground. Once, and then twice, and then the Argonian was simply dead. How does it feel? I asked, as I felt a mere trickle of magicka drain from me. Now that you're at full power. Cecilan's response was a burbling, gurgling laugh, before he moved toward the hole. Too small to fit a person. For now. If you won't, Mawelael. I trailed off. Do it. The enormous lurker dug both arms into the hole, and with titanic strength, began to rip and tear at it. He hissed, spitting out alien muck. Acrid smoke filled the chamber as it melted and softened the soil and mud, opening the hole much wider. A few seconds later, I sat on Cecilan's shoulder as he ripped himself free from the ground. Anziliel were all around us. Sokahach was bleeding badly, with her back to her house to Mawelael, guarding the only doorway to the inside, where the ancestor lizards, the little ones she'd taken care of for so long, were hiding. Magicka coiled down my hands as I sat atop Cecilan's shoulder, my new tail helping me keep near perfect balance. I could feel it. I had so much of it now. I couldn't emphasize that enough. 4 months since I'd landed here, I'd had barely an inkling of power. A drop a day, at most. Enough for a short spell, and be forced to meditate or sleep before I'd get it back. But now, I had an ocean. I had a soul. I had a body that could retain and manipulate magicka. I might have even had a spark of divinity, somewhere, from that single drop of blood. Just over 2 weeks ago, I'd almost died to a handful of bandits. And now I was facing twice that number, in trained warriors. But I wasn't sick anymore. I wasn't drained anymore. One hand on my hip to steady me, Cess Allen used the other to rip up a hefty, heavy chunk of the broken cauldron. His arm faded into tendrils, wrapping around it to hold it as a shield. I looked down at my empty hand, and the long, sharp nails I now sported. They were inhumanly sharp, and a deep, scarlet red. The same red as Tsoka's scales. Welded into the bone, even, they looked. Designed for war. Then, crackling lightning formed in it, and I grinned. Attack! The Anziliel roared, barreling toward us. Cess Allen swung out with his makeshift shield, slamming the Argonians aside. I pointed my palm at the group of them, and let the magicka loose. Spraying, arcing lightning coiled out of me, draining power from me, but I had so much more to spare. They hissed, leaping back, dodging, or trying to avoid it, but not all succeeded. One was caught in the blast, dead center, and was blown back, twitching and spasming on the ground, even as his armor singed. Cess Allen howled, and barreled toward them. It was a bumpy ride, on his shoulder, but after being forced to treat myself like I was glass, it was almost a relief. We shot closer to our foes, and my next blast of lightning carved long lines along their armor, taking down another one. A pulse of magicka came from behind me, and when I looked back, I saw something step out of the muck. An Argonian, one who dived in to get away from the lightning with a spell in both hands. Conjuration. Not creation, liminal altering, I analyzed, and then I realized what he was going to do. I thrust my next blast of lightning at him, but his spell got off before mine did. I found myself falling through the air, as Cess Allen faded around me, banished, his animus dispersed. It would be hours before I could summon him again. I landed on my feet, fortunately. I could still see the shapes of living things slowly circling me, some in the water, some leaping through the trees. The spellcaster simply stood back, confident that he'd negated my greatest strength. Which, I suppose, was true. But it wasn't my only strength. A spell wove itself around my hand, and even as I felt some of the shapes start moving toward me, upon seeing me begin to cast, I stayed focused. After months of slowly dying, I wasn't only experimenting with potions. Fortification magic was also something I was getting pretty good at. Time seemed to slow around me, but I knew it wasn't that. It was my body moving, vibrating at faster speeds. Accelerated sparks dancing up and down my nervous system, or whatever Nirnian equivalent had been created for me. Speed. With one hand, I kept weaving. One of the Argonians shot out of the water toward me, tail corkscrewing, a spear in his hand. I leaned out of the way, watching him move like molasses, and whipped the edge of my staff into his head, using its length and top-heavy shape for extra velocity. The sharpened, metal tine was sharpened on the outer edges, and there was a heavy crack as he spun, skull crushed. The sorcerer raised both arms, and I pointed my staff at him. It whistled, a high whine and a beam of sizzling, burning heat shot out. The sorcerer fell to one knee from the sheer impact as it slammed into his magical ward. He'd tried a reflection spell, but Devada's enchanting was too powerful. The beam was deflected, straight up, into the air, even as the sorcerer tried to hold his spell together. My second spell was done, and I slapped it into myself again. My mind expanded. Like with alchemy, like with my studies, it reminded me of every moment I'd experienced, bringing things into crystal clarity. But this time, the spell wasn't focused on my alchemy. It was focused on the skills I'd seen. Inhumanly agile ordinators, Morag-Tong bouncing off of trees, Argonians diving to attack me, or Cess Allen. It mirrored those actions, reflecting them in on me. I wouldn't be nearly as good, or nearly as agile. But after my talons dug into the muck, I kicked off, springing off of a tree. I realized that I didn't have to be as good. I just had to be better than my opponents. I crashed into the sorcerer, both of my knees slamming into his shoulders, as the two of us slammed into the muck. He hissed and snapped at me, grabbing my hips to try and throw me off. When I slammed an ebony tonto into his throat, and then his eye. He locked up for a moment, then went limp. I turned back to face the rest of the Enzilial. 4 of them left. They were clustered in the water, just below the surface, making hand symbols and tail twitches that I couldn't quite interpret, only seeing them as blobs of life energy. Regrouping, probably for a final attack. I sheathed my tonto, and held the staff very carefully. One hand near the head, and one hand at the far other end, the base. I focused, and the staff began to whine. One of the Enzilial held up 3 fingers. Then lowered one, then the other. All 4 shot out of the water at the same moment, charging toward me with spears and axes. A white-hot beam of scintillating energy shot out of my staff, and while it was projecting that energy, with all the strength I could muster, I twisted, pulling the hilt, and pushing the head of the staff. Part of the staff's magic made it hold itself still, when firing, to keep the staff from launching itself out of my hand from sheer backlash. This meant that the staff couldn't be moved while firing, unless you were able to overpower it. And I was a lot stronger, now. The beam lanced sideways, slicing through 3 of the 4 Argonians. The last one was barely able to block it with a thick carapace shield, as he threw it away, waving his hand from the heat. He paused, turned to run. And an axe planted itself into the spot between his shoulder blades. Soka Hatch, now with only 1 axe, slumped down, to the ground. Never, had hatching day. Soka muttered to herself. She was slumped over, bleeding badly. Her scales were dull, and her eyes were fading. Never. Celebrate Sunday. Never, have name day. SHH, I said, forcing healing magic into her. Her wounds slowly started to close. Too slowly. Her body wasn't accepting as much energy as it should have. And that meant she was old. Finally. New tribe sister. She muttered, eyes locking onto mine. Last one from Mawele tribe. Still too pink, not enough scale. But good sister. I pushed more magic in, and then, finally, my magica faltered, and I ran out. Extinguished. Soka Hatch, I said. Literally it translated to hidden elderly. But practically it just meant hermit. She'd been alone a long time. Today can be name day and hatching day and Sunday all at once. That's silly, I said, reaching out to her. She was still bleeding, and I poured through my bag, but all that was inside was rancid, long rotten. Name you. Monotsanai. The gel translated in my mind. Bathes in blood. She grinned at me showing her teeth and I realized that, in that moment, I was absolutely covered in nothing but Argonian blood and muck. The sparse clothing I'd had when I woke up had fallen apart, while fighting. I looked back toward Tsokahach, and she was already dead. You said it would happen, I turned to Ma Wei. But I didn't think it would be this soon. The tree, however, didn't respond. I walked over to touch it and the bark crumbled, under my touch. When I'd woken up, fully charged with power, it felt like I was unbeatable, like I could do anything. But, touching the tree, I think I knew why. She had put everything into me. Pulled out all the stops, so to say. Improved my body, granted me a true anima. I could feel it squirm, blank slate conforming itself to my thoughts, anchoring itself to me. I touched the tree again. There was warmth there, still, but it was fading and I knew what that meant. You put too much of yourself into it. I said, voice low. You said you were going to die soon. I didn't think you meant so soon. I sighed, and looked across the battlefield. It looked pretty nasty, covered in corpses and the dead. Amongst it all, with the few heritage lizards still around, I could find armor and weapons strewn where their owners had died. A dagger and staff wouldn't enough. Not in the long term, anyway. A hiss in my mind, an alien thought, entered my head, in Ma Wei's voice. More will arrive. They felt their children die, and will explore why. At this point, I wasn't even going to question it. I just started picking through the dead. I had time, before I was needed. And with that time, I'd have to become unstoppable. I needed new armor. New clothing. New weapons, and a road to Cyrodiil. And, changed the gel term for blood covered from Mara to Mana, because there's the whole goddess named that. My first trek through the Black Marsh was much different than my second. When I was coming in, I'd just crash landed, after my potion had worn off, and I was dealing with the side effects. But now, I felt so much better. My feet were designed for trudging through this mud, skipping from clump to clump of somewhat solid land. I still wasn't used to the marsh. I took a dunk underneath the water more than once, only to find I was able to breathe and see underneath, maybe just as well as a true Argonian. My tail helped with the swimming a lot, as well, as did the webbing between my toes. It made swimming actually rather comfortable, if you could ignore the predators. The worst of which were the whiskered slaughterfish, who used their long, clawed fins to skip out onto the mud like deranged, carnivorous catfish. While there were a few predators in the water, it was simple enough to clamber out, or find myself in the trees, something my new feet made much easier. The flesh flies avoided me, as well. I wasn't sure if it was due to Ma Wei's modifications, or my newfound semi-divinity. In fact, I still wasn't sure what effects Vivek's blood had done to my transformation, if anything. The tail and legs as well as my water breathing were clearly the influence of the hist. The rest could be arguably just a result of my human body being boiled down and refined, perfected with the sort of ability the hist have after eons, thousands of years of continuous biological alteration. But as far as God's blood, I didn't know if it had actually done anything to me. I didn't have my ingredients anymore. It all seemed spoiled and wasted, except for the few jars of elemental salts or alchemy-grade gem shavings I'd taken from Sendraza. As I moved vaguely westward, alternating between walking, clambering, and waiting, I started to realize that I didn't know how long I'd been asleep, dreaming of the cultural legacy of the hist, or how long I'd been transforming. I just knew I'd been gone long enough for most of the ingredients to spoil, and for my journal's pages to grow dry and crusty. So over 6 months, that was for sure, but I had no way to tell how much longer than that it was. The heritage lizards, Tsokahach's children. I ended up leaving them behind. There were too many of them to bring with me, and they had spent their entire lives in the marsh. They might not have their caretaker anymore, but they still knew how to hunt and eat on their own. They'd have to learn to survive on their own as well. I couldn't afford to take them with me, and as much as she'd cared about them, they weren't actual people. They were pets. Ma Weilael had made that clear to me. I went out of my way to avoid any communities or cities I could find. I saw some of them in the distance, sometimes, visible through smoke pouring up during the day, or dozens to hundreds of strung-out lanterns visible at night. I could have taken the rootworms. I vaguely remembered mention of them, giant amoebic slime creatures that lived under Black Marsh, where you could ride inside them as they migrated, but to be honest, I had no clue how to even navigate those, let alone find a route that took me closest to Cyrodiil. So I'd had to skip the idea. After a few days of walking and wandering, making camp in the trees where I wouldn't be bothered, and nightly meditation, I was able to refill my magica pool to the point where I was more comfortable with using magic to speed up my journey. Which meant levitation. It would make me more visible much more, but I'd be safer in Cyrodiil than I would be in the Black Marsh, that's for sure, but I would lessen the chances of being seen by levitating during the night, and walking during the day. A far cry from my weakened, slow levitation I'd used to get up till FYR, back when I was sick, but also a far cry from my crazed, wild flight into Black Marsh in the first place. I was able to shoot out over the landscape, doubling my speed through sheer virtue of not needing to weave through the trees or trudge through the mud and marsh. Eventually, as I soared through the night, I could see the silhouette of the white gold tower far in the distance, and more evidence of imperial construction below me. Most of it was half submerged in muck and water, the other half old and decrepit, long since unused. The sun was rising, and I saw a stone ruin, poking out of the edges of the marsh, fortunately inhabited. While it was still just ruins, it was solid ground to step on, and there were humans standing around a fire. I landed on one of the tall walls, crouching on it to keep my balance. Too far away to be attacked if they were hostile, unless they had ranged weapons. Maybe I'd actually get some answers. Hello. I called out. The figures standing around the fire responded very animatedly. They panicked, looking every which way, before I waved, holding out a small sphere of temporary mage light. I'm up here, I'm afraid, I called, waving. I've just had a terrible encounter in the Black Marsh. I don't suppose you lot would be willing to help me out. One of the figures, a bulky Nord man in scaled armor, looked to his buddies, and shrugged, stepping toward me. How'd you get up there? Levitation. I flew out of the Black Marsh. I said. Ah, well, I don't suppose you'd be willing to pay for the help, would you? I have a few septims left, I lied. I still actually had quite a lot, from selling Jarek, and working for Sendraza, not to mention the alchemical dusts and gems that were worth a pretty penny. Maybe next time I found a lab, I could make something useful from them. Would 20 be worth your time? The bigger man responded. Come on down, take some food. You must be starved. All I've had in weeks is muddy slaughterfish. I responded, relaxing, and hopped down from the edge of the wall. The other figures, armored and geared, likely bandits, stepped aside to let me approach the fire. What's your name, lass? The leader asked. Mana, I responded. Short for Manitsoni. He tilts his head. That's not a Breton name. I'm not a Breton. I responded. Havner. One of the other bandits asked, his voice shaking. Look at her feet. Poking out from under my long, patchwork skirt, made from the clothes of a few dead Argonians, my talons twitched. Oh, gods! He stumbled away. You're a Didra. I am not, I responded with a sigh. I'm half Argonian. Half, hey. It was impossible, but he didn't know that. My name translates to bathes in blood, due to the color of my hair and scales. I drawled. Now, do you want the coin or not? At that, the bandits glanced at each other, and the leader, Havner, steps forward. Long as you don't take my soul or nothing. I don't even have any soul gems, I responded, and poured a few gold into his hand. So, where is this? I got a bit lost during my flight. Some old ruins, I think. He said. We're a day's walk from the road to Leowian. Fort Telemann. One of the weedier men called. That's what the sign said when we moved in here. Yeah, what he said. He responded. What's the date? The days all blurred together. Middle of sun's dawn. 16th or 17th. Havner said, not sure, and most of the bandits shrugged. And the year? You need to know the year. He asked, skeptical. You sure you're not some kind of Dade Roth? I was lost for a really long time, I responded. 425, Third Era. I focused on him and he flinched away from my sudden glare. 425. I said. Fuck. I snarled, and the bandits as one flinched away. 8 years. It's been 8 fucking years, I was under. No wonder most of my ingredients were spoiled. No wonder my clothing was rotted. I was in that cauldron, my body changing, form morphing for almost a decade. I didn't have 10 years, anymore, to go rummaging around ruins and ancient places. I had to. Fuck it. Alright. I looked around to the group of armed men. So, you lot are bandits, right? I asked. What? Hey, we're hard-working mercenaries. One of them lied. Proper mercenaries would take better care of their weapons. Another 2 of them drew weapons. I don't care. I said, finally. But here's the deal. I'll pay you lot 100 drakes a person, if you stay here in these ruins and protect me from anything that might want to come in. Let me stay here, and gather food. Yet? Why shouldn't we just take it? The weedier bandit snaps, a dagger in hand. Behind me, Cess Allen shimmered into existence, looming over my shoulder. Because I'm a strong enough witch to rip you 6 apart, I said. I just want peace and quiet to research. I'll be gone in a month. Dagger away, Tristanet. You two, idiots. Havner snapped. When the weapons went away, I let Cess Allen fade again. Room and board, as well as food and protection, for 750 septims. There are 6 of you. I said 100 a person. That's for the bodyguarding. But in any normal inn, you'd have to pay 5 septims a night. That makes another 150 for a month. I glared at him but he jutted his chin outward, playing at being confident. If I'm paying that much, then I want a lot of space. Give me the deepest parts of the ruin. You sure? He says. There's a point back there where it stops being a fort and just kind of starts being a wet cave. I need space for my experiments. I said. Space and privacy. Finally, he nodded, and I began handing him the gold. I didn't have the time to mess about, so if I wanted answers, there was only one good way to find them. And that was by dealing with Hermias Mora himself, and for that, I'd need to make a shrine. Havner Battletusk wasn't sure what to think of the sorceress he'd been hired to protect. One hand, from the waist up, she was the woman of his dreams. If things were different, he may have even been willing to actually bathe for her. Full lips, long hair, breasts to die for, and a lithe body. Best of all, when he'd first met her she was barely wearing anything but scraps, but then there was the whole, lower half situation. He didn't know there was such a thing as half Argonian. Much less Argonian who had scales that bright red, or with claws on their feet quite so big. The few Argonians he'd met in Skyrim, before that ill-fated heist that had him fleeing justice, had somewhere between dark and pale green scales, little else. Then again, on the other hand, she could be terrifying when she wanted to. Once, she'd asked the boys to get her a live mud crab, and he was able to watch her slice the thing open with just her nails, pulling out the organs and counting them for some reason. And that was before the magic. When Eve got a little too handsy, she'd thrown him against a wall with a burst of magic, and was able to have her little knife hover in front of him, able to stab him at any moment if he said anything that displeased her. Her green eyes had gone red, like burning embers. It was the kind of scene that had reminded him of his nightmares about dark elf assassins, when he was a milk drinker just read lanterns underneath hoods. Since then, the boys had been on their best behavior. More than that, it seemed like some of them were trying to win her favor. Not Havner, though he saw how she looked at them. They were just particularly interesting insects. Servants to be ordered around. He carted a basket full of goods on his shoulder as he made his way down the fort. Half of it was food, for sure. The other half were some other things she'd put in special orders for. Things she was willing to pay for, if they brought it to her with a bonus if they'd bring it without hurting anyone, like waltzing straight into Leeuwin and buying it all. Which is a trip he'd just gotten back from. Which meant 2.5 days walking. It was lucky he could find what he needed. When he went down into the fort, he heard the sound of clashing steel and metal as well as scraping stone. Havner panicked, picking up speed, as he all but sailed down the stairs. He screeched to a stop near the large room that Mana had reserved as her own, where he saw 2 of his boys with bared steel, weapons in hand. Mana was crouched, staff in one hand, her dagger in the other. Her dagger was held wrong, he could tell a reverse grip. One of his boys dove forward. Kenson wasn't too fast, but he was stronger than his thin, wiry body would make you think. He was still damn tough, and he did good work with his axes. He reared forward, bringing both axes down toward Mana, but the witch brought up her staff holding it in a strange grip that held it parallel with her arm. The heavy thing was made of dwarf metal, as far as Havner could tell, and Kenson's axes would chip and break before it was able to penetrate through it. Surprisingly, Mana didn't even flinch under the impact. Both axes skittered off of her staff, and she responded by twisting in place and her tail whipped out, the heavy lizard flesh blowing Kenson off of his feet, sending him onto his back wheezing and panting. At that, Tristan stepped forward, drawing his sword, and finally, Havner had had enough. He dropped the basket, barreled forward, and grabbed Tristan around the chest in a bear hug and with immense strength, hefted the man up and threw him away. You louts! What the hell is going on here? He snapped. Have you gone mad? The 3 stared at him like he'd grown a second head. What? He asked, feeling out of his depth. We were just training. Kenson muttered. With naked steel. He snapped. She, made healing potions. He pointed toward a small pile of empty mead bottles, carefully corked and full of something luminescent and red. Oh. Havner said. Gods damn her, the witch started to laugh. So, what do you think? I asked, hands folded behind my back. I'd worked hard on this, carefully shaping it with magic and the application of carefully applied disintegration magic. Cess Allen stared past me, at the long slab of stone. He carefully reached past it, picking up the slab. It was something like a cleaver, only longer than a great sword, and the handle was as long as my staff. It was heavy, extremely so, but the handle was long enough to give it a great deal of leverage, even scaled up to Cecilan's titanic size. He tilted his head at it. He hadn't even known I was working on it, having blocked him from my senses for that point in time, interested. He burbled, and a stream of thoughts entered my mind. An image of Malmar or blade fighting styles, utilizing similarly shaped weapons, powerful enough to chop straight through Droop shell if utilized properly, and wide enough to serve as a shield against Altmer spells and crossbows. Something he'd personally ripped from the souls of dead Mormor soldiers, long after their wars. Can use, he burbled, but stone is fragile. Will chip into uselessness in 3 battles. That's why I made this, I say, and I showed him a scroll from my notebook. He glanced down at it, his too many eyes widening when he saw that, for the first time, I was showing him some of my work on conjuration. I can engrave the stone sword into a protomorphic sigil, I said. And then use that as a template as a hollow shell to fill with Daedric Creatia. Custom weapon conjuration, says Alan burbles, and I nod. Beyond that, I've specifically designed the conjuration spell to have a wider and more unstable transliminal bridge. Which means banishment recognizes more obvious transmundane signal, disables signal. Removes weapon, but own conjuration remains intact. Maybe a little damaged, since you'll be holding the thing, but... I shrugged. We'll make modifications, says Alan burbled. Template creation afterward. We'll locate Apocrypha Creatia well for this spell's purpose. A few minutes later, Cecilan's next burble was one of pure glee, as an oversized Malmer ore blade made of dark green Daedric metal manifested in his hands. Carved into the sides ancient runes and patterns, words describing the Malmerdrup wars, both in Aldmeris, and the twisted, spiked language of the Slode. It was, to use a word, beautiful. Even if it was technically fake, just conjured, ephemeral material. Now you won't have to fight with your bare hands, I said. Alan simply slid his fingers down the edge of the blade, like a treasured possession. While my favorite form of knowledge is the memories of extreme violence, he purrs, I much prefer to create my own memories of extreme violence. Good, I said. Because during my quest, there will be a lot of it. At that, Alan faded into the abyss again, the sword fading with him. I looked back to the scroll, and carefully memorized the new spell to summon him with his weapon already in hand. It had been a long 2 weeks, experimenting with spells and constructing the shrine. This shrine devoted to Hermus Mora was constructed from droop, from mud crabs, from aquatic and shelled and tentacled creatures of all kinds. Some I'd had to petrify into stone through alchemy. Alan had helped quite a lot with this. All right. I called out. Eve. It's done. The weedy Imperial came down, beaming a smile at me. Ever since the asshole tried copying a few weeks back, and I put him in his place, he'd been my main target. He was the worst of them, after all. Not only had I overheard him trying to talk the other bandits into just killing me and taking the rest of my money, he was also responsible for some of the worst sorts of things bandits were known for. Rape, murder. The reason he was out here, in fact, was because he'd been caught murdering a young girl back in Bruma. In short, he was the best target, and today was the 5th of first seed. This is your fortification ritual? He asked, looking up at the shrine. He looked a bit uncomfortable at it, and the Daedric runes covering the ground around it. It is. I beamed. It's like that strength-boosting spell I was talking about, except it should last years, instead of just a few minutes. It's due to the temporal linkages between this plane and the ethereal lattice. I don't know what that means. He says. Which is good, because I was speaking nonsense. Still, I need someone to test it out on, I frowned, and I can't cast it on myself. Do you want to volunteer? It's, a little too much for me, I'm sorry. He says, frowning. Oh, that's all right, I said, frowning. Could you get Havner, then? I'm sure he'd love to be as strong as an Ogren for the rest of his life. Well, on second thought, I suppose I could try it. He says. But you can cancel it if it goes wrong. Of course, I said. Just stand here, and face the altar. Altar? He asked. Yep, right here. I guided him into place. Now hold still, it'll just take a second. I take a step back, focus, and then send my mind skittering sideways, pushing it into my soul, my animus. I push Magicka into it, through it, tendrils reaching out toward the animus I could feel attached to Eve. The spell took effect. Alan, I whispered. A whistling blade tore through the air, as Alan manifested, and Eve's head was lopped from his body. His soul anchored to the earth, with my spell landed neatly in the black soul gem I prepared. Without any hesitation, I kicked the body away and then stepped forward, placing the gem at the bowl in the center of the altar. Hermos Mora. Woodland man, Hermora. Gardener of men, keeper of knowledge. I incanted, pushing feelers of Magicka into the altar, feeling tendrils of it be pulled into oblivion, into Apocrypha, into places unknown. I grant thee this offering, and beseech thee to bestow upon me the knowledge that I seek. There's a moment of silence. Then, a rumbling. Then, pressure on my mind. Tendrils and eyes open in the statue's form, and it begins to squirm under my vision. Behind me, Allen fell to his knees, sword at his side. He pressed his palms on the ground, and bowed his head. Something reaches out and licks the soul gem, and then it's nothing but a blackened, crumbled pile of quartz. Ah! Interesting, a voice purred. I am the sealed door. The lost secret. The whispered word. I am Hermias Mora. But this is known to you, mortal. It is quite fascinating, because I do not know you. I am Manatsona, once known as Maria. Apprentice to Devate Fyr. So I see. And what is that behind you? I have contracted one of your Didra, and he has served more than adequately, I said, my heart thumping loudly. However, there is something I desire to know, and there is only one entity in existence who could answer me. So you seek forbidden knowledge, and your only recourse is to speak to me. Bathed in blood. You seek wisdom and knowledge instead of power. He asks. Knowledge is power. I say. And what I seek is both. Interesting. To use your fellow mortal in this manner, and discard of him when he is of no use to you. It reminds me of myself. What do you have to offer me in exchange for the knowledge you desire? Would you care to learn the origins of the Hist? I could feel more eyes on me, a presence pushed tenfold. In my hand, clutched, is what I'd already prepared. A long treatise written in gel, fading into other languages when gel alone wouldn't do to explain what I had learned. Carefully, I pushed myself to my feet despite the pressure pushing down on me. I knew it was mental pressure alone, and my time with the Hist with Mawelael had strengthened my will. And what is the knowledge you desire? Hermias Mora asked, peering closely at me. I seek the current location of the tome of Ezra Nightwielder, I said, or the research notes of any Tamrielic shadow mages of renown. At that, Hermias Mora began to laugh and a flash of flickering visions overlaid themselves in my mind, flickering in my eyes. A book in a castle. Scraps of paper under glass. An Altmer writing in a tome. And finally, a book, far underground, giving off an intense chill. You please me, mortal. Go on. Seek your quarry. Then he was gone, along with the paper in my grasp. Slowly, I pulled myself away from the altar which was now crumbling and falling apart, unable to sustain the power of Hermias Mora's summoning. Let's go get my septims back, Allen. I said. The bandits had been useful but they were still bandits. And, hooray, it's nothing. More seriously, this chapter's just a long, skippable conversation. Nothing big or dramatic happens, sadly. Greetings. A young man says, waving at me. I am Ramnus Polis. I'm a clerk for the Leowian Mages Guild, though I also hold the status of warlock. It's been quite busy here, lately. How can I help you? Ah. I'm Maria Manatsoki. I responded, giving him a small smile. He looked a little familiar. I think this was the man who would later be part of the Great Council, in a few years. If I didn't change too much, that is. I've some skill in magic, and I was wondering if there were any requirements for joining the Mages Guild. The only true requirement is an open mind and passion. He says. Though the Arcane University is limited to any member that isn't an apprentice or higher, that can be easily remedied by either a number of tasks done for the guild or a sizable donation. A donation? I asked. Not, say, recommendations from each guild hall in Cyrodiil. That would take months or years, just to travel from place to place, he says, raising his eyebrows. Perhaps if we'd had some kind of teleportation schema like in Vardenfell's Mages Guild, but no, there's no such rule in place. Have you been speaking with Wizard Traven? He and his master have been pushing for such a measure for some time now. No, it was just a rumor I'd heard while in Gideon, I responded. So, I'm an associate now. As soon as you fill in some paperwork and get it filed with the university, as well as copied for our records. He responded. Do you live in Leowian, or are you of a more itinerant nature? Itinerant, I responded. I'm a bit of an adventurer. Ah. Making use of guild-exclusive services, I see. He said, with a knowing smile. Not exactly, I responded. I am a bit of a researcher, myself. In fact, my current form is a bit of a result of that. Current form? He asks, appraising me for a moment. He isn't leering or anything, he's actually looking me over like you'd expect a medical professional to. I'm afraid I'm not sure what you mean. Ah. I took a step back, and hiked up a hint of my skirt hiding my feet from view. He glanced and raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Was this a result of alchemy or restoration? Ah, I've been working with more exotic concepts than that, I said. Alchemy was involved, though. You could speak with Novini Othran, in Cheydinhal, to get that remedied. He says. She's experimenting with alchemy on the effects of, well, certain dark practices. I hear that some of her creations have similar mutations. Beyond that, you may have to go all the way to Cloudrist. There's no true practitioner of flesh magic here in Cyrodiil, I'm afraid. I raised an eyebrow. Necromancy wasn't banned here? Right. Hannibal Traven isn't the Archmage, yet and it's not until he is that the Mages Guild splits in half, spelling the first death knell for the guild. I'm not altogether unhappy with it, actually, I responded. It's more a benefit than a flaw, actually. Ah. Well then, congratulations then, he says without missing a beat. He slides over a paper, and a quill and inkwell. If you could just fill in this form. A lot of paperwork, I noted. I am a clerk, after all, he says. It's part of my job, though I'm more than glad to do it. He slid it over and with a delicate touch and no small amount of glee, I telekinetically lift it, and carefully focus on writing with nothing but my telekinesis. Ah, already trying to prove yourself. It's rare when a moment arrives in which I can practice. I responded, instead. Telekinesis is a spell effect that I'm surprised more people don't experiment with. It's due to the drawbacks with the most common method of achieving telekinesis, he responds. The most common method is classified as mysticism, due to the way one has to attach the focus and effects of one's telekinesis to their animus, and mysticism is viewed with caution by many mages that don't specialize in its use. Due to the need to adopt certain frames of mind for many mystic spells, I said, and he nods. They're worried they may be stuck like that. Silly, of course, but that's why telekinesis isn't as popular as it is to most. Really? I asked. I was unable to use the animus method, so I had to come up with an alternate method. Namely, the targeting schema was pulled from an illusion spell. Illusion? He asked. I admit, I'm not sure how an illusion spell could be adapted. It's a bit of a focus of mine, I said. But there's a rarely used variant of the fear spell that takes the target's own fears from their own mind. I've taken and expanded that mental schema further than, well, anyone else. He raises an eyebrow. You're talking about using illusion magic to form a mental interface? Have you considered looking into the defunct thaumaturgy school? He asks. Of course, in the past few years, many elements of it have been judged to belong in other schools, such as mysticism or alteration, but it is said to relate to one's personal will and mind. I understand that the Mages Guild has traditionally separated the magical schools ever since Gale Ryan the Mystic, but as soon as it comes to inter-school practice it needs to be remembered that they're only separated like that for ease of learning. There's fundamentally nothing distinct between illusion magic and destruction magic, other than that one deals with the mind, and the other deals with conversion from one form of energy to another, more destructive form. He appraises me for a moment, and then smiles. I don't suspect you'll stay merely an associate for long, Miss Maria. In response, I gave him a grin, and slid back his paperwork. I don't plan on it, Warlock Polis. I said. What do you know of the Mages Guild in Kvatch? Kvatch? He asks. I've never been there, I admit. But they keep a large archive. Unlike the more official archives here in Leowian or at the Arcane University, they only store old research notes of their members, or failed experiments. Or when a mage passes away without arranging something, any notes or drafts they've been working on are stored there. He sighs. I worry something may happen to Kvatch, and all of that would be lost. Why do you ask? Do you know if they have a requirement for a guild member to pore through those records? I asked. I'm not sure, he frowns. Do you plan on heading there? I'll need to form a spell to conjure a rideable mount, first, I say. Spell-making resources can be found at the Arcane University, as well as tutors available to assist. No need, I said. I just need a desk and some parchment. He raised both eyebrows, and then gave me a charming grin as he slid a key across the desk, along with a pendant with the Mage Guild symbol. Not for the first time since I'd been reborn, I felt a flicker of sudden, unnatural heat. Unnatural lust like when I'd seen Vivek. He was clean, and wasn't bad-looking, unlike most of the bandits, but I wasn't expecting it. This wasn't the first time this had happened. It wasn't anything Raminus had done. I didn't sense any magicka from him, but it was something my own body was doing. Vivek's blood in my new body had its own side effects, I realized with a blush. As I took the key and pendant, I actively ignored him, pulled my eyes away from Raminus. Cecilan's four-hooves skittered across the road as he thundered beneath me, the wind blowing through my hair. His silky, black scales glinted under the noonday sun, and his writhing, tentacled shadow a hint of what he truly was seemed to grin at me as it ran alongside us. His current form was a fusion of serpentine and equine, the sort of mutation that happened when you tried to force a Didra into a different form than its usual. He'd been a bit clumsy the first few days, but given enough time and practice, he'd learned how to move his new form. Good gift, for modal organ ally of mine, he'd burbled, on the subject. Apparently even something as simple as how to move while your summoner has you stuck as a horse is useful information for his kind. It helped that I'd paid the stables in Liuyan to let me autopsy one of the horses they'd had to put down. With a statue like his, it hadn't been easy to convert it down into a rideable creature, but our bond was stronger than most bonds between Didra and their conjurers. The ritual and negotiation we'd worked through, back in that ritual cellar near Tel Fyr, had given me more control over him than most. Cess Allen slowed to a canter as I rode across the Rumaire bridge. As much as I'd have liked to go directly to Kvatch, I couldn't. No matter how much gold I had for donations, to increase my ranking in the guild, there were some tasks I couldn't delegate. For one, I needed a new staff. The one Devate and Yagram had made for me, so long ago, hadn't fared well during the 8-year slumber while my body was transforming. It had served me well while fighting the Enzilial, in the Black Marsh, but when I'd taken care of the bandits in Fort Telemann, it had finally sputtered its last, the crystal on the tip breaking. Since that was the main focusing lens of the weapon, even recharging the drained power would be worthless. The unfocused, disjointed beam of light wouldn't do much but give people a suntan. I hopped off of Cess Allen, and my talons clacked against the Imperial stone. He flickered out of existence, and with the ease of long practice, I caught the bag that had been sitting along his haunches, walking through the streets. I nodded to one of the Imperial guards, and he nodded back, politely. The Imperial city was enormous. It was a glowing city taking in the light from the sun and shining, even in the darkest alleys. Last time I was here, it had been sundown, and I'd been treated to a soft orange gleam through the streets. It was majestic. And crowded. People cluttered the streets, almost bustling into each other on their way through the city. This was the heart of the Empire, the heart of Cyrodiil, and I had to admit I wasn't too comfortable with it. I'd found peace and solitude, over the past few months. It was strange. More and more, I found myself wishing to go back to Tel Fyr, to live in a mushroom tower far away from civilization, with nothing to worry about but research. Perhaps someday, once Maweleel's quest, her last request, was completed. But I didn't have the power yet, and I didn't have the time to get it the normal way. I couldn't devate Fyr my way into omnipotence, slowly but surely growing in strength. I had to do things a bit more drastically. I finally made my way to the Arcane University, and my pendant gleamed, the gates opening of their own accord for me. I stepped in, brandishing a long, corded staff of blackened wood. It wasn't the spongy, alteration-affected mushroom material like the staff Devate and Yagram had made for me. It wasn't even technically a staff, really more a long bit of corded wood, sized perfectly for what I'd had in mind, taken from the Wellspring Cave. I knocked twice on the entrance to the Chironaceum, and then stepped in. "This is quite an enchanting task you need done," the Orcish enchanter said, looking down at the scroll. "It's a combination of 4 separate disciplines. I'm not sure how practical this can be. You'll have to power all of them in parallel." "It's only from 2 separate disciplines," I responded. "At least, using Archmage Halidus's interpretation of thaumaturgy and mysticism, and the conjuration isn't actually real." He frowned, looking closer at the notes. I grabbed one of the books from the enchanting room's chambers, and flipped it to the required page. "What do you mean, it's not real?" Krasden frowned, looking at the lines I was pointing out. Next to the staff, we were continuing to scrawl runes and writing on it, butting heads. "I'm seeing the beginnings of a Creatia field." "Are you trying to make a staff into a bound weapon?" "The Creatia field is theoretical," I said. "We don't actually need to conjure anything from anywhere. The spell mirror effect will flood the field instead. I've tested it." "Then what happens when it overcharges the field, and bursts?" he asks. "You're asking for an exploding staff." "That's where the genius comes in," I responded with a grin. Destruction magic, at its core, is simply a conversion from magicka to lightning, corrosive energy, heat, or lack thereof. "Right." He frowns, looking at it more closely, and then his eyes widened. "I wondered how you were going to power that. If the mirror is overcharged, any extra energy will be redirected through the conversion weave. Where it will be contained as lightning," I said. He frowned. "What about the risks of destabilization? Lightning staves are hard to direct, and they tend to try and discharge against metallic objects. You'll feel the staff pull and buck toward the nearest metal object in the area." I pulled the satchel off of my shoulder, and opened it. A set of Dwemer metal fixings glinted in the room's mage lights. "The remnants of my old staff." "Not if it's pulling against itself," I said. The orc's eyes lit up, and he grinned at me, best he could through his tusks. "I'll have my work cut out for me, apprentice." "I won't be an apprentice for long, Krasden," I said. "Not with a mind like that, girl," he responded. "Now, watch a master at work." The sun's setting light turned the sky awash with purples and oranges, making the entire Imperial city gleam the same color, purple and orange lights flooding the districts. I had my new staff on my back, a sign of my new position in the Mages Guild. The only warning I had was a sudden sense of danger, and the sound of talons slapping against the brick, swiftly moving toward me. I whirled around, stepping back and a long, sharp blade whistled through the air I was just in. I stumbled away. It was a completely normal-looking Argonian woman, in a frock and dress, but gripped tightly in her hand was an old, rusted saber. She was snarling at me, the twitches of her tail and fingers telling me she was furious. She despised me with everything she was. Like a switch had been flipped in her head, she charged again, swinging the saber wildly. She didn't even know how to use it. Traitor! She screeched, as I parried the blows with my new staff. Root breaker! Exile! Die, wretch! The crowd around us started to scatter, running away or taking cover. But I saw more Argonians standing in the crowd, watching carefully. Some of them were confused, unaware, but others were glaring with just as much hatred, pushing their way toward us. Even more stared quietly, carefully watching my every move. I thrust a palm out at the Argonian woman, a blast of force knocking her off of her feet. Non-lethal, technically, and defensive. From there, I twisted my fingers into a shield spell, locking it around me, even as the other Argonians stepped out of the distance. Great! I muttered to myself. There were too many people here for me to summon Cess Allen. Daedra conjuration wasn't exactly illegal, but people would still out me as a Daedra-worshipping witch, and that would make me even more enemies. So I put my weight on my back foot, even as more Argonians stepped out into the widening space around me, drawing weapons and snarling. I pulled a potion from my bandolier, popped the cork, and downed it in one smooth motion. Then readied my staff. My new staff began to hiss and a field of energy began to flicker around it, sparks trailing off of the head. A firebolt shot out of the crowd, coming straight for my head. A wide, crackling blade of pure plasma flickered into existence, a wide, flat blade like the head of an axe, attached to the upper half of my staff. Even through the fanaticism, through the utter hatred the Argonians had for me, some of them in their eyes quailed at the sudden red light. I sliced the firebolt from the air and it deflected off the edge, shooting high in the sky. Spoiler, author's note. Enchanting staves can be a tricky business. Only certain spells will be truly useful to you, so I'll narrow it down some. Which school appeals most to you, destruction, illusion, or mystic? I choose lightsaber. Excuse me, WH. Lightsaber. And so it was. Fun fact, it's entirely possible to cut off a mage's hand midcast and use it like a projectile weapon, firing their spell at a different target than the mage wanted. Cyrus does it in the lead-in comic for the Elder Scrolls adventure game, Reguard. Also, this wasn't how this chapter was intended to go, but the timelines match up so perfectly. Halt! You've violated the law! Came a loud, authoritative roar, and a full troop of Imperial Guard stormed the district. With relief, I let go of the staff's enchantment. I hadn't wanted to be seen as a Daedra summoner, but much less did I want to be seen as someone slaughtering a bunch of poorly armed fanatics. The Argonians tried to fight, but the soldiers were well organized, well armed, and they were moving with the same sort of motion I'd seen from the Ordinators, back in Mournhold. They weren't nearly as swift or skilled, but they moved with the same sort of inexorable force that deliberation. A few of them were cut down and more were disarmed and bound. I certainly couldn't have fought them. Cess Allen might have been able to punch his way free, if I'd been on his shoulders, and I could have just levitated out of the city, despite the laws against it. No way. When they came to me, weapons bared, I dropped the staff and raised both arms to the sky. Ah, you're in no trouble, mage. The captain said. I've only got some questions. Oh. Well, I stammered, telekinetically scooping my staff back into my hand. Yeah, I can answer whatever questions you have. Cecilan's hooves thundered beneath me as I rode along the roads of Cyrodiil. The guard didn't get anything from the Argonians, even the ones they'd captured had killed themselves, rather than explain anything. It was for the best, really. If the Imperials had any idea why the Hist were hunting me, what Mawalael had charged me with, then I'd be on their radar in a bad way. So I'd gone with a simple lie that would tie everything together. I just implied I'd pissed off the Dark Brotherhood in Gideon. My paper trail from Leowian's census and Exci's office had me as coming from there, after all. Hell, the Dark Brotherhood probably were chasing me, too. The Argonians were said to send their shadow scales into the Brotherhood's service at times, and the Brotherhood was probably willing to do them a favor back. Yes, it was probably for the best that I wasn't going back to the Imperial City if I could avoid it. The resources at the Arcane University were handy, but it wasn't worth having so many people around, and it didn't have what I needed. Before me, the Bluff Kvatch had been built atop of stood. A veritable fortress city, indestructible, implacable at least for now. It would be the first city to fall in the Oblivion Crisis, and hopefully the only one. Cess Allen cantered up the steep hill, and I made my way toward the gates. The Kvatch Mages Guild had a sense of age about it. It was old stone, built as part of the same walls the city's fortifications had been made out of. It was funny, even though there was only one castle Kvatch, you could easily have considered the Mages Guild a keep, at the very least. The outside was serious and austere, and the inside was exactly the same. The lack of windows made it feel cramped, though there were plenty of tabards and rugs to keep the building warm, mage lights dancing in their cradles. I could see why the Kvatch Mages Guild wasn't very popular. Unlike Ramius and Leowian, the clerk was a clinical, older Altmer who hadn't been willing to let me into the archives alone. So I found myself standing outside the gate to the guild's dungeon with another apprentice of the Mages Guild, a sullen, awkward teenager, long hair covering his eyes. "Why, you must be Evoker Mary," he stammered. "Magician Saliner said you needed an escort." "Yes," I responded. "All right," he said, and began fumbling with a set of keys, before finally locating the right one. "I'm only an apprentice, but I have special training in the archives." "Then I'll be relying on you to show me around," I said, and the two of us entered. It was dark and dour. Clearly, the dungeons had once meant to store prisoners. They were cramped, awkward prison rooms with the walls filled with scrolls and notebooks, but the bars had been replaced with glass, and heavy oaken doors blocking off each room. I could easily see these dungeons spanning quite a far distance, leading easily downward. "So, Miss Evoker, what were you looking for?" "I'm looking for notes from the Third Era, years 370 to 390. I said. "All right, that should be near the very back. The oldest things are in front, and we fill it up the further back we go, so, yeah." "All right," I sighed, and let the sullen, stammering kid to lead me onward. "How long have you been a mage?" he asked, as we walked. "Part of the Mages Guild?" "Perhaps a month." "Oh, only a month?" he asked. I'd had training in the magical arts before joining the Mages Guild. "You?" "I've been here a year." He frowned. "I haven't really been doing well." "Really? You do have special archive training?" I responded. "Even as an evoker, I'm not allowed in here without escort, but you are." "True, but that's not magic," he says. "Spells are so expensive, and I'm not really good at the ones I have." "Really? What spells do you have?" "I have Frostbite, and Icicle," he says. "Only those two?" I frowned. "They're the ones I have trouble with. Everyone says destruction is the easiest, and, it gets hot in the summer." "Show me your Frostbite," I say. He screws up his face, focuses, and I can see the magicka building around his hands. He charges it, and then, too early, he thrusts his palm forward. A wave of chill air leaves his hands, but it's not nearly as strong as it's supposed to be. "My icicles are the same," he says. "They don't go very fast, and they melt when they make contact." "You're not converting your magicka completely," I say. "You're holding it properly, weaving the conversion matrix, and then you're channeling the magicka right. But I think you're not giving the spell the time it needs." But I've seen Battlemages. They can cast destruction magic in less than a second. Just bam, like that. That's because they can make conversion matrices so well refined that they can convert magicka to frost energy that much faster. You're still beginning, so you need to give your spells more time. Hold the spell until it's fully converted. You'll be able to tell when you start to lose control of the effect. That means there's no magicka left for your will to manipulate. Everything left will be frost energy. Then you can release the spell." "Really?" he asks. He starts to focus and I tap his hand. "Later. We don't want to damage any of the books," I said. "All right." We walked in more companionable silence for a few minutes, before suddenly, the fledgling mage stopped. This is the 370s, he says. "These next few rooms will be the records for the next few decades, too." "All right, thank you," I said. He fumbled with the keys again, and unlocked one of the doors. Then, a moment later, he focused hard, weaving his fingers together, before a sphere of mage light appeared in his palm. "At least you're good at that one," I said. He grinned nervously up at me. "Well, I use this one a lot, and I got it for free with my position in the archives." I walked into the cell, looking at the shelves. Embossed beneath each of the shelves was a different mage's name, either mages who have been booted from the guild, mages who have forgotten their research in some lab somewhere, or ones who had passed away. All of them were stored here, under their names, and for the notes and research that didn't have names attached, they were stuffed in a small chest in the corner, labeled unknown. "So, what are you looking for?" "I'll know it when I see it," I respond, casting my own mage light. I hovered it in front of the shelves, reading off names one after the other, racking my brain for what Hermias Mora had shown me. Finally, I saw it. Both shelves, in fact, one right next to the other. One was what I had been looking for. The other, however, I couldn't believe was still here. Nobody must ever come down here. You'd think that the Blades, or some Imperial officials would have cleared it out, but... I carefully controlled my breathing, trying to play it off like I hadn't noticed. "Are there records kept about what I bring out of here?" I asked, casually. Yes. The names and rooms are kept, he says. That's, why everyone needs an escort. Oh, that makes sense, I say. I set down my satchel, and then keep looking. Then, when the kid is glancing at me, I freeze. Do you hear that? Hear what? The mage asks, frowning. Outside. It sounds like someone talking. Is anyone else here? I feel a little guilty at the expression on what little of his face I can see behind the fringe of long hair in his eyes, as he almost bolts from the room. I join him. But behind me, I leave a friend behind. Cecilan's tendrils reach out from a small, inky portal, obeying my telepathic commands and grabbing the notes from both of the shelves I'd noticed. The two of us stood in the hallway, as Cecilan's tendrils pillaged the shelves behind us, as I did my best to distract the kid. I might have been wrong. I say. Maybe our voices were echoing, and I just heard us talking. It can echo sometimes, the mage says, sighing. I notice his hand is channeling the frost spell I'd helped him with, and he was actually holding it properly, now having allowed it the time to convert properly. But hey, you got the spell down. He looks at his hand and his eyes widen. Hey, you're right. He says. I thought there might have been Skiver down here again, but... yeah. Anyway, let's move on to the next room, I say, picking up my satchel and pilfered materials. What I'm looking for isn't here. All right, he says. He locks the door again, not even noticing that the shelves were empty. Skelos Undriel was a shadow mage. He was what I was here for, to learn what he'd known, to gain shadow magic of my own. As for the latter, well, some of Jagartharn's magical achievements had never been matched. And, I'm just cranking these out. I'm sorry we couldn't find what you were looking for, Evoker. It's no problem, Archivist, I responded, carrying exactly what I had been looking for in my satchel. So, about how you helped me. The mage said, trailing off. Yeah. Maybe you could come to our study group sometime. He says. It's just a bunch of us apprentices who aren't very good at much, trying to make money being mages. We're all working together to improve. I might take a look, I said eventually. I'll probably be staying in Kvatch for the next few weeks, anyway. Well, you're welcome anytime. He beams, suddenly cheerful. Are you staying in the guild hall? I can't work in public places, sadly, I frown. As an evoker, you should be able to get a private room. You still have to rent it, but there's a lot of space in the Kvatch Mages Guild and not many people. Why is Kvatch so abandoned? I asked. Well, we don't really have a specialty, and Kvatch has never been friendly to magical sorts. With the arena and the temple, people care more about fighting and religion. Then why are you and your study group in Kvatch? Well, it's quiet, it's peaceful. I grew up here. After my mother passed away when I was a babe, a wandering monk took me to the temple of Akatosh. They raised me. As for the study group, well, Magician Saliner comes by to help us sometimes, and people say that the Arcane University isn't nearly as helpful if you don't have gold. Say, what's your name? I asked, finally. The shy mage brushed his hair out of his eyes. Martin, he says. I glanced at him a bit more seriously, locking eyes with him, and I saw it. I'm staring at the face of a future emperor. I grinned. You know what, kid? I asked. I think I will be going to some of these study sessions. But first, I had some stolen research to pour through. Even during his tenure in the Mages Guild, Jagartharn was a paranoid motherfucker. Everything he'd written was in a cipher encoded, in some text I'd never seen before. And my gift with languages didn't really help with it. It took a few days, cracking at it, before I finally gave up and started looking at Undriel's work instead. Sitting on my desk, atop a large ceramic slate, I'd set down a simple glass gem, undyed, carefully cut. It was pretty, but had nothing magical about it. The mage lights hovering above it set the crystal into sharp relief, the light interplaying between the crystal's angles and leaving shadows of different depths across the countertop. Shadow magic was an interesting concept. It brought to mind certain concepts of gris-gris or voodoo from my homeworld, the whole like affects like, or even conjuration's law of similarity. Except instead of affecting something similar to your target object, you were affecting everything different about the subject. Of course, I couldn't do anything extraordinary with it. I couldn't even get started, without a proper teacher. The basics of Skelos's research began with the visualization of shadows. Not physical shadows as in the interplay of light and darkness, but on the perception of arcane shadows. A lot of Skelos Undriel's work was a bit beyond me. He kept using words I didn't know, technical terms that had me going back to the Mage Guild's libraries with lists of words to research. It was a lot like mysticism, in a lot of ways. I'd had to focus, to dwell on what I'd wanted to see and then kind of, adjust my own mind, skewing my perception. Reminding myself that I wasn't looking for magic, and I wasn't looking for light and dark. I was looking for the ripples, everything left in the world. I was looking for echoes, for the etheric imprint, something left in the world. The only light source was from my own magic, my own magica. That should make things easier for me to perceive the conflict between me and not me. Everything left its mark. I just had to see it. When I opened my eyes again, magica roiling off of me in waves, I stared down at the crystal, and instead of seeing refracted light, I could see into it. Through the crystal, I saw the same crystal, again, from the opposite angle. And then through that, another of the same crystal. Over and over again, dizzily looking through an infinite tesseract. Looking at the same crystal from every angle, every perspective. My vision blurred, and my mind snapped back into place. My magica was low, and I immediately started to meditate. I moved the crystal to the side, and set a simple iron dagger down on the slate. Then I cast another mage light spell, and focused again. "What's this?" Martin asked. He was holding a sheaf full of papers, clumsily woven together with my telekinesis. "It looks like some kind of an almanac." "A dictionary," I responded. "I wanted to see how quickly you could learn this language." "What? Could this help me with my magic?" "It's mostly to satisfy my own curiosity," I said, "but depending on how well you do, I could see it helping a lot." "All right. So, where should I start?" "This one," I said. He looked it over, uncomprehendingly staring at the dashes and marks. He read it over, mumbling the Cyrillic translation to himself. "I think I know what this means," he says. "Try saying it aloud." He speaks and I feel a shudder in the world. It was minor, barely there, but it was there. "Your pronunciation is a bit off," I said. Carefully restraining my life force, restraining my power, I corrected him. He spoke again and I felt the room grow colder, slightly. "What was that?" he asked, frowning. "Try your icicle spell against the dummy," I said. "But this time, use it with the word you just learned as it reaches critical mass. Is this like that whistling you do sometimes?" "Try it," I responded. He focused, pushing magica into his hands. Conversion matrix, containment field, careful magica flow. This time, when he released the icicle, he spoke. "Krah!" He boomed and the icicle bursting from his hands multiplied, fragmenting and splitting, until a veritable storm of icicles deformed and broken, but still so great in number that the dummy was peppered. He stood, frozen, staring at the target dummy. "What was that?" he asked again. "A successful experiment," I said, and he gave me a sigh and a glance. Martin trusted me, but he could be surprisingly stubborn about things, especially when he figured out I was messing with him. "That was the Thursday I said. "The voice, as the Nords call it. The language of dragons." What? He panted, sweat beading on his brow. "I've noticed some unusual elements in your animus, Martin." I lied. "The Thursday can't be used by just anybody. For most, it takes years of training. Even for you, to use the voice alone would be worthless. But to augment your spells." I trailed off. He looked back down at the bundle of pages. I almost wanted to see what would happen if he killed a dragon, but the only ones I knew of was Parthunax. "Don't share this with the rest," I said. "If they try, it could kill them. The voice takes more than just magica from you, it takes from your stamina, and your life force. Even I can't use it as much as you could." "The dragon language." He trails off. "Why me?" "Who knows?" I asked. It was me. I knew. Not that I was ever going to tell him. The room was pitch black. It was as dark as night. The candles were snuffed, mage lights covered. My desk and research materials had been packed away, and I sat in the center of the room, a large space cleared around me. Light bounced. Photons, if they existed here, reflected in every which way, bouncing off of everything, into everything. It was a constant source of conflict, a constant source of chaos. Shadow magic was built off of that conflict, that chaos. But it made things harder, more confusing, more conflicted. I wasn't looking for power, or might. I was looking to learn. So I just needed one conflicting force. A single vector pushing against another. Gravity against the crystal in my hand. The conflict between the crystal against my hand. My hand against gravity. 3 sources of conflict, all interacting, all fighting. Gravity was all pervasive, it was in the earth bones, too massive to even look at, let alone affect. Myself, on the other hand. I wasn't ready for that. There was too much at risk. But I knew gravity, I knew myself. I could isolate them, separate them. The crystal was the last source. It was alone. Solid, cold, in my hand. But I could see through something other than my eyes, now. I touched it with my fingertips, and carefully dragged out a black, writhing form from the crystal. In it, I could see flickers. Visions, different places the crystal could be, different probabilities. Different buyers and sellers. A young Bosmer gifting it to a girl, a woman setting it on her mantelpiece, the shopkeeper leaving it up on his shelf. None of the visions were real. None of them could be, in fact, since I had bought the crystal myself. Quantum mechanics, chaos theory at work. I peered more closely at it. Something snapped. The shadow in one hand, and the crystal in the other, both leapt from my hands, slamming together in the air. As they did, they both vanished into a black vortex, disappearing to who knows where. I sighed, getting to my feet and casting another mage light. I'd have to get another test subject. It wasn't until I arrived at the general store to find that the shopkeeper had had quite a scare, the crystal bursting into existence on his shelf again, slipping into the place it had been in other potential realities. The jerk almost made me pay for it all over again. Is this the right room? I asked, knocking twice and peeking my head in. Sitting in the rented room at the Mages Guild were a handful of wannabe mages sitting at a table. A Dunmer woman with a streak of white in her hair, and red-haired Breton man, and finally a Cagiate sitting on the table, rather than at it. Not a proper, man-sized Cagiate that you see now and then, but the rare kind an Alfique, the size of a house cat and wearing a grey hood, with holes cut out for his ears, and a vest. I admit, I did do a double take at that. He looked just like a particularly exotic kind of cat wearing people clothes, but I had to remember he was a completely sentient being. No matter how much I wanted to play with his ears. No. You're in the right place. Martin said, hastily getting to his feet. Everyone, this is Maria Manatsoni. She's an evoker in the guild, and she's taught me a lot. Mary, this is Tobias Sithan, Alaric Foswell, and J. Anna. This is your study group? I asked. Yes. Martin says. We're all working together and pooling our money for gold, research materials, and resources. There's no bylaw that says you can't share spells you buy from the guild, so we'll share the spells we've mastered, as well. Not that we've mastered many, the Cagiate J. Anna, I assume said. She's only an evoker, Alaric said. You told me your new tutor was a big deal, Martin. Hell, Saliner's way more highly ranked, and he doesn't help at all either. Can't you shut up for 1 second? The Dunmer says. Look at her staff. It has metal prongs. What about it? It's Telvanni design. They usually only use chitin, but... Then she realizes something, and all but stumbles out of her chair as she stumbles back against the wall, sputtering Dunmary epithets. What? Tabia, what's wrong? Martin asks, hand on her shoulder. What did you say her name was? Evoker Manatsoni. Martin asked. You could just ask me things, you know. I may even deign to answer your questions, I said, finally. Are you the Mary as in, Devate Fyr's apprentice? Mary the Winged Witch? Mary the Hag Racer? She asks, finally. I could be, you say. Are you talking about an altercation with the Morag Tong, and a highly unstable levitation potion that had me sprouting wings on the road to Terre? She stared at me for a long, quiet moment. Did you also happen to have cursed my entire people to death by lava? She asks. In my defense, I was rather upset at the time. I responded. What? What's going on? Alaric asks. Just some old history from my time in Morrowind. I said. The Dunmer gave me a wary look, but then sighed. It's not important. So, what do you guys do? Martin looked between me and Tabia for a moment before speaking. Well, we pool our resources, and use our talents to help each other progress. J. Anna was trained in telekinesis since he was very young, so he has some skill in mysticism, for example, while Alaric is very well educated on his sums and figures, so alteration is easier for him than the rest. I've been focusing a lot on destruction, so that I could help everyone else with it, but that hasn't been doing very well. My mother is a healer at the temple, Tabia mumbles. So I've been trying to learn and share the restoration magic. You guys mentioned that Saliner came by sometimes. I asked. I was pretty sure Saliner was that clinical, boring ass Altmer that the Kvatch Guild used as a clerk, a dry old fogey, to be sure. Yeah, but he just observes. Tabia says, making air quotes with her fingers. He's supposedly a big shot conjurer, but he won't explain anything. Could you guys show me a few spells? They don't have to be ones you've mastered, I just want to see your process. J. Anna will be going first, the cat says. It steps forward, on all four paws, and I can feel him weave his magicka around himself, connecting a spell to his anima. I wasn't very good at perceiving souls, or minds, despite my communion with Cess Allen, so I focused. I looked at J. Anna. I could see multiple facets of him, multiple angles his shadow. But it was easy enough to see that he was casting a very normally patterned telekinesis spell. It's one he's cast so much it's almost second nature to him. He carefully picks up a quill and makes it twirl. Notably, his anima is taking a form that has two extended hands, reaching outward like his spirit is trying to take the form of a humanoid, only stuck as a cat. Like that's special, Alaric says, rolling his eyes. You were raised to be telekinetic. Jayanna's mother was insistent he learn, the Khajiit says. So that Jayanna would not suffer the indignities of not having hands. Actually, that was rather unusual, I said. Tabia. She jerks at the mention of her name, and doesn't look me in the eye. All I have is healing hands. I dragged a thin cut along my arm with my nail, and held it out. She focused, raising both palms, and with some careful concentration and magica weaving, she slowly mended the scratch, healing it like it had never been hurt. Good, I said. Alaric. He raised a hand, and with focus and deliberate movements moving his lips to recite something, a sphere of mage light appeared, slowly changing colors from red and blue. A complex tweak to a simple spell. All right. I see how I can help you now, I said. You've gotten far on training and sheer stubbornness, but you can barely feel your own magica, let alone the magica of others. How can we get better at that? Well, do any of you need to use any spells in the next few days? They all responded with a no, or shook their head, so I continued. Then you'll improve the same way I did. I opened my satchel, and pulled out 4 potions. I was very familiar with them. They were, after all, refined versions of the first potion I'd ever made. It's not trauma and rat meat, but it will do. Take a third, every 8 hours, and we'll meet here tomorrow. They all eyed me dubiously. Magica draining poison? Tabia asked, blanching. Martin, without hesitation, took the potion. When he didn't immediately die, or perhaps due to his intrinsic trust, the rest began to take their potions, one after the other. One after the other, with Tabia as the last. They all took their potions. No meditation, and don't do anything to regain magica, I said. When your body is starving for magica, you'll learn to sense it, like a man dying of thirst smells water. You'll see. I finally pulled my quill away from the paper. It had taken a few days and a lot of wasted attempts, but I'd finally designed a method to decode Jagartharn's encoded research. It was pretty complex and needed Cecilan's help, but to cut it short, I'd simply shuffled the encoded words with existing sounds, and then testing to see if my ability with languages would be enough to do the rest of the work. It wasn't that simple, of course, but I'd eventually figured out a working process to translate things. It was taking ages to get the whole thing done, but at least I'd gotten a half-written draft of an essay, a discarded one, once meant for his teacher, whoever they were. I'd never met Tharn, and I never would, but he was brilliant, a genius, even. His work was sublime. It's hard to tell for most people, but after reading so much in my free time, I could tell when dry writing was dry, and when the writer had passion for what they were working on. And Jagartharn definitely had that passion. I was staring down at a treatise on using the law of similarity beyond merely just conjuration. I looked closely at it. It was an extension of the concept of the law, allowing for illusion spells that made one look exactly like another, or sustaining a spell beyond its normal bounds. In fact, if I was looking at it right, I was discovering an early version of Jagar's illusion spell that made him into emperor, for an entire decade. And that wasn't all. There were more secrets here. More experiments on using conjurative concepts with different magical practices, and vice versa. Like enchanting objects with one's own soul. Using alteration magic on empty zones of oblivion to create artificial earth bones. He was far, far beyond his time. I could use this. Ah, Evoker Manatsoni. Someone calls. I stop and turn. It's the older, Altmer clerk, the dry, rule-abiding one who had banned me from entering the archives alone. He was huffing, leaning heavily on the strange, bulbous-headed staff he'd been carrying with him. Magister. Saliner. I asked, and he smiled. Yes, yes. I was wondering if you knew what was happening with young Alaric's, study group. I've been sponsoring them, you see, and they normally meet weekly at this time. I heard you were a guest the other day. Oh, yes, I said. I've been assisting them with their spell casting. They could be quite talented once they know what they're doing. True, true. They have talent, don't they? He said, cheerfully. But not much training, sadly. I'm hoping to remedy that. I said. Of course, of course. But that isn't what I stopped you for, he said. Oh. Yes, see, I'm afraid there's been an irregularity with your paperwork. He says. It will only take a moment to fix. Can you join me? Sure, I said. I sighed again. The old fogey was going to make me waste time right when I was hoping to crack more of Tharn's coded work. Though if you don't mind, I do have some questions of a more magical nature, if you don't mind, he said, chuckling gormlessly. I've noticed you have a very minute bond extending through oblivion. Do you mind elaborating on what that might be? Oh, I have a bound familiar, I said. It's an experimental bond my master and I were going to write a paper once I have more experience with how it's resulted. Truly, an unusual kind of bond, he says. He licks his lips, continuing to hobble along. It feels like Apocrypha, yes. True. I said, a little impressed. Nothing better for a researcher than a servant who loves researching just as much, no. Haha, I wouldn't know. There are many risks to Didrik bonds, you know, he says. Especially the risk that they may turn on you, or sever the bond. Well, I said, feeling a little smug. I have my own solution to that. A quick dismissal spell. He asks. No, it's in the binding itself. I said. But that's for later, I said. Where are we going? There was paperwork. Ah, yes, there's a sealed chamber just below here where we keep our membership papers, he says. He opened the door, and the two of us walked into the dark, large room. I lit a mage light and there was nothing in there. Is this the wrong room? I asked. Not at all, he said. There was an irregularity with your recent visit to the archives. What do you mean? I asked, taking a step back. He was standing in the doorway, leaning hard on the staff, but his eyes bored into mine. Some things have gone missing, Manitsoni. He says. His voice suddenly had an edge to it. A sharp one. I tried to play it off, laughing. I have no idea what you're. His staff slammed against the ground and something twisted. The bulbous head of his staff shattered, cracked, revealing a brilliant red rose on the top. Two figures stepped into existence in front of him, on both sides. Dremora, wearing full Didrik armor, weapons in hand. Meddling with my gift to my lord was one thing, churl, he said, his voice suddenly strong, nothing like the old geezer he'd been pretending to be. But those notes were things I needed for my paradise, Maria. Fuck. Kill her. Says Alan. I barked, backing up as the two Dremora blurred into motion toward me. My familiar burst into existence, stepping before me, a long slab of conjured metal in his hand. He wasn't nearly as fast, but he was bigger, and his weapon was long enough that he could hold it horizontally, blocking and knocking away the Dremora weapons while preventing them from getting past him. I stumbled with my back to the wall, and scrabbled at the potions on my hip. I popped the cork on one, lifted it. A blast of sizzling, boiling violent bronze light blasted it out of my hand. I hissed, pain rippling through my body as the shock spell burned into me. The potion dissolved in the air, a disintegrate effect boiling it away. I glared at the opposite end of the room, where the once aging elf stood up, fully straight, his free hand crackling with that same rusted, twisting lightning. He had no emotion on his face, save for a crazed passion in his eyes, as his other hand tightened around the rose. He thrust his palm forward again, and fired another crackling, sizzling bolt, but not straight toward me. He shot it off at an angle, and a twist of his fingers, post-casting with a burst of magicka, had the bolt curve around Cess Allen, straight toward me again. I ducked under the blast, and it slammed into the stone wall behind me, cracking the wall, and sending a rippling wave of energy coiling across the wall, cracking the stone wherever it lands. I gripped my staff with both hands, as he concentrated for another spell. Hurry up and send the thing back to Apocrypha. He belts. This one is a true warrior. One of the Dremora call, gleefully, as the two continue to wail on Cess Allen, as his weapon is taking all the punishment, as he's on the defensive. Cannot fight back. Will leave openings, he burbles. Think of a way out. I grit my teeth, focusing on weaving a fortification spell of my own design. Accelerated perception, not true speed, but half of it. For the other half, enhanced strength. Before I'm even halfway done, though, the elf Seliner fires another curving, coiling bolt of lightning. My staff erupts into scarlet light. Rather than dodge, I slam the head of my conjured weapon at him and the bolt goes shooting back toward him. Casually, almost lazily, his hand erupts into the virulent purple of a reflection spell, and he bats it back toward me. Fucking spell tennis. I turn the edge of my staff's projected blade sideways, holding it up like a shield, covering myself as best I can as I continue to focus on my own weaving. You're a worthy foe. One of the Dremora snarl, but you do not have the might of the Kyn. It hefts up its heavy axe and slams it down on Cecilan's conjured sword. The sword snapped, sizzling from existence as the bound weapon fades. A second later, I saw a long, Didrik sword stab through Cecilan's shoulder, piercing through his back. For the first time, my lurker spoke aloud. Yaingenga. It was an alien sound, a word of condemnation. A word of denial. An exclamatory fuck you that I didn't completely understand. It was a word of power, not Thursday or tonal, but something similar. Not a word that had made up the world, but a word that explicitly hadn't. The ground quaked, but also didn't move at all. Cecilan's hands burst into black, inky tendrils and both of the Dremora were blown against the walls. The tendrils lashed and pushed at them, ripping at their armor fruitlessly, pinning them down. His feet burrowed into the stone, thorn vines coiling around his legs. I fumbled a bit, with my speed spell, but slammed it into myself. When I looked up, the blast of energy was shooting toward me again, now fading due to the multiple reflections, but I couldn't see Zerrer. I casually batted it away, keeping an eye open for the mage to appear in the doorway again. Go now, Allen hissed. I will. Then, suddenly, his voice cut off along with my connection to him. A hole in the center of Allen's body appeared. The hole expanded, rippling outward from his torso to his limbs, and then the tendrils pinning the Zerrer down. Zerrer hadn't been in the doorway at all but dove in front of Allen, too small to be seen past my lurker's bulk. By his razor, you are liberated. The elf cries gleefully. In his hand was a small, silver dagger, one with a very particular shape. Murren's razor. Sanguine rose. Who the hell is this asshole? The Zerrer slumped to the ground for a moment, battered a bit, but in no way truly injured. Who the hell are you? I asked. I am the Dawn. He bellows, hands full of Daedric artifacts. And I knew. Mankar Camoran. I hissed. The leader of the mythic Dawn occult of Marun's Dagon, and the original cause of the end of Tiber Septim's line. I was already going to kill him anyway, this just moved him up the list. The Zerrer surged past him, moving toward me in an organized, simultaneous action. The axe Zerrer is swinging from his side, while the sword Zerrer, having kicked his sword back into his hand mid-charge, is swinging from his. A perfect, delicate scything swing, and in the confines of this room, I couldn't dodge. Usually. My feet slammed against the ground as the Zerrer closed in, and my talons pressed themselves against the wall just long enough, digging into the cracked stone. I kicked hard enough that my entire lower half accelerated faster than my upper. I all but threw myself, heels overhead, twisting through the air as the Zerrer slipped under me, eyes following my movement, but their weapons too large to follow. I slammed the head of my axe down into one of their unarmored faces, and my staff surged under my hands. It shuddered, for a frozen moment, and then the plasma blade winked out of existence, my staff's charge exhausted. The Zerrer, however, burst into ash, his sword clattering against the ground. I landed on my feet again, having done a flip, and I bolted toward Mankar, kicking straight toward him. He threw himself backward, out the door, and a purple field of energy erupts in the way. I slammed into the shield wall, staff first, trying to slam through before the field could fully stabilize, but he must have started casting before I'd even landed. He simply stood in place, both hands full, but his magicka was still moving, channeling the shield spell. Delicious mortal, the other Zerrer purred, flipping the battleaxe in its hand as he slowly stalked toward me. All the literature says that the Kyn view my people as prey, and yourselves as the hunters. I said, trying to buy time. Your books have told you correctly, mortal. The Zerrer responds, smiling with sharpened teeth. As my master's servant has allowed us this arena, you may give me your last words. This has been an interesting bout. I don't suppose you'd allow me a moment to be stronger prey, would you? Stronger. He purrs. Verily, I shall allow it. Strength and speed wouldn't matter. Not against this thing. Maybe if I had a real weapon, it would be worth taking one of those potions. I had my claws, but that couldn't get through Daedric plate. My staff was drained, and I was too stupid to have a soul gem on hand. Banishment wasn't likely to work, not with Mankar and his fucking staff sustaining the Zerrer's existence. My bond with Allen was broken, as well. I couldn't summon him. I didn't even know if I'd be able to again. My patience wanes, mortal. There's only so much one can do against unstoppable force, I muttered, putting my staff on my back. I accept your compliment, the Zerrer purred. And your surrender. Then it surged toward me again. I realized. Force. I raised both hands, and with my memories of Jaana's telekinetic prowess, and my own experiments, my own modifications to the spell, the principles of destruction magic. Martin. I pushed, and I shouted. Fuss-ro, was all I was able to get out, my throat cutting itself closed, hoarse beyond belief, but a telekinetic blast rippled from my hands anyway. My magicka was nearly drained, but the Zerrer was blown off of his feet, pinned in place, arms locked to his sides as he was indented into the wall, his weapon skittering to the ground. With one hand, I kept him pressed into the wall, as his fingers scrabbled to gain purchase against the stone. Then I felt the shield spell behind me fail. No, Mankar had stopped it. I didn't turn, and carefully didn't react, but I could feel him stepping behind me, razor in hand. Instead, my eyes locked onto the fallen Daedric battleaxe. The Zerrer's fallen weapon. It would continue here for as long as the Zerrer existed. With the last vestiges of my magicka, the last inches of it, I reached out toward the fallen axe, and pulled. Then I ducked, as it whistled above my head. I heard an agonized yell, and hot liquid spattering itself over the back of my head. The Dremora fizzled out of existence. When I turned around, I saw an elven arm lopped off, its hand grasped tightly on Sanguine Rose on the floor, and the ripples of a conjuration effect. A fucking recall. I panted, and slumped to the ground. This would be a fucking mess to explain. Especially since I wasn't sure I could talk. I was alone. I couldn't exactly explain what had happened to the guild investigators. The Thursday had been cast wrong, or it had been too much for me, so my voice was gone. I'd ended up having to write, and use a bit of telepathy, to give them my perspective on events. When they'd come down, all I'd had to show them was the arm and the Sanguine Rose, and their investigation with the help of a diviner from the Imperial City did the rest. It's not as if I could explain where I knew Mankar Camoran from, but I could explain that Seliner had ambushed me with Didra. It was only after I left the dungeons, my name cleared, escorted by 2 Knights of the Lamp that I came back to my guild room to find it covered in blood. He'd stumbled in here sometime after our fight, and my desk had been pillaged. Ravaged, really, and everything he'd found in my guild room was missing. Not just Jagartharn's notes, but Skelos Undriel's notes as well. It was all gone. Just like Cess Allen was gone. I couldn't contact him, or reach him. My conjuration spells, most of which had his vestige in mind, were worthless. Worst of all, I couldn't even keep the Sanguine Rose. As a dangerous Daedric artifact, it was confiscated. Sure, I was ranked a warlock now, in the guild, merely by surviving, but it wasn't worth what I'd lost. So, waiting for my voice to come back, waiting to do much of anything, I'd been moping in here, my door flanked by the 2 knights assigned to me, in case Seliner returned. I'd just been left with blood-stained flagstones, a vial of Mankar's blood, and nothing to do but pace. My research was missing. I'd learned a lot, but not all of Skelos Undriel had to offer. Even worse, I'd given it to Mankar. I didn't even know if he'd had that in the original canon. Did I make him more powerful? It really just hammered it home. This wasn't a game I was guaranteed to win. There was a prophecy, sure, but I wasn't the hero in it. I wasn't a hero at all. I was an alchemist, a witch, a burgeoning shadow mage, and a colossal fuck-up. My staff was recharged, for free courtesy of the Mages Guild, but it didn't have a lot of power. I'd fucked up. It was a complex spell, a beautiful one, that could potentially destroy anything, but it was too draining, wasn't power efficient. Cess Allen. He was my trump card. He'd been there since the start, always there to use his strength to help me. And now he was, well, he was nowhere. Trying to summon him with his full name, both protonymic and neonymic, was fruitless. I'd tried 3 times. I didn't know if Murren's razor had him trapped or killed, or if his vestige was still floating out in oblivion somewhere, coalescing. In the end, all I had was the staff, a dagger, a tail, and that stupid memory spell that let me remember old wiki pages from my home world. That was it. And I'd have to leverage that for everything it was worth. I just had to figure out how. Someone knocked on the door. I looked toward it, but I felt the magicka on the other side. I cleared my throat, and tried to talk. "Come in," my raspy, torn voice said. It was uncomfortable, but I could deal. Slowly, Martin opened the door, looking a little intimidated at the 2 looming lamp knights standing on either side of the door. Magister Maria?" he asked. "I already said you could come in," I said. He looked around, and then carefully picked and upright my desk's chair. I continued sitting on my bed. "What's up?" "The investigation is mostly done. They found a lot of evidence about Mag-ER, about Seliner. I asked if I could tell you about it." "What did they find?" "A ritual he was working on," he said. "It was really complicated, but it was based in necromancy. It was about soul fusion. And it was balanced for certain kinds of souls." "Yet?" I asked. "Get to it, brat." "A Khajiit, an Imperial, a Breton, and a Dunmer," he said. "It was designed to take the strengths of their natural abilities, and give it away to the ritual master, using their animus as fuel." "Your study group?" "He was our sponsor," Martin said. "He'd been starting to talk about teaching us a bit about a conjuration ritual, talking about how destruction and restoration wasn't real power. But he was just going to trick us, wasn't he?" "So that's what happened." Whatever Mankar had done as Seliner, in Martin's past, the meddling with Didra, however he ended up with Sanguine's Rose in the original canon. It was because Martin survived, somehow, when he shouldn't have. I snorted. Mankar probably didn't even know he was dealing with the Emperor's illegitimate son. "What?" Martin asked. "Seliner was an idiot," I said. "What do you mean?" I just shrugged. Martin didn't know how to respond to that, so he lapsed into silence too. "I know you probably don't want to hear this, since he ransacked your research notes, but I'm glad you stopped him. I was just trying to survive. I don't know why he attacked you, but I have a feeling you do. He says. You just won't tell anyone." "Yab." I said, popping the pea. He frowned for a moment, trying to understand what that meant, but pushed on anyway. It doesn't really matter, he said, it's just. You saved my life, and the lives of my friends. You're welcome, I said. It really didn't feel like it, but those earnest eyes, peering into mine. They actually sent me to put away Saliner's research notes into the archives. He said. There isn't much, but there is the ritual stuff. Really, that's it. They're just shoving it into a corner, away. It will be going in the restricted section, he says. But I guess I'm the only archivist around, now, so I should get to it. Then, eyes darting from me to the door, he suddenly opens his satchel. But I know you were working on something big, he says. It seemed kind of dark, so I didn't ask, but... He holds out a bunch of papers. Thin, spidery handwriting is crawling across the page and I can see the arcane circles, the mystic elements on the pages behind. Can any of his stuff help you? He asked. You idiot, I muttered. But I took a glance at each page, trying hard to imprint each word into my mind and flipped through. My memory spell would let me take a longer look later, without getting Martin in trouble. I could see arcane circles, mystic elements, animus manipulation spells. The sort of manipulation I'd done with Cecilan's ritual, only from a mysticism basis rather than conjuration. Eventually, I flipped to the last page, and handed the bundle back to Martin. He looked up at me, hopefully. Put it where they asked you to, I said. Oh okay. He responds. Just so you know, we're going to be leaving tomorrow. Really? Where? To Wellspring Cave. He says. We've all improved enough that the hall leader said we could make journeymen, if we get our staves made. So we're going together. Be safe, I said. You won't be here when we get back, will you? He asked. No, I won't. I said. Then take care, he says. Akadosh be with you. He never has before, I responded. He gave me one last look, and then stepped out the door, head held a bit higher than when he'd entered. The ritual marks were incomplete. I could see it, in my mind's eye. Mankar's ritual, whatever he had been planning to do with it, it was incomplete. It really wasn't worth much to me. Every little bit of research could help with things, eventually, but, it wasn't a game changer. Stealing Mankar's little soul-eating ritual wouldn't save me. But it showed me how he saw the world. And with that, came realization. So that was it, then. I wasn't the hero. The heroes always worked their way up to power. Started small, grew and progressed, developed their skills. They quested, growing as people and in power at the same time. They were heroes because they were themselves, chained to destiny and free at the same time. I was stupid to think I could quest out, find the 4 magic books, piece together ancient magics, and bootstrap myself to godhood. It was never actually going to happen that way. Their enemies, though. They had power, not because of their quest, but because of what they were. What they'd changed themselves into, how they'd changed. Engasta the Necromancer. Jagartharn. Manimarco. Dagathur. It was even the Thalmir's goal, to change themselves, if what I remembered was right. There was a prophecy. There was a hero, but it wasn't me. The Hist had made their future their prophecy, and my mission was to break it. Invalidate it. Rip it down to nothing. I was their villain. That meant I'd have to become something stronger. I was part Argonian. I was stronger and faster than most, slightly more magically powerful. But that was nothing. I didn't have a birth sign. I didn't have a destiny. Mawelael had sent me on this fool's errand to shove my dick into prophecy and heroes and gods and expect to live. Cess Allen, however, had followed me to his death. Martin fucking Septim, just now, was willing to risk his position in the Mages Guild to give me restricted research. I flipped the table. There was a loud crash as the desk splintered across the stone wall, crumbling to pieces. The door instantly slammed open. Magister. Is everything ALR? The knight called, freezing when he saw my eyes. Register me a ritual chamber. I said. It came out more like a hiss and I thrust my pouch of gold at him. He caught it, barely, fumbling it for a moment. Why yes, Magister. He stammered, and backed away, trying not to look away until he was out of sight, like I'd take it as a sign of weakness and attack. Like I was a wild beast. My throat wheezed, voice box burning, as I couldn't hold back my cackling. I had everything I needed. I just had to realize what I held. Shadow magic was powered by forces in conflict. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. What better conflict was there than the one I was in? All the world shall be your enemy. Let's see what the Elder Scrolls would say after I clawed my name into the Godhead's brow in capital fucking letters. I felt like I'd been awake way too long. That hour just past dawn where everything stretched in a weird way, and I felt the stirrings of the second wind that always hit me during that time, that passion to do something, anything. The urge to run around the apartment cleaning, or frantically finish the essay I'd been procrastinating. It was a constructive mania, a crazed passion. But it was midday. The sun was high in the sky, and I'd slept not well, but I'd still slept last night. But still, I felt that mania. That second wind, that little edge of madness creeping in. This was a stupid fucking idea. It was like learning Firebite and deciding you know enough destruction magic to cast thermonuclear detonation. I felt high, or drugged, or something. Like I'd snorted a dozen pixie sticks, or licked a battery. Case in point, I was wheezing, laughing through my ripped, ruined throat as I clutched my satchel, hugging it as I stumbled forward, toward the ritual chamber. My shadow was wavering. I hadn't even started doing anything yet. I hadn't even begun. But it was wavering. It wasn't where it should have been. But, when I stood under a mage light at the right angle, looking down at the silhouette I cast on the ground, 2 sparks of red light looked back up at me. It smiled at me. I opened the door to the ritual chamber. It was all smooth stone, perfectly square. Large, with a single slate shelf set into the wall inside, I knew, was enough food and water for a week. Soul gems gleamed in the corners. A varlaw stone hung in the ceiling, ready to discharge if the soul gems themselves were drained. Runes carved into the walls, prepared for me, ready to isolate the area from external magic. Isolate it from everything. Such a powerful shield had been used before, of course, but never in a room so small, and never so deeply that it effectively isolated the room from the rest of the universe. No recall or intervention can work in this place, I thought, and the giggling started again. I threw my satchel to the ground. Shoved my potions, my journal, my staff, everything into the shelving unit. Eventually, I stood in the center of the chamber, nude. I took a moment to draw magicka to my hands, and with a burst of destruction magic, and a burst of telekinesis, I flash-fried myself for a second. Any dirt or particles were burned, and purged from my body. Another burst of telekinesis had it shoved into the shelf as well. I hadn't eaten or drunk at all, either, not since I'd registered the chamber, and sent in the required enchantments. Nothing from this world, no items that could exist elsewhere, distract me from my goal. Only me. I reached up, toward the mage light hovering in the center of the room, and with my fist, I quenched it. The soul gems went dark. The varlaw stone stopped glowing. The door clicked, locking itself, and then the stone walls vanished from sight, a sheer black wall, like the edge of the universe. I closed my eyes. Shadow magic was a lever and a fulcrum. It was a mirror and a gateway. A story and a myth. I was alone. With something more than eyes, I looked inside. Even now, I was reminding myself of everything Skelos Undriel had written, his words imprinted on my brain. It wasn't enough. He'd experimented a lot, but he hadn't experimented with this. He had no notes on this. He hadn't shoved his hands into the gears that made the wheel turn. But I knew who did. Who could? Who would? I looked inside myself, inside my shadow, and I saw myself. 100 Mijlvs, 1,000 Mijlvs, and endlessly multiplying, endlessly exponentially sprawling outward in every direction. Myself, myself, me, 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 me. Me, me, me. I grit my teeth. The laughing stopped, and I focused. One after the other. A dying woman, lying in bed, Send Raza gently feeding her a potion. No. She stumbled toward the sphere, black veins running up her body, hand extended, even as the drag raised their weapons. No. A Dunmerry woman, red-haired, an open gap in her skull where her eyes should have been. She lounged on the lap of a man wearing a golden mask. Fuck no. This wasn't working. There was too many possibilities. There were. Her shadow nudged her, slightly. Maria Manazzoni. Argonian tail and legs and all, standing nude in a pure black chamber. Her eyes gleamed red with divine power surging with every beat of Lorcan's heart. She had Skelos Undriel's notes in front of her, taken from Kvatch's Mage Guild archives. She had never noticed Jagartharn's. I need you. I reached in, with my animus, with my mind, with my magic. She and I had Skelos Undriel's notes in front of her, and I. Together, she and I focused. Hermias Mora had told me exactly where to find a lot of things, after all. Maria Manazzoni. Argonian tail and legs and all, sitting at a table somewhere, looking at some notes. Skelos Undriel's notes weren't there. She'd never found them, too busy to join the Mages Guild. She went straight to Azra's crossing. Perkin Azul was deep beneath the nearby ruins, and he'd been barely clinging to life, half melted in shadow. Cess Allen had ripped his knowledge from his skull and spit them out as text. Together, she and I reached in, with our animus, with our minds, with our magic. She and her and I had Skelos Undriel's notes, Perkin Azul's stolen memories in front of us. With the new knowledge, learning from each other wordlessly, we could feel our control growing sharper, keener, our experiences melding. Maria Manatsoni. Argonian tail and legs and all, crouched in the caves, overlooking a patrol of Famur. She had in her arms the freezing, icy cold tome. The tome of Zerrer the Night Wielder. She'd gone for the biggest prize first. Not checking the obvious place of Zerrer's crossing, or wasting time in the Mages Guild. It had taken her weeks to figure out how to read it, without it cursing her. Looking at it through a mirror worked, but barely. She'd need more lenses, more layers of distortion to read it properly. And that meant the Dwemer ruins in Black Reach. She had her prize, locked away inside her memories. Now she just had to get out. The four of us had Skelos Undriel's notes. We had Perkin Azuel's stolen memories. We had Zerrer Night Wielder's tome. It wouldn't be enough. We needed more. So we dove in deeper, the four of us. Number dollar number and percent, centuries older, looked back at us, from a ritual chamber of her own creation, far beneath the surface of Masser. She smiled. She'd been waiting, and practicing, for a long, long time. All to get the skills we would need. Even as divinity corrupted and Idra attacked and dragons arose, she researched. Even as the world rotted, she studied. Her stolen drop of divinity lost, her skin thin as paper, hair as cobwebs. All for this moment. We reached in, and cast the spell, and I screamed. My teeth hurt. My bones hurt, too. My arms and legs ached like I'd been beaten. My head pounded, and even though my magicka was mostly full, something else, a pool of energy I didn't know I had, was emptying. The door's chamber was smashing, someone was knocking on it. The soul gems around me were cracked and drained. The Varla stone was dull. There was a lot of blood on the ground. Most of it was mine from my mouth and eyes. My shadow was wavering, quaking. Too much was being sent through, to other potential me's that had never existed. I now knew the limits of potential, the limits behind shadow magic. Perkin had learned that the hard way by dying, repeatedly, forcing his own potential, impossible survival to exist in this reality. I also knew that I'd never be able to focus this power externally. The fulcrum was balanced between myself, and everything else. It was weighted too heavily. I'd have to have the strength to change everything, just to change one part of everything. An impossibility. None of the roads to power are easy. But I had something that was possible. An idea another me had had, and shared onwards, split into the incestuous daisy chain of memories and building skills. Before my shadow destabilized entirely, before this daisy chain failed, I reached in. I felt my hand squeeze around my own heart. Around all of our hearts. I thought the memory spell was useless, before. But another me had an idea. She had worked on an alternate version of it. Not on memories, but on skills. Abilities. Learned tricks. She'd hoped to gain the power of an expert alchemist, or the skills of a highly trained warrior. Turik's archery, for example. But it didn't work that way. It only worked on the mind that cast the spell. It could only share skills from oneself to oneself. Worthless, in normal hands. But not in ours. We reached in. Our shadow tendrils reached out. I couldn't affect the world. But I could affect me. I could affect the other me's, all of them. I could take. Magicka poured from my hands, and into my mind. Into all of our minds. A poet had seen the world, and saw it from the front. It said royalty. A soldier had seen the world, and saw it from within. It said dream. An outsider had seen the world, and saw it 100,000 million times, over and over and over and over again. She had seen an infinite, endless torrent of worlds, one after the other after the other. These 100,000 wheels had 100,000 twisting worlds, 100,000 spinning nirns, and 100,000 churning tamreels. The outsider looked down a hall of mirrors, seeing itself reflected, over and over again. She saw 100,000 twisting gears and threw herself inside, let it grind her, crush her to powder and grist. She saw the world in multitudes. They all said, "Wake up!" And, insert a joke about re-releasing Skyrim again here. And, this is the beginning of what I've been considering Act 3. Enjoy. When I opened my eyes, it was with new ones. I felt drained. My body had a familiar ache, and I tasted the familiar bitter tea of medicinal potions on my lips. The sheets were thick and scratchy. Cheap wool, and I was staring up at mage lights in the ceiling. My body felt cramped, somehow, and when I moved, it was with aching, barely responsive limbs. My magicka was full. More than full, in fact it had expanded by a half again. If before, I was better than average, now I was a prodigy, as far as my magicka pool could go. As much as one born of the mage or the apprentice would have, at least. My fingers ached, and didn't move as I wanted them to, but it wasn't actually the finger motions that controlled a spell. The movements were a mnemonic, a reminder of the spell you were reaching for, a specific way to weave it. Restoration was one of my weakest schools, next to enchantment or destruction I'd only ever focused heavily on fortify, but the spell formed itself smoothly and competently, infusing itself into my body. I could see myself as I was. Atrophy. Ache. I'd been sitting here in rarely washed sheets, unconscious, for who knows how long. I'd been asleep. No, in a coma. The signs I was seeing wasn't something you'd have in a week or two but longer. In modern society, on Earth, I'd have months maybe even years of physical therapy to look forward to. But here, on Nirn, I wove. Memory spell stretching back, to devate FYR's tomes. Spell effects. Restore strength, restore endurance, restore agility. My magicka was down to halfway, now the spells I'd seen weren't the most efficient, after all. But I was able to sit up. My skin felt taut, and I was parched. The room I was in now that I could look around was a small, cramped room. Stone walls surrounded me, and high up on one wall was the only source of light in the room. A circular window, stained glass, the symbol of an hourglass set into it. Carefully, I got to my feet, talons clacking against the stone floor. Someone had changed me into a thick, smothering chemise or frock, or whatever you'd call it. Long story short, it was uncomfortable, as rough as burlap, and the bottom was torn from snagging on my leg scales. Sitting at the foot of the bed was a heavy chest, dust covering the handle. It hadn't been opened in a long time. Carefully, I reached up to my shoulder. Pulled the corner of my frock off my shoulder, and peered down. It was there. 9 points, each a star. 2 clusters of points, linked together, 2 constellations overlapping. The serpent and the shadow. Serpent-eating shadow, to be specific. It was a mark. A symbol to myself, so that I'd never forget who I was again. So that I wouldn't get lost in possibility. The door to the room creaked, and someone casually gave the door a perfunctory rap. Without even waiting for a response, they turned the doorknob and opened it. It was a Breton woman. Long in the face, kind of elderly, but she was wearing a brown robe and an amulet with an hourglass on it. She's holding a silver tray, with a potion, a pitcher of water, and a rag. Ah! You're awake! She says, after a long moment. I am, I said. I looked around the room. This is, the chapel of Akatosh, isn't it? In Kvatch. It is. She says. I'm terribly sorry, but I never got your name. You were my charge when I'd taken over the chapel from the predecessor. I'm Maria Manatsoni. I said. But my friends call me Mary. I'm Priestess Siobhan. She says, curtsying. I'm the current caretaker of the chapel. It's nice to meet you. Do you know why I'm here? Or, how long I've been asleep? I'm not sure, I never heard the story. She says. But that mage from the guild comes by to check up on you every few months. It's the sweetest thing. Mage. Yes. The big, strapping one. She says. Warlock Martin, I think he was called. At that, I raised my eyebrows. Excuse me, but what's the year? 427, Miss Mary. I've been asleep for 2 years. I don't know, I'm afraid. I've only been here a year. I glanced at myself in the silver tray. I didn't look like I'd aged a day. Not a single thing out of place except my hair was much longer. Ridiculously long, actually it had been braided and tied up to keep it out of the way while they took care of me, but I didn't age at all. I'm sorry, I couldn't bear to cut such beautiful hair, she says. The chapel's been taking care of me this whole time. It has. Martin donated quite a lot of gold with the request that a small portion go to taking care of you. I'll have to come up with a way to thank him, I said. Then, I realized something. I straightened. What is the day? It's the 22nd of Sun's height. She says. Fuck, I said, and she flinched. Fuck. I am sorry. She asked. I looked down at the chest. These are my belongings. Yes, ma'am. I can get the key if you need. I gestured, and with a spike of magicka the lock opened itself. My telekinesis had grown in leaps and bounds, and I gestured again, popping the entire chest open. An old ebony knife. A staff. A warped, decade-old journal. A ring, long since burned out. I'm sorry to inconvenience you even more, but can I have an inkwell and paper? I have to leave, as soon as possible, but I'll have to leave Martin a letter. You've only just woken up. I don't think you'll be ready for travel for days. She frowns. I'll make do, I said. I'm on a strict time limit, and if I leave now, I might just make it. The evening light cast Kvatch in purples and blues. The old leather sheaths and straps I'd used to keep my knife and staff mounted in weren't with the rest of my things. The satchel, too, was gone, and most of the potions I'd had were probably bad. They probably saw how much it was mostly blood and muck and dissolved it trying to clean it. But I was out of gold. I'd spent the last of it on that overpriced ritual chamber. All I had were a bunch of loose things, and no easy way to hold them. I sighed, and glanced down at my shadow. My shadow itself was a thin, wispy thing. I could feel the lack of power, there. There was an element to shadow magic that Zerrer had never discovered, that Perkin stumbled into at the wrong time. A limitation. A shadow had limits. Like any conjuration portal, or gateway, there was a limit to what it could handle. There was a potential to what could be changed, with shadow magic. What could be brought into reality. If I tried too much, the world would notice, and I would fail. Perkin had named it potentia. My potentia was at half strength. It would improve, as I acted, as I enforced my existence on reality, as I warred and conflicted with my foes. I didn't have a lot to spare right now, but I had enough for this. I bent over, and plunged my hand into the darkness. In another reality, there was a merchant princess named Mary. She held fortunes in her name. She'd been able to use her charming tongue and modern understanding of economics to manipulate the movers and shakers of the imperial city. On her shoulder, a tattooed mark that appeared 2 years ago, was the symbol of 2 constellations, overlapping. Serpent-eating lover. She was feeding me, constantly. A small tap on her mind, carefully pulling as much skill as she earned. Slowly, but surely, strengthening me. She'd been chosen as the strongest lover to charm, to lie, deceive, and seduce. To manipulate with wordplay and speechcraft. She was a people person, and slowly, but surely, she would make me one too. Just like the rest were feeding me. It was her clothing and finery that I pulled from the shadow. A red, backless dress, deceptively tough, with leather lining and thin malachite plates over the vitals. She'd had her own experiences with assassins before. A well-made leather satchel went on my hip. The sheath she'd had for the same knife I owned went on the other. Finally, my staff. I opened my sleeve and pushed the staff into the dress's shadow, as it slipped away from view in a state of maybe. I looked to the northeast. I could see the mountain peaks on the horizon, where the Jural mountain range became the Vilathai mountains. Finally, I took a deep breath. I had 2 weeks to get to Sidonin. Too long by horse, boat, or flight. However, years ago, Devate had given me a scroll before my departure. Just the one. I had used it on the spot. I'd never have been able to cast it alone, not back then. But now, I had the experience with conjuration, and mysticism. I had enough stolen skill, endlessly fed to me from serpent-eating mage, that I could cast a different spell the second half of a pair. The magica wove itself in complex patterns, ones that would have been dizzying, or would have been clumsily knotted. But I used it like I had been practicing for decades. I formed my fingers into a ritualistic, certain sign. The same symbol I'd made so long ago, and cast recall. My body ripped itself through oblivion. Back to Tel Fyr. Tel Fyr was nearly exactly the same as I'd left it. Surrounded in mud and muck, mud crabs hiding in the eddies of the bay, waiting for slaughterfish to wash past. A lit rummaged for prey, and bolstered by the highly nutritious ash of Red Mountain, exotic brushes and mushrooms grew. The tallest and largest mushroom, of course, was a building. Telvanni were like that. I opened the old, creaky door to the entrance. A dagger was pointed at my throat. A Dunmer girl, a child, somewhere around 12 to 14 or so, was glaring at me imperiously, weapon grasped in her hand, red eyes glaring at me. Hi! Get out of here, Morag filth! She responds, voice harsh. That's not my name, I responded. You won't have one when I feed your remains to the slaughterfish, she says. I gave her a quiet, appraising look, finger on my brow. Would I be right in assuming you're elf? She almost dropped the dagger. Who are you? How do you know who I am? Lucky guess, I said. I'm Mary. Devate ripped me out of oblivion a few years back. Father said that Mary looked like a Nedic woman. I doubt the original Neds had the feet of a Kagouti, or a serpent's tail. I can also taste your magica from here, and Mary didn't have any. So I've gone through a few metamorphoses, I said, shrugging. Sure, the dress was short enough that anyone could see it. I just didn't want something that would drag in the muck or ash. Anyway, I'm here to say hello to your father. I don't believe you. She said, imperiously, still waggling the dagger. I gestured and she lifted off the ground, telekinetically under my control. She writhed in the air for a moment, trying to disrupt my telekinesis, before finally throwing the dagger at me. I caught it with my hand, casually, the reflexes of years of knife throwing already in my mind, despite never having played with them before. Thank serpent-eating steed for that. Unhand the girl, or face my wrath. A hissing, writhing creature lands at the bottom of the levitation chamber. At first glance, it looks like a woman with grey skin wearing dark, unnatural armor, her molded helmet covering her eyes. Her wings fade from view, and she shoots toward me, a thin blade in hand. Amazkin. Dark Seducer. Dedra. I parry her first blow with the girl's dagger, and sweep my foot under her while she recoils. She slams into the ground, ready to spring back to her feet. Then, I simply dropped Alf on top of her. She all but drops the blade in an attempt to catch her. Okay. I said. Your Devatas contracted Dedra. Bound and named to his will, the Dark Seducer says. A wing extends from her back, as she protectively shields the girl. You will call me caretaker, and harm none under my watch. Really? That's the neonamic he gave you? I asked. No creativity. You know the details of my contract. I invented the form of contract you're in, I stated. As I recall, you named yours after the former owner of the dagger I'd given you. Comes a booming voice from above. Devate descends down the shaft of Tel Fyr, casually landing at the same moment his spell ends. You're still alive. So are you. Says Alan isn't, though. Some fool pricked him with Murren's razor. Ah. That would scatter his vestige quite significantly, Devate responded. Is that why you're here? For assistance regathering him? If you have a few weeks, I could teach you the trick. No, I just had some business here on Vardenfell, and finally achieved the power to cast recall. He glances down at my legs. Reconstructive flesh twisting? You went to Somerset, I see. Not at all, I responded. The hist in the Black Marsh. He raised an eyebrow. They have that capability. You've read the creation myths, haven't you? I asked. Pa. Religion. No need of it. Wait, father. This is your apprentice? Alf asked. I suppose I did teach her magic enough to consider her more than an experiment, so I suppose so, he drawls. She'd mentioned the Morag tongue, I said. Have there been problems? Other than having them knocking at my door, asking if I've seen you, no. He says. Of course, they know by now not to come knocking unless they've an interesting artifact or two to bribe me with. Should I be worried? Of the Morag tongue? Clearly, he said. Of me telling them I've seen you? Not so much. After all, I doubt they'll find many more artifacts I've interest in, and even so. Very few would be worth me telling the truth. I chuckled. So, how has Yagram been? Worse than ever, he sighs. He hasn't been able to make it here from the Corpusarium in years, and his lapses in memory is growing worse. I'm afraid he might not have long before he loses his mind entirely. Good for him, I've a trick to fix that. The memory thing, anyway. Truly. It was based off of that intuition spell. The pseudo-clairvoyance. I've advanced it to a complete memory strengthening spell. It worked on me, and a kid I taught some tricks to, but we're both human. Or, well, he was an Imperial, and I'm some kind of flesh-crafted combination of an Argonian and whatever I was before. While it's been designed to retrieve specific memories in extreme clarity, I could tweak it to try and restore everything at a weaker clarity. Gently, of course. But it may not work on Mare. True, we do have extremely advanced brains in comparison. He drawls, jokingly. Ha! I said, once. Would you like to meet the rest of my daughters? He asks. Sure. I responded. I expected them to be older, honestly. I decided to terminate their accelerated growth just after toddlerhood. Jem's body began to shut down at that stage due to magica poisoning, of all things. It was only my experience treating you that saved her. I'm glad, I said. Yeah, let's go meet your clones. His lips quirk. I consider them my daughters, even if that's not factually true. He was different than I'd expected. Different than he was in canon and different than before I left. After we levitated to the upper floors of Tel Fyr, and I met a gaggle of near-identical Dunmerry girls, he almost looked content. The Corpusarium was dark and dank. I'd never been here before. Nobody knew how my earthling body would react to the divine disease. I could have been immune, or simply died on the spot, or worst of all, mutated it. So I'd never been here before. It was weird, being invisible. The field was unstable, a soap bubble of magica surrounding me that twisted the light, distorting color slightly and messing with my field of view. On the other hand, I was completely invisible, able to avoid the infected much easier. Of course, the spell broke whenever I had to reach out through the bubble, or whenever too much magica destabilized the effect, but all I had to do was hold a second weaving of the spell in one hand, ready to cast it after opening whatever doors I'd needed to open. Eventually, I came across him. He was muttering to himself, his chair hissing and thudding as he scrawled madly on a piece of paper. I only caught one word in 6, but he was babbling in the Dwemer tongue, talking about someone named Athrim. It almost hurt to see him like this. He wasn't in his normal state. Carefully, I stepped into his view, and broke the invisibility. It took him a moment, but eventually he noticed me. Ah! A visitor. Here to see the last living dwarf. I am, but not because of that, I said. Hello, Yagrum. Have we met? I probably looked a lot different back then, I said. I'm the human you and Devate summoned a while back. Ah. Yes. I recall now. Didn't you die of some disease? Near-neck corruption. I found a cure. It involved getting an entirely new body, I said. How about you? How are you doing? Ah, it's getting foggier. It's always been foggy all the time. But I make do. I've learned a spell that might help, if you don't mind. I said. I've been working on mental improvement spells for some time, and I have one that works well on memories. Ha! You came all the way down here for that? He asked. It seems a waste to put such focus on a spell for me. Well, how about this? If it does work, maybe you could teach me what you remember. I suppose it may be worth it. Very well then, let's see this working of yours, Marya. I made the adjustments to the spell as necessary, checked my math, and did it again. I raised my hands to cast. Not certain. No, I just had an idea. I said. This has a chance of working, but I'd best find a certainty. I looked straight down. Twin sparks of red where my shadow's eyes would have been glanced back at me. I raised my hands and ribbons of my own shadow raised. Yagrum sputtered for a moment, before locking onto the shadows with interested eyes. I had enough potentia for this. The possibilities sprawled out from here, from this point. Different Marys weaving different spells, different alterations from the base, different results from each of them. In some, it worked for a moment. In others, it didn't work at all. Some left gaps in his memories, and some restored it all in entirety. I plucked through the dross and chaff, fishing for the variation I required. Eventually, I pulled a long, complex scroll out of the shadow and it flickered, fading from existence for a moment, the light passing straight through me. I stumbled for a moment, my leg giving out for a moment. Are you harmed? He asked. No, no. Just backlash. I've never seen an art like that, he says. It was invented after your time, I said, as the barest inkling of potentia left in my shadow. But it's a magic that deals in probability and possibility. Out of the many results of this spell, I've found one that works. Well then. He said, eyes gleaming. Give my past to me. I raised my hands, and began to cast. I stepped out of the corpusarium. I knew, inside, a different Mary was sitting next to the last living dwarf, his memories restored, ready to learn everything he knew. I knew, once I had the potentia to establish the connection, she would have another tattoo, the serpent-eating mechanist. The dwarven variant of the mage, reversed. But that wouldn't be for days yet. Weeks, if nothing special happened. But I had a different quest in mind. I only had a few days. It was nice to be back on Vardenfell. As terrible as my time on the mainland had been, the island had been good to me. I closed my eyes, wove my magicka, and took to the skies. Best of all, the levitation act wasn't enforced here. Devate and one of the quintuplet daughters of his were sitting at a desk near one of the circular windows of Tel Fyr, when they noticed me and waved. I waved back, and then took off. I'd be back someday, and I wouldn't be alone. Sedanin was just as quiet as I'd recalled. It was a small shipping town, the only notable thing is that it was the gateway to the rest of the world. With the imperial presence there, most non-Morrowind natives used it as their passageway to and from Vardenfell. The census and excise office was there, as were several warehouses. The farms were new, I hadn't seen them in the game, but their existence made sense. A lot of cultured marshmallow and Comer rice, mostly. The lighthouse was the main sign that I was where I needed to be. I landed outside of town, didn't want to make anyone panic by landing from outside, after all. I strolled down, hoping I wasn't too late. I'd had to go around the ghost fence, and there were altogether way too many cliff racers around. After the fourth time I'd had to make an emergency landing to shank an excitable, territorial pterodactyl wannabe, I'd gotten so frustrated that I'd just started blasting them out of the sky with destruction magic, wreaking havoc all through the roads toward Sedanin. I only wish that my alchemy supplies hadn't gone missing while I was under, or that I had enough potentia to get some from my shadow. Without even a mortar and pestle, I didn't even have the opportunity to gather any gold. I saw a ship leaving, pulling out to sea with the tides. Almost frantically, I looked around, glancing at the people walking around. Most people looked like they were native, giving me strange looks, but otherwise going about their business. Nobody had an expression like they were new here. I carefully walked through town, until I saw a sign pointing toward Sedanin's general store, Aril's townhouse. I climbed the stairs to the entrance and heard voices. Then there's this beautiful limeware platter, a young woman said. It had been glazed and baked with this dye. It's an artistic rendering of these, bug things. Isn't it pretty? That's House Redderon's symbol. I suppose I'll take it, I heard a response, an older man, though he had the particular Aldmaris accent that made me think he was a high elf. 450 septims. It's worth at least 600, the woman responded, pouted, more like. This is Hlaaland, I'm afraid, the man responds. You could get a better deal if you took it north to Al Dirun. Well. All right, I'll let it go for that much, she responded. Even though it is a family heirloom. Nice try, the elf drawled. Anything else? Oh, yeah, I have this ring. The girl responds. It's magic. Isn't that Fargotha's? The elf responded, and I knew. This is who I was looking for. No clue who Fargon is. Came the instant response, a bit too fast. That sounds like an Argonian name. I haven't met any Argonians here in Sedanin. I took a deep breath, and then stepped in. I saw a high elf Aril, the traitor, I knew from the games. He had a long, horse-like face and a pinched expression. That meant the other person standing there would be the Nriveran. She was short. A long fluffy tail, and 2 cat ears poking out of black hair. Cagiate, but as I approached, I saw that she was more than just that. She was an Ohms of some variety. She had human-like or elven-like face and hands, though rounder than most, and mocha-colored skin. Her tail swished side from side, as she showed off a magical ring to Aril. I didn't say Fargon. He says. That looks almost exactly like a ring one of my friends lost. Do you happen? Yeah, I saw an identical ring outside, I said loudly. Some Bosmer had it. He was excited about some Imperial Guard finding it in a barrel somewhere. Oh. Aril said. That's good. The Cagiate turned to me, a suspicious expression on her face. I hadn't seen it before, but she had a tattoo, a black stripe from her lower lip down her chin, and prominent freckles. She looked at my chest for a lot longer than most, before suddenly forcing herself to look at my eyes instead. Her cheeks reddened. Cute. She glanced back at Aril. Yeah. This ring's a family heirloom too. Might have had it. She says. But since I'm in need of money, I'll reluctantly have to let it go. Along with the limeware platter. And the armor. He said, voice dry. I noticed he'd also had a set of Imperial plate armor newly polished sitting on his countertop. And 2 extra left pauldrons. My dad was a soldier. She said, crossing her arms. The enchantment is quite weak. A mild healing effect, Aril said. I'll take it for 30. Only 30? It saved my father's life, the Cagiate said, her tail bunching out as she stomped a foot. We both know who this ring really belongs to. He says. Just take the gold and get out. Oh yeah? She asks. You calling me a liar, pal? I'm actually asking you to leave, he says, voice dry. And don't come back. Fine. She crosses her arms, as Aril counts out a pile of gold and hands it to her. She steps out almost prancing, as she pours the gold into a coin purse. What do you want? He asks. I'd like to sell some alchemy supplies. I said. If you can take them. I can, he says. I reach into my sleeve, into the shadowy maybe of my satchel's shadow, and pull out a pungent, ill-smelling bag. 10 pounds of cliff racer plumes. 10 pounds. He asks, eyes widening. I flew here. During breeding season. He asks. I snorted. It's always cliff racer breeding season. He chuckled in response. I have some buyers on the mainland who will take this much. It looks properly preserved, too. But I might not have the coin for all of it. I'll take a set of alchemy tools, if you have them, I say. No need worrying too much about the gold, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Hey, who do you think you are, pal? The Cagiate said, as soon as I stepped out Aril's trade house. She was leaning against the building, her arms crossed. You can't just barge into my business like that. If I didn't, you wouldn't have been able to offload Fargotha's ring. I responded. PSH, I'd just offloaded somewhere else. The ring wasn't a big deal. Platter, though, that was the real win. Too big to stash, but worth a lot of drakes. She says, smugly. Wasn't easy to grab it in front of everyone, though. You're really saying that aloud in the middle of town? She glances side to side, but then gives me a grin. I won't really get in trouble, she says. I'm a big deal. Yet. I asked. What's your name? Kirat Arisen. She said, as if it meant something. Never heard of you. Oh yet? She asks, raising both hands into fists. Want me to prove how great I am? I could kick your butt from here to Somerset. No thanks. What? You a milk drinker, eh? She says, posturing. So, why are you a big deal? I got a pardon from the Emperor himself, she says, looking smug. Why? I asked and she paused. Then frowned. She trailed off for a moment. So I could, do important duties for him. Well, lucky you, my name was also pulled from a hat, and so I've also been randomly released from prison for no reason, I lied. I was given orders to assist you. She looks me up and down and then her ears twitched when she finally looked below the bottom of my dress, at my talons and swishing tail. Why yet? Well, you don't look too tough. What kind of bodyguard are you? Why would you need a bodyguard? I thought you could kick my butt from here to Somerset. I asked. I'm from Vardenfell, and I know my way around, can speak the language. I'm a guide. Good. She says. Because I have no idea where Balmora is. Nice to meet you. Maria Manatsoni. Call me Mary. Kirat. She responds, holding out her hand. You can call me my lady or your eminence. I'll stick with Kirat. Darn. So, Balmora. How do we get there? I pointed. Shore's bones, that's a big ass bug. She called, and started to run toward the silt strider. Welcome to Morrowind. I drawled, admiring her tail, for a moment, before following. What is this stuff even made out of? Mud? Clay? The Dunmer call it bone mold, I say. But it's different than the bone mold used to craft their armor. It's a type of ceramic or baked clay with ash and bone powder mixed in. Most of these buildings were probably made out of ground chitin or wildlife instead. Unless some architect was so proud of his own building that he wanted to be part of it. They use their own bones. The Narivaran asked, eyes widening. She looked down at the steps through Balmora, as if the bone mold structures would burst into ghosts at any moment. Only for sacred buildings, usually, I responded. There's a city on the mainland called Necrom. I've heard tell it's the gravesite of so many Dunmeri that the buildings there are bone white. Have you seen it? Not really. I responded. Seeing it in the distance was one thing, but I'd never seen it in person or in the game. So, what are we looking for? This guy called Chaos. She responds. Cosadas. Sounds imperial. I looked around, but Balmora was huge unlike in the games, it was enormous. There weren't just dozens of houses, but hundreds, almost thousands. It was nowhere near as large as Mournhold or the Imperial City, but Kvatch and Leowian were smaller than Balmora, even combined. No clue, I said, which was mostly true. It kind of resembled the games, but not enough that I could be sure. Which great house are these guys from? She asked, gesturing toward a guard. Hlalu. I said. Hey. What does that house focus on? Merchants, taxes, diplomacy, that kind of thing. They're pretty friendly with the Empire. Excuse me, sir. Kirat suddenly asked, stepping in front of a sour, angry-looking Dunmer guard. What do you want, Outlander? He asked. Make it quick. I apologize for taking your time, sir, but I'm here on behalf of the Imperial Revenue Service. She says, affecting an official tone. I've got Achaeus Cosadas on my list, and Balmora was his last known location. Revenue Service. Taxes, sir. Kirat responds. Though we have no true authority on Morrowind or its inhabitants, Mr. Cosadas is still a Siridi Leech citizen, as of the last census. He'd moved here with quite a debt to the Empire remaining, and we've only just tracked him down. The guard stared at her for a long moment, then grinned. Good. That old skooma addict needs a kick in the pants. You'll find him up in Labor Town. Someone in the corner club would know for sure he owes them, too. Thank you, sir. You do great, House Lala proud. She walked toward the area he pointed, and I followed, frowning. Was there really a need to lie like that? And not just, you know, ask. PSH. Trust me. Guards are no good. Lie to them whenever you can. Really? I asked. They're agents of the state. They don't actually care about people, or the populace. They just want to enforce the rules that their leaders put forward, and the little people can just rot or die as far as they care. Really? I said. I got saved once by the Imperial Legion. Because they wanted to look good. Anyway, trust me. Agents of the Empire are trash. That's not the first time I've heard that, I said. First time on this world, but ACAB was a saying for a reason. Anyway, I have some stuff I need to get done. We should split up here. Where should we meet up? I asked. She trails off. If I get really lost, I'll at least be able to see the big bug walking thing. So maybe there. Silt Strider. I said. Yeah, that. She said. I'll see you there once I know what I have to do, and maybe pick up some equipment. Got all this gold burning a hole in my pocket, you know. I'll go by the Mages Guild, pick up some stuff. I said. Vials and the like. Right. See you then. She says, and then scrambles off into the distance. She weaves around a few Dunmer, pushing her way past, but then after I see her scramble behind a barrel, I don't see her come out the other side. It's a little reassuring, seeing her vanish like that. There was something about Kirat that wasn't right. She was a bit too naive, a bit too innocent. Some of it, maybe even part of it, had to be an act. She was awfully cute, though. Reluctantly, I turned away and stepped forward, touching my shadow with my foot. I focused, looking for a self who had already found Balmora's Mages Guild, and started off in that direction. Masser and Secunda were both full in the sky, the stars twinkling in the sky. I could see the warrior, standing tall, gleaming in the sky, the planet Akadosh glinting in his visor. Behind him, though, somewhat out of order, was the tower slowly creeping up. I wondered, for a moment, if the constellations meant anything like what they might have meant back home. If the tower in Nirn's sky was similar to the tower in Tarot, something that meant cataclysm, or change. Or if there was any truth in omens like that. Headsman's bright today, I heard a mutter. I slowly sat up, and Kirat was sitting atop the stairs above me. I'd been lounging on them ever since I got what I needed, but it had taken some time for her to get back to me. I hadn't seen her climb up the stairs, let alone heard her walk past. Headsman. I mean, the warrior. She says. You know, the stars. If you look up there, there's a guy with a sword and a wheel. I know what the warrior is, I said. You just called it the headsman. And isn't it an axe? Sorry, it's a reach thing. She said. The headsman thing, anyway. Not sure if it's supposed to be an axe or a shield or whatever. You're from Skyrim. They found me in a basket hanging off the waterfall in Dragon's Bridge, she says. She reaches back, over her shoulder, and pulls off a long, thin spear. Chitin, with serrated edges, and 2 points. Almost impractically long, actually. In fact, I'd seen bidents like that before. You know those are meant for silt strider caravans, right? I asked. This one was snapped in half. Makes it short enough to use. Plus, cheap. She says, twirling it. But I got a question for you, Mary. I asked, looking up at her again. She stared down at me coldly, bident in her hand, braced against her own forearm. She didn't even really know how to use it, if what I noticed was true. Her stance was wrong. Plus, if she'd really intended to stab me, I'd have dead selves on the other side of my shadow. Most of them weren't even injured, even the possibilities where I'd done something stupid. Apprenticed to a Telvanni master wizard. Sold political rivals into slavery. Hunted by the Dunmeri Assassin Guild. Grew wings and flew into the Black Marsh, where dozens of Dunmer assassins are found dead. Nothing happens for the next 8 years. Then you appeared in Leowian with lies of getting attacked in Gideon, a city you've never been to, and a preposterous amount of gold. Joined the Mages Guild and bribed your way up. Attacked an imperial city by the supposed members of the Dark Brotherhood. Attacked again in Kvatch by a Didra cultist. That's not exactly true, I drawl. There's a silver flash in the air and suddenly, my dagger is gone. In her other hand was my dagger, twirling in her palm. From this angle, the glint of Masser's light blinded me off of it, making it hard to see her expression. Impressive. I didn't even sense any magicka. You end up faking a coma through some kind of advanced magical ritual. Copying your body, astral projecting, or if it was a real coma, they didn't know. 2 years later, you're in Sidanin, attaching yourself to someone you somehow already knew was going to be inducted into the Blades. Why don't you tell me who you really are? She said. Khajiit eyes glittered in the dark, almost glowing. Well, I said. I was starting to worry you might not be as competent as I'd hoped. The hell does that mean? She asks, frowning. So. You got most of that form Chaos Cosadas, yet? I asked. What about all you said about not trusting agents of the state? It's that or trust you, and you lied straight to my face. She says, bringing up the spear again. I fell into my own shadow, into the sea of maybe, only emerging back out of it this time standing up, my staff in hand. She braces her staff with both hands, stashing my dagger away somewhere ready to fight. She may be fast, but she's not as good with her spear as she is as pickpocketing. Honestly, a lot of that was just me scrambling for my life, I said. It's not exactly wrong, but it's not right either. Okay then, let's say he was wrong. She says. Who are you? My name is Mary Manatsoni. I'm an Argonian heretic. Heretic? There's a faction of Argonians in the Black Marsh that are both political and religious. The Enzilial. They have one goal for the future, and I have a different one. They're the ones mostly trying to kill me, though I also pissed some people off enough to send the Morag Tong after me. The Didrik cultist was an outlier. Right. And the coma. The coma was real. I said. Side effect of a spell that gave me power. But here's the truth. I know things. What kind of things? It's not always perfect, but I know that you're important for something. Me. She says. You didn't even know who I was. I don't know you personally. Just kind of, the idea of you. I knew there'd be someone coming off that boat that was important for something. That's what Caius said the Emperor thought, too. She says. What kind of something? How much do you believe in prophecy? I asked. Her nose wrinkled. You're a prophet? No, I just know a bit of the prophecies in question, and vaguely how they'll be fulfilled, I responded. You fit some of the criteria. She stares at me for a long, quiet moment, then her spear lowers. Which criteria? She asks, curious despite herself. To the hearth there comes a stranger, journeyed far neath moon and star. I say. Though stark-born to sire uncertain, his aspect marks his certain fate. What? That's it. That's part of it. The part you fit, in one of the prophecies. I'm not even the right gender. She snaps. That's stupid. Is that really why the Emperor pardoned me and sent me all the way here? There's a reason I wanted to follow you, and not just assume things, I said. And what would you do if I was this person? Help you fulfill your destiny. I said. I reached an arm up my shadow, overlapping her shadow just long enough that I could feel my dagger, and plucked it out, sheathing it back on my hip. Because in a few years, I'm going to need help back. What? I stepped up the stairs. She moved the spear away as I walked closer, up the stairs. The Silt Strider and her caravaner weren't around, this time of night, so I was standing on a tall platform with a long drop at the end. I could hear the Netch calling in the distance. There are a lot of bad people out there. Like that Didra cultist who attacked me, or some of the Hist that rule the Argonians. There are some evil plans. And there's a prophecy I'm trying to stop. You actually believe that, don't you? She asks. The Elder Scrolls are real, Kirat. I said. I've seen them. I know the future. My mother, in a way, showed me. I don't know. I'm just a thief, she says. You're a hero. Or you will be. I said. How can you tell? I'm a shadow mage. I said. It's magic that deals with chance. Probability. Randomness, you could call it. I can touch a shadow and see where someone could be if they'd taken different choices or different roads. And what do you see when you touch mine? She asks. Nothing. I responded. I see where you are now. There is no randomness in your shadow. There's only one future for you, and it's whatever fate you choose. The fate I choose. So if I chose not to be this prophecy child, and ran away back to Skyrim. You could. I said. I'm not sure what would happen then. Maybe some other Nerev prophet child would show up. Or maybe the bad guys would win. I have no idea. Of course. She sighs. Then she slumps, and sits on the stairs. You're crazy, but I can tell you aren't lying. You can tell that. Always been able to tell if someone lies. Well, then, let me tell you the truth. I said. My original plan was to join you. To help and try and befriend you over time. Spend the next few weeks helping you through your tasks. Then, before the end, I'd tell you everything I'm telling you now. And I'd ask you for one thing. Two things. What? First off, I want to come with you, at the end. You'll know when. I guess I can do that. If I stay. What's the other? You're a thief, right? The best. Good enough to steal from a god. I asked. Her eyes glittered up at me. You should have lead with that, she said. I don't get why I have to do all this stupid spying stuff, Kirat's voice echoed into my mind. A sprinkle of mysticism, a dash of conjuration, and a heaping tablespoon of shadow magic had us communicating through our shadows and umbric connection. Go find random thing A to bring to informant B, so he gives me a bunch of random notes. Don't you already know all of this stuff? Yeah, but Caius probably wants to confirm things with external sources. Trust, but verify. You know what I mean. Makes sense, she responds. How about you? Waiting for the boring drudgery to be over, mostly, I said. But at least the fun part's about to start. Next to me, Devate Fyr nodded in agreement, as the two of us stood in silence. Thank you, Devate. Again. I still believe the age of the great houses are over, he says. But if my second most promising apprentice believes otherwise, who am I to stop her? Second most? I asked. It would not do to allow you to lull yourself into complacency, he responds. Still, this is quite an audacious plan of yours. And here you thought you were too old for audacity, I smirked. He shrugged. Finally, the doors opened. The Telvanni council chambers creaked wide, and without hesitation, Devate stepped in. I walked behind him, keeping my hands clasped in front of me and head down. Like a slave or servant, nobody would look a second time. Master Wizard Devate. One of the Telvanni mouths said, eyes wide. It's quite an honor. It is, said another mouth. In the back, I noticed a wizard in the back wearing the sigil of the Telvanni house and quietly, he stood. The mouths instantly shut up. Arion. So good to see you after so long. Devate addressed him. So this is why you'd asked for my presence here, Devate. Arion responded. You look like you're hatching some scheme. Devate cleared his throat. Well, I suppose I am. Master Arion, I feel I have the right and ability to join the Telvanni Council as a fellow master. Arion's eyes brightened. Gladly. I accept your nomination. Traditionally, it would take some time for this matter to be brought before the council. But we happen to be standing within the council as we speak. Do any of you, or the masters you represent, have any qualms with the admittance of Devate Fyr as a master of the Telvanni Council? I would not dare speak for you, Arion. One of them says, and Arion nods to him with a small smile. None, says another. My master welcomes Devate Fyr warmly. I'm afraid this is highly irregular. My master, Archmagister Gothrin, would. I focused. My hands weren't moving, and my magicka wasn't transferring through the space from me to him. But the mage light behind me, casting my shadow across the floor, intersected with his. Through that passage, with my magic I pushed, hard, on his throat. His eyes bulged, and he struggled to grasp at his neck. I'm sorry. Devate asked. What were you saying, Malum? I let go of his throat, and he hacked and coughed for a few moments. He started to open his mouth again and I pushed, slightly, at his throat. And no concerns. He said. The next three glanced between Devate and Malum, and eventually squeezed out their own denials. Very well. If there are no concerns with Devate's admittance, then I welcome Devate Fyr as a fellow master. Welcome to the council. Thank you, Arion. He responds, and one of the guards quickly finds him a chair. He casually sits down, leaving me standing behind him. Do you have a member of House Telvanni to announce as your mouth, master? Arion asks. Not at this time. I'll need time to deliberate. He says. Despite this being highly irregular, until such time that I have a mouth, I will be staying in the council hall to serve as my own. Understood. Arion says, and then sits down. At that, I stepped forward. It's the first time I moved since Devate sat down. Oh? Who is this? I am Maria Manatsoni. I respond. An entirely unaffiliated woman, but a highly experienced wizard. As an outsider to House Telvanni, I admire the great house's culture and focus on the arts of magic, and would like to join. Serving as the mouth of Master Devate Fyr, I accept your offer to join. Devate casually drawls, sounding almost sarcastic. Welcome. Thank you, I responded. One of the mouths stood to speak and Devate raised a hand. After much quiet deliberation, I've finally decided on a member of House Telvanni to announce as my mouth. I propose Maria Manatsoni to serve as my mouth. I accept your patronage, Master Devate. I said. As a third point during this meeting, Devate responds, cheerfully. I would like to announce myself as Magister. I believe I can do a better job than Archmaster Gothrin. This is highly irregular. Malum snaps, finally jumping to his feet. You're making a mockery. I took a breath, and then shot forward, ripping my staff out of my sleeve the shadow it was nestled in. With a hiss sparks of light roiling around my staff I leapt onto the table. While the mouths leapt away from the table, weaving defensive spells, Arion and Devate didn't move. Malum raised both arms, a shield spell forming in front of him. It didn't help. I leapt into my shadow into the sea of maybe and out, right behind him. He didn't even see me. A good wizard, but terrible at spatial awareness. A plasma blade erupted from my staff, and I swung. His headless body slumped to the ground, sparks of electricity making his body continue to twitch. I shouldered my staff, then kicked his body out of the way, and settled down into his seat. She's the winged witch. Arion realized, slowly. Devate, do you know what you've done? What is the meaning of this? House Telvanni is dying. Devate said. It is outdated. The age of the great houses is over. There is only one path I see for us to survive as we have. And that requires changes. Mary. This great house is full of assholes, the insane, or both. I said. I will be changing that. You? Arion asked. The forceful expression of will gives true honor to the ancestors. I quoted, in the original Dunmary Telvanese house motto. And I will be expressing my will, and the will of my master. My staff shuddered with power, the scintillating blade still humming. Forcefully, if need be. I say. The empire is continuing to rise. It will not die with Uriel septum, and backing it in full is the only way to survive. Slavery will end. Enemies will rise. We need to look beyond ourselves and our experiments, or we will no longer be able to survive. Nobody says a word. If you feel that your master is not adaptable enough for the new House Telvanni, you may warn them to retire from their position. Then, my staff shudders again. I casually kick my feet up on the council table, leaning back in my chair. Or, alternatively, warn them to prepare their defenses. I will be coming. Then, everyone but Devate and I began to yell. I knelt in a dark, stone chamber. A circle sat around me, careful engravings in the Daedric language spelling out everything I needed. Soul gems gleamed with an inner power, and I knelt in the very center. Sitting before me, an empty vessel. It was a small pot and urn, more like. It was normally rather worthless, except for where it had come from. Apocrypha was full of such things, and the urns were normally full of the minds and brains of those Hermias Mora had taken, or his newborn Daedra that hadn't yet learned enough from Apocrypha's halls to form themselves as one of his other servants. In short, it was a perfect vessel for a Daedric vestige, ripped apart, to allow it to reforge itself. I knelt. My shadow roiled, deep and full and black. So much potentia, now the deaths of Telvanni wizards, and the manipulation of Kirat's fate had granted me more power. Behind me, observing, was Gemma and Bite Fyr. Two of Devata's daughters, the more calm, quieter ones. The former had a gift for magic, Devate had bragged, so I was showing them the ritual from a safe distance. The air is saturated with enough magicka that any transliminal bridges will be sustained without draining power from the portals themselves. Instead, they will drain from the magicka in the air. Gemma nodded, studiously writing down my words. She'd normally have used magic to do it, but I'd given them strict instructions: no magic in the ritual chamber except for the ritual itself. Normally, this is when your father would begin the painstaking process of seeking out the expanse of oblivion for the vestige he wants, I said. Traditionally, one would seek either the outer void near Apocrypha, or the void near the Deadlands, perhaps even the intervening space. However, I have a proficiency he does not. What do you mean, Kina Mary? Shadow magic deals in chance. In probability. One shadow reaches into all shadows, all possibilities. In another world line, another possibility, I've already begun searching. In 100 world lines, I've searched 100 places. In 100,000. I've searched 100,000 places. And chances are, through sheer luck, I've already found a fragment. I grinned, and then raised both hands. In one, my shadow raised with it a congealed, black sphere of darkness. In the other, a warping, violent purple energy. Transliminal tendrils, reaching into oblivion. Through the shadows, I could feel joy, happiness and friendship, from my other selves. The elation of those who have found a fragment of what I sought. My fingertips plunged into the shadows, and I reached toward them to ask them their secrets. Cess Allen, I whispered. Where are you? Power flooded my veins. I shot forward, rippling through space as my fortification spells all buzzed in my veins. My Telvanni robes and finery were barely clinging to me, kept on only by silken strands, the wind friction trying to peel it off of me as I ripped through space. The Telvanni guard slammed onto his back as both of my feet landed on his chest. Bone mold scraped against the ground as we slid, together, down the ramp from the Mushroom Tower's entrance. Behind me, wizards raised their palms, barking spells out at me. Beams of destructive energy, fire, lightning, frost, and the like sizzled through the air around me. I ducked under one, and then leapt off of the unfortunate guard in time to dodge another, leaping behind one of the enormous thorns Tel Naga was growing out of. How dare you! A Dunmer bellowed, her voice augmented with magicka. He floated above his mushroom tower, imperiously glaring down at me. House Telvanni will never bow to the whims of outsiders. That must be Master Nelith. Perfect. I stepped out, into the open. My shadow arced up, covering me in a field of my own shadow, but at the same time, I wove an illusion spell projecting light in the form of a shield spell. Arrows from Bosmer mercenaries arced down, impacting the shadow, and vermagant, Daedric humanoids ripped themselves out of the soil, two large claws stretching out toward me. After the first three verme vanished into the sea of maybe, I realized I'd delayed enough, and cancelled a shield spell I'd been sustaining. Deep within the tower's depths, in the basement, a pile of ingredients plunged into a bubbling, boiling cauldron. It frothed and bubbled, instantly exploding into a gaseous cloud. From the windows and doors, Tel Naga exploded into thick, misty cloud of gas, expanding through the tower. Bosmer and Telvanni guards alike froze in place, paralyzed, before they collapsed in place as the gas entered their lungs. How dare you! Nelith roared. He raised a staff and a scintillating beam of electricity roiled straight toward me, a cylinder of magica keeping the lightning under control. I let it back out of my shadow back toward him. Nelith weaved and dodged from the beam, even as I kept reorienting my shadow back toward him. More blasts of energy came rippling from Nelith's hands, his incantations and woven spells sputtering out of him. At a high rate. He was a prodigious spellcaster, a master of destruction, to be sure, trying to break through my shield or spell mirror, as he probably assumed it was now with raw force. Rather than waste potentia on deflecting them, I simply released some of the things I'd caught. Verme and blasts of energy coming back from my shadow, colliding with his attacks. Finally, he got close enough to the top floor of his own tower. Cess Allen. I hissed. Something ripped its way through the top of Tel Naga. A titanic lurker, an alien, aquatic-looking humanoid the size of a giant, more suited toward swimming in the ink of apocrypha than true water. Twisted, alien creatia forms a set of plated armor scaled for his size. In his hands was a cleaver, upon which the history of ancient Malmerdrup wars were carved. Nelith twists in the air, behind himself blasting Cess Allen with a destructive blast. When that doesn't work, a banishment rings out and Cess Allen's cleaver-like sword vanishes. The rest of my loyal familiar, however, continues moving. The rest of him collides with the mage and with a grasp on his leg, whips him out of the sky. Nelith mid-flight is able to cast a shield spell around himself before he slams into the ground. Carefully, slowly, he gets back to his feet, throwing his broken staff to the ground in disgust. Even as the cloud of gas surrounds him, his shield seems to be filtering it permeable to air, but not the paralysis potion emanating from his tower. Cess Allen glided down, toward the gaseous cloud, and I felt a small drain on my magica. Perfect. The lurker's fingers snap and a small spark of flame appears, as he shoves his hand into the gaseous cloud. Cess Allen ceases to exist and then Tel Naga explodes. Nelith's shield breaks and I'm able to see a flicker of panic on his face before he erupts into flame, and I watch, as if in slow motion, the explosion erupt around him. What in the three gods' names? A Dunmer standing out of Tel Naga says. He's wearing the armor and helmet of a Telvanni guard. Great house business. I responded. Ah. He says. I'm just going to state that I never liked Master Nelith, and that I much preferred, whoever, He glances at me. Devate. I said. Right. Master Devate was always much better. Good choice, I responded. I'd stay away from Tel Arun. House business is happening there, next. Mary? Kirat suddenly asked, through our Umbric connection. I was rather impressed she'd learned to use it without knowing any magic herself. There's something of a problem. What? I asked, a sudden grip of dread in my gut. I got sick. She responds, worried. Oh, good, I relaxed. What? I'll come get you. I responded, and raised a hand. Cess Allen. Cess Allen shimmered into existence again, this time with his vestige filling out a titanic, clawed cliff racer saddle on his back, and tendrils replacing the point his beak was, and an additional pair of wings stretching out past his tail. The Dunmer flinched, and all but ran as I climbed astride my flying mount, hanging onto Cess Allen's dorsal fin. A quick feather spell, and I was light enough for him to carry, and the two of us took off again, leaving the smoking, burning tower behind. Kirat looked upset, to say the least. As Cess Allen and I landed in the small fishing village, dodging a few arrows from a paranoid archer on our way down, before they'd noticed Cess Allen had a rider, she was pacing back and forth in front of the tavern, anxiously. Her tail flicking wildly. Her bident had been replaced with a near-identical one made out of malachite, of glass, and she was wearing a set of heavy, Nordic gauntlets on her fist. As soon as I got close, I could see her skin was roiling, twisting under her flesh like she'd had tendrils or worms squirming under her skin, constantly. When I climbed off of Cess Allen, she all but ran to me. What the hell does in his flesh, of his flesh mean? It means that Ashghouls are creepy, crazy fuckers. I respond. What happened? She tells me her story, that she'd been sent to deal with a base full of Dagathur's forces, members of his sixth house, and at the very end, the leader Dagathgares had cursed her, touched her with his finger, and made her skin roil and shift. I could feel the magic in her. Her passive, natural magica had always been hard to sense, obscure, almost, but now, I could feel something new in there, a new song lulling and humming, welcoming and soft. I could almost feel it calling to me, but I recognized the sensation. It was the same sort of impression I'd gotten from Almalexia, or Vivek, that same kind of divinity, only focused through a different lens. So. What the hell is this? It's called the divine disease. I said. Dagathur is a being with a very real sense and power of divinity, and he thinks it's a kind of gift. He gives it away to his followers, and while they remain sane, the people his followers tend to give it to others. You'll find yourself growing stronger and more durable, probably endlessly. You won't age, and you'll find yourself growing more powerful in time, possibly endlessly. And what's the catch? She asks, jittery. Dagathor will slowly infect your mind until you go crazy, and you'll start growing all sorts of, tumors and stuff. You know, if we don't do something about it. Well, we have to do something about it. She snaps. Shore's bones, I'd return to Caius and ask him for advice, but I don't even know if they'll let me in town like this. What can we do? I can introduce you to my master, I said. The guy who taught you all your creepy shadow stuff. No, the guy who taught me everything else. I said. Right. How do we get there? I grabbed her hand. Her eyes widened, and she blushed as I pulled us closer together. Hang on tightly, I said. Aren't you worried about catching it from me? I could feel it roiling against my flesh, but that spark of light inside of myself, that droplet of blood, that minor spark of divinity. No. I could push it away, keep it off of me with just my will. I couldn't let it damage Mawaleel's design. I'll be fine, Kirat. I said, softly, and then she responded with less of a frantic, panicked cling into an actual hug. It felt warm. Don't let go, I said, and made the sign of recall. With a crack of the air and howling whines, the two of us landed ungracefully near the entrance Hotel Fyr. We pulled away, and Kirat started looking around, into the distance. Where is this? The east coast of Vardenfell. Azura's coast, actually. Right. And your master is one of, those guys? She asks, pointing. I turn, frowning, and I see that there's a clump of people stood before Fyr. Telvanni wizards, and their hirelings. Heavy armor and spellcasters alike. At the front, I saw him clearly. Archmagister Gothrin, notable only by his uniquely designed tabard indicating him as such. No. I said. His political rivals. They're probably here because I blew up Tel Naga. What? She says. You blew up a town. Only the Mushroom Tower, I said with a shrug. Already, though, the Telvanni were slowly turning toward me. One said something, and gestured. The others drew their weapons, and the spellcasters raised their staffs. We've got to fight. Kirat says. Her spear all but leaps in her hand, and she braces herself for combat. The door to Tel Fyr slams open. Devate, wearing his Daedric armor, takes a single step out. No, we don't. I responded. The air shivered. The Archmagister turned to him, and snarled. Devate, you're letting outsiders tell you what to do. How can you discard thousands of years of tradition and power? You're the oldest, most powerful Telvanni that exists, and yet you're allowing outsiders to change our great country. By no means am I allowing anyone anything, Gothrin. Devate says. Restain has never been great. Not since the day our skin turned grey, and our eyes went red. You never knew of the Chimer, Gothrin. You've forgotten your ancestors. How dare you? The only thing the outsider has convinced me of is that I should finally act, Devate says. He met my eyes, and nodded once. Perhaps you've gone senile, like those beasts you keep in that cave of yours, Gothrin responds. Don't worry, I'll. He trails off as the air shivers again. Devate's eyes glinted purple for a moment and he let out a long, sharp whistle. Watch, I said. Devate never needed my help. Whirls of iridescent, violet portals opened in space. Twisting, alien gates to other planes of existence, circling them. Anyone who tried casting a spell found their magic landing in a portal. The dizzying, dozens of portals rippled around the cluster of soldiers and wizards, a dizzying dome. Then, suddenly, they were gone. A crater sat where they'd once stood, and the air was eerily silent. I started to walk forward. Devate held up a hand with 3 fingers. 2. 1. Suddenly, the ground and the Telvanni were back. All of them, on their knees, shaking and trembling. One guard in bone mold ripped off his cephalopod helmet and sobbed, fully weeping, head in his hands. Archmagister Gothrin slumped to the ground. He'd been flayed to the bone, teeth marks on his bones, and his skeleton was ancient and decrepit, ash pouring out of the bottom of his robes. What was that? There are levels beyond mere mastery of magic, I said. Not that he'd call it that. Come in, let's go bug the scary super wizard. Do you have to word it like that? Kirat asked. Hello, Mary. This must be a friend of yours, Devate said cheerfully. Where did you send them? I asked, looking at the weeping Dunmary. Trust me, he chuckled, you really don't want to know. So, do you have something interesting for me? I found a subject for your corpus cure. I responded. Ah, so you have, Devate says, turning his eye on Kirat. You think this one will survive? Neither blight nor age can harm him. The curse of flesh before him flies, I recite. The second line of the prophecy. At that, Devate gives Narivaran another glance, and then grins. Welcome to Tel Fyr, he says. I am Devate Fyr. Grand Magister of House Telvanni. And, this was complete coincidence, but here's some water, related, magic, Deos. It was only due to my shadow magic that I wasn't instantly killed. I'd been sitting outside of Tel Fyr, enjoying a storm-free, ash-free day, when one of my alternate selves, someone who had been sitting a rock a few hundred feet to the left of me, was stabbed, and killed, the spark of pain in my tattoo warning me of the possibility of imminent death. A second after I felt her death pain in the spine, I threw myself off of the rock, throwing myself out of the way. At the same moment I started moving, an Argonian shot out of the water, leaping toward the spot I'd been with two long, hooked swords. I landed on the surface of the water's tension improved under my feet with a water walking spell. The Argonian turns toward me, both daggers shimmering under his touch. His shadow quivered, and suddenly he has a bow in his hand instead of twin daggers. He draws it back and I duck under the first arrow. The second, I fused two spells together, a warding shield and telekinesis, creating a field that would catch the arrows. I run back, into the bay, feet skidding across the water like I was on rollerblades. Then, once I had 3 arrows, I shot them back at him. One sparked off his horn, but the other 2 missed. The Argonian shot toward me, as fast as the arrows had been. Once, that would have been too quick for me to react. But serpent-eating warrior was in my tendons, dancing down my nerves. She'd trained herself. Learned from Lilita, High Ordinator, back in Mournhold, training to be a combatant as powerful as those she'd met. She'd used a halberd against her foes. I twirled my staff in the air, allowing it to erupt into sizzling light, an axe head bursting into existence at the tip. So did I. The Argonian's feet paddled against the water, fast enough and hard enough that he could run across the water despite no magicka being used, his bow flickering into a spear as he lunged toward me. I parried the swift blow that would have punched through my dress and sent both of us skidding in different directions. He was doing something with shadow magic. He was a shadow scale, I could tell that much, but I wanted to let him live a little longer. Just to figure out what it was. Exchanging his weapon for another potential weapon he could have brought? I didn't think so. It would be expensive for me to do something like that, more expensive, the further away I was from the available items stored. Perhaps he'd constructed his own sea of maybe, or... He vanished from sight, at that moment, slamming an invisibility spell into his own chest. I wove my own, handlessly, a detect life shimmering in my eyes. I saw his form shoot toward me, and I responded by blasting him with a torrent of ice, a wave of cold, roiling across his form. A hissing, frosted cloud erupted around him, stopping him enough that he plunged into the water, unable to stand atop it like I was. I saw his life force through the water, swiftly swimming underneath me, going around for another attempted attack. This was easy. The murky water was impossible to see through, even with Argonian eyes, so he probably wasn't trying for a direct attack. This wasn't the first time assassins had targeted me since I'd started removing Telvanni mages, but this was the first shadow scale. He swam upwards toward me, this time angling himself slightly higher, so I leapt out of the way, just before he broke through. He shot out of the water, bow in hand, pre-drawn. This time, when he shot it, he vanished again, even to my detect life. I noticed something strange about the arrow, the dark shape, almost Daedric in form, but it wasn't made out of any form of creatia. It wasn't a physical object. It was congealed, physical potentia. I had no idea how someone could. Then, even before I could bat the arrow away with the metal of my staff, the shadow scale leapt out of the arrow's shadow on the surface of the water, reaching up to grab the arrow from the air. It transformed into a 2-handed battle axe, and split my staff in half as the Argonian brought it down. Both halves fell out of my hands, and it was only a quick shield spell that saved me. Fuck. I snarled. His shadow quivered, and suddenly, another Argonian split from the first, and then a third. Each of them exploded out of the first, weapons already moving, axes, swords, daggers slamming toward me, impacting the shield. He leapt off of himself, off the fragments of himself, continuing to attack, assailing me in front. My detect life saw one go underneath, shooting underneath me, and I knew exactly what he was trying. Fuck it. I snarled. Says Alan. My loyal lurker erupted from the water, slamming into the shadow copies with his own body, even as I whirled around, both hands crackling with magicka. The real shadow scale shot out of the water again, toward what he thought was my undefended back. And with a spike of sharp, raw force, I blasted him. His torso exploded like someone had rammed a spear the size of a tree trunk through his heart, which I effectively had, and he bounced off the bay like a stone once, twice, before slamming into one of the many rocks poking out of Zarfarbal Bay. He slumped, wheezing at me, raising a hand, and then died. The dagger in his hand, the Daedric one, that I now realized to be the key behind his abilities, shimmered under his grasp. Shadow Rend, I said, and the dagger shivered, slowly raising into the air. I walked forward, across the water. To claim Shadow Rend, you must first face the greatest foe of all. I heard from behind me. Yourself. Slowly, I turned. I was standing in front of myself. The other Mary was dark as night, red eyes sparkling at me. She held an old Akaver Tonto in her hand, and a hulking, shadowy entity stood behind her. Shadow Rend had split me, torn my essence in two, empowered my potentia and split off a hunk of it, spinning it into an altered, twisted version of myself. She had my powers. My magicka. Even a spark of divinity, that small drop of blood, worked into her very makeup. I could taste it in her. Already, she had cast water walking, stepping out onto the bay like I had. This is baby shit, Shadow Rend. I said aloud. I smirked. That's not me. Had. A persona reference. I reached out and my shadow touched hers. I touched my own potentia, my own essence. My own copy, screamed she, howled, falling to her knees on the surface of the water. That's lunch, I said. Th, she stammered and then stared at where my tattoo lay, under my dress. The serpent. It eats, I say. It eats and swallows and devours until there's nothing left. Mercy. Mercy. She screams, as I pull my own potentia back from her, as she flickered and began to fade. This is mercy, I said, and felt my shadow settle back where it should have been. Inside of me. I turned back to the levitating dagger. You are mine, now, I said. Its nature prevented it from existing in my sea of maybe, and it definitely didn't deserve my fine sheath, so. Gauntlet. It quivered, coiling itself into a sharp, clawed, Daedric gauntlet. I pulled it on, feeling it carefully adjust itself into proper shape. I felt it link into my shadow, attached to it a strange, external connection. Like Deveda's ring had been for my magicka, Shadow Rend was for my potentia. But it was more than that. A kind of ephemeral mass, a will, pooled together from all the essences who had lost to their own shadows, claimants who had failed fighting their own clones. It was the creation of a shadow mage, that was for sure, but one that had long since gone out of control. But now it was in mine. Cess Allen stepped out of the water, near the Argonian's corpse, gesturing. Oh, if you like, I said. He knelt and his tendrils latched around the Argonian's skull, devouring the shadow scale's brain. I casually turned, and skated back toward Tel Fyr, flicking my tail against the water to keep up my momentum. Dark Brotherhood, Cess Allen burbled, the result of his own hunger. They hunt you. Everyone does, I said. Probably a good idea not to let my guard down when fighting again. Shadow Rend quivered under my touch. This is so weird. Kirat said, lying in bed. Well, bed was the wrong word, it's more a large, long branch extruded from Tel Fyr's wall, mushrooms grown on top to act as strangely comfortable cushions. I could still feel that spark of divinity inside of her, but it wasn't the Shermit's influence. It wasn't Dagathor's divinity. It was something different. An alien one. More active, more alive. Like it was dancing. I could taste greed, and hope, and determination. What is? I asked. My nose is a lot more sensitive. I could smell when you entered the building. You smell, kinda good. Really? I asked. Just me? What about anyone else? No, not really. She said. I just knew it was you. That's probably not your nose. It's just some, metaphysical stuff. Metaphysical? Like what? We're soulmates. She scoffed. Pfft, no, I said. That's really not likely. Yet? Why are you so dismissive? Because I kinda watched my soul get forged, and no mates were put in. Just a quest. I said, getting a strange look. No, I'm saying it's because there's a spark of godhood inside of you. What? Deveda's cure. I said. What did he tell you about it? He says all the negative side effects are gone. My skin isn't crawling, and I'm not going to go crazy. I'm not even infectious anymore. But, I'm still going to get stronger, and I haven't gotten tired in, days. Days. I've just been sitting around waiting, and I haven't exactly been like, running around. But I just, don't need to sleep anymore. I still can, I just. She trails off. Hey. You caught the divine disease, and good old Kina Fyr got rid of the disease part. There's going to be some changes in you. That's normal. Yet? And you know about this kinda stuff. Course. I said. I've been through some changes myself. Lucky you, you got to skip the part where you're gestating in a cauldron for years, or go into a coma. Right, I forgot about that. she said. Do you have a divine spark? That's probably what you're smelling, I said, and she looked away. What? Sorry, it's just. You smell really good, she said. I'd just been outside, facing my own copy. I knew what my spark felt like. Where Vivek's divinity was marred with sex and mystery and violence, mine was just lust, hunger, and something else I couldn't name, didn't understand. But now that she was back inside of me, it lit a fire in my veins. I'd been planning to take care of it myself, but... Really? I purred. Hey. You're stuck in here for observation for another night, right? I pulled the shoulder of my own dress off, and Kirat swallowed, her dusky skin going even darker and much redder. She eloquently responded. If you can't sleep, I can make sure you don't get too bored, I said, weaving a long-duration silence spell. I flung it at the door, and then sat on Kirat's bed. I wouldn't be the only one purring, soon. A large part of this scene was inspired by my notes for the next few sessions on Shadowrend. That said, this will likely be the last update for a few days, since I'm leaving town tomorrow. Kirat's lips were warm and soft just like the rest of her. The two of us curled up, nestled on the comfortable sponginess of Tel FYR's bedding. She pawed wildly at me, hands slipping into my dress, while I fondled her thigh, and, her perky ass, everything I could get my hands on. She moaned as I pushed my fingers into the base of her spine, into the sensitive nerves at the base of her tail, pressing herself against me. The unnatural lust thudding through our veins strengthened, and a moment later, Kirat's lips pressed against mine, twisted into a smirk. A second later, she tossed my bra to the ground. She'd somehow pulled my bra off without removing my dress. Hands on my breasts, fingers kneading them like the cat she was. After a moment, I bit her lip and dragged my teeth against it, pulling away. Neat trick, I whispered. But you're not the only one that can do that. I grabbed the collar of her shirt with a fist and pulled it into my shadow, into the sea of maybe, and found out pleasantly that she didn't wear a bra underneath. Kirat squeaked, suddenly topless. I grinned, laying kisses down her neck, across her abs, fondling her small breasts. She slid a hand up my hip, hooking a thumb under my panties, and a second later they were in her hand, discarded with the same cheeky grin. I had no idea how she'd done that. I leaned forward, and reached down to her own leg to do the same, to find she wasn't wearing anything. Fuck it, you win, I said, and threw my own dress off. She took a few moments to admire me. I knew I was hot, now. After giving her a few seconds to look, I grabbed her hips and slid her further up the bed. Carefully, slowly I spread her legs and then dove in. Finally, my kitty's pussy. I lapped at her lips, making her squeak, playing with her. Teasing her with my tongue and lips, kneading her thighs. She kept thrusting her hips and moaning, even as I tried to hold her still. Eventually, after getting her hot and ready, I pulled away. We locked eyes. I've never. Not with a woman. She trailed off. Then I'll make it easier for you, I responded. In another possibility, I'd experimented more with my former body's blood, and I'd been left with some unusual side effects. And in one of those, Shadowrend shuddered around my wrist, coiling around my form, until it swelled up between my hips, turning into a completely different kind of sword. Kirat's eyes widened, and carefully, warily, she wrapped a hand around my newly formed cock. I shuddered. I didn't expect it to feel anything like that. By Debella, I love magic, she whispered, breathlessly, and then enveloped my new member with her lips. I found myself sitting on the bed, panting, as she worked my cock in ways I'd never expected, both hands on, her rough tongue and soft lips swirling around the tip and sucking. It was heaven. I couldn't help but moan. Fuck, I muttered, Kirat bobbing up and down on my dick. I'd definitely be using Shadowrend this way more often, that was for sure. I could feel myself getting close. It was hard to keep still, to let her do her thing. Then, suddenly, she clenched a hand tight around the base of my cock, pulling me away from the edge of orgasm. With a mischievous grin, she lifted it high, giving me a long, slow lick down the shaft and pushed her face straight into my cunt. I was already so close to coming, but it was such a different kind of pleasure despite being more familiar that it threw me off. Like I had a second edge she could bring me to. After a few minutes of clumsily kissing and licking at me, she drew away. The Khajiit woman stood proud, tail flicking wildly side to side, cheeks bright red. Then she straddled me, rubbing herself against my cock. After a minute more of making out and grinding, she was ready, holding the tip of my cock against her. And without any ceremony, slammed herself down onto me, and I came instantly. My dick surged and I spasmed, thrusting my hips up against her. Her pussy was too hot, too tight, too, everything. Phew-uck, I moaned. Quick shot, Kirat asked, still grinning. She'd noticed the same thing I did. Shadowrend, my Futanari dick from another possible timeline, wasn't softening. It wasn't going down. As false cum dripped from us, dissolving into shadowy nothingness after a few moments. Kirat smirked and then wiggled. I squeaked too sensitive, but the Kajiat didn't have any mercy. She just started to buck on top of me, fucking me into the bed. I was wrong. Her blowjob wasn't heaven. This was. There was a glint in Kirat's eye. Already, my non-existent balls ached, but Kirat wasn't getting tired. She couldn't, anymore. It was going to be a long night. I've been having dreams, Kirat said. It was a quiet day at Tel Fyr, and Kirat had been cleared. She had been cured of the divine disease. What do you mean? I asked. I was an elf. An elf. I responded. Yet. It's all pretty vague, she says. In one part, I was giving away flowers to this one elf. Big leafy golden ones. And in another, I was a leader. We were at war. I was commanding. Narivar. You say. You're remembering being in Doril Narivar. I do. She says. It's only fragments. Little bits. Training with spear and axe and sword. The golden flowers. My friend, Dumak, when he betrayed me. She's staring out in space. I snapped my fingers, getting her attention again. I mean. His friend. And stuff. She responds. Try not to get too lost, you say. He'd lived a whole, full life. And your life is just beginning. Don't let him consume you. I won't. Kirat says, slowly getting back to her feet. She pulled on those Nordic gauntlets, and I felt the magic of them. Nordic carvings glimmering with light as they empowered her even further than Corpus had, combining with her already inhuman agility and strength. I should return to Chaos. See what he wants next. Good luck, I said. Whatever you need, I said, already knowing she'll need to be declared Hordator by the three main great houses of Vardenfell. House Telavani will help. Thanks, Mary. She says. She gives me a warm, tight hug, before stepping out of the room. I looked out the window and with a thought, I reached out to my shadow, to a reality where an alternate self had mixed a potion wrong. Where an alternate self had kept the wings she'd been mutated with, that drop of divine blood allowing the wings to persist on her twisted form. I was beginning to understand Shadowrun's power more as I spent time with it. It was a protean artifact, infinite in form and variability. I couldn't yet use it to create a copy of myself, but it could reshape itself. I showed Shadowrun the image of my winged self, and the gauntlet swam around my body, embracing my shoulders. Long, bat-like wings stretched from my back, the telltale plumes of a cliff racer fanning out over my shoulders. I could feel them tremble, as Shadowrun melded itself into my body. I shot off, into the air, my tail whipping from side to side, Shadowrun's fins helping guide me, alien instincts in its muscle memory. I smirked to myself. Winged witch indeed. Snow fell down around me, even as Red Mountain loomed in the distance behind me. Guards stood back, away from me, spears raised and leveled toward me, tower shields interposed between me and the gates of the city. I didn't even really feel the cold, not really. It was a little uncomfortable, in my red dress, but that was it. Mawelael had done me the favor of resistance to hostile weather, it seemed. Mary Manitsoni. One of the guards called. I stepped forward, and the guard wobbled his spear a little. I come to speak with Queen Vainth, rightful ruler of the city of Fire Watch, I said. I come as mouth of Devate Fyr, Grand Magister of House Telavani. Queen Vainth does not respect your claim, winged witch. One of the guards call. What happened to Grand Magister Gothrin was murder, plain and simple. If he were strong enough to deserve the title of Grand Magister, he would have been able to fight off my master. If he were clever enough to deserve the title of Grand Magister, he would have been able to convince my master. I responded, chin high. Under imperial law. Imperial law does not matter here, I respond, projecting my voice even louder with a dash of fortification magic. Under the Treaty of Armistice, negotiated between the Tribunal and Emperor Tiber Septim, this is a matter between members of the Great House Telavani. Under Great House law, my actions are lawful. At that, the guards fell silent. One of the taller ones, a mare with an enchanted cephalopod helm, steps forward. I am Captain Gelas Varion. As loyal as we are to House Telavani, our duties are still to protect the citizenry of Fire Watch, and serve Queen Vainth. As such, you will relinquish your weapons, and the package in your arms. I drew the long, thin Akaver Tonto from my belt, and handed it to the guard. Then, I gave him the heavy container I'd been carrying. The package is a gift from Devate Fyr to the Queen. If it is misplaced, he will be quite upset. The dagger is a gift from Devate Fyr to me. If it is misplaced. I trailed off, letting my eyes flash red. I will be quite upset. Understood. He responds. He doesn't know my wings are an artifact, so I simply wrap them around my shoulders, clasping them together as a makeshift shawl. Under guard, spears pointed warily at me, we headed toward the Palace of Fire Watch. And why, little girl, do you think you have any right to order me about? Queen Vainth asked. She was an old Dunmer woman, very old, but her skin was clean. She hadn't spent much time in the Ashlands, if any, but her cheekbones and brows were so elongated and elven that it made her look alien. Red eyes peered into mine. I'm sorry. I asked. I haven't given any orders or requests in any form, Queen Vainth. Well, you're here and not arrested, so you've blustered your way into my palace somehow, she responds acerbically. I come here, unarmed and unarmored, to present you a gift from Grand Magister Devate FYR, I responded. This was boring busy work, but necessary. Out of respect of your former position as a Magister of the Great House. I still don't respect that man's claim to Grand Magister, the Queen responds. Wanton killing of one's political enemies is not the proper way to go about dealing with house business. With all due respect, Queen Vainth, what you want doesn't actually matter. I said, and her expression shifted. She looked even more alien, glaring at me. How dare you? She snaps. War is coming, I declared. The age of great houses is over, all of them pale imitations of themselves. Uriel Septim is the greatest emperor the empire has known since Tiber himself, and what will happen when he dies? Could his sons hold the empire together? In his absence, they'll come and feed, like locusts. The Queen says, finally. That's why Devate is finally acting. Because he's worried about the future? And he's acting so recklessly because he doesn't have the time he needs. He has daughters, now, I respond. He wants to make a world they can prosper in. Then what is your goal, winged witch? The Queen asks. Why do you risk yourself? Why did you talk Devate into this? Why, as anything but a Dunmer, would you join House Telvanni? I started, a little surprised she'd known that I was the one that had talked him into this whole escapade, and sighed. My mother made a request of me on her dying day. I responded. Devate has done me great favors, and Telvanni's enemies are mine as well. The Queen was quiet for a long moment. Captain Gelas. Bring me this gift. The Queen said. She pulled it open to find a set of pristine, obsidian Daedric armor. Crafted carefully by a conjured Dremora using mundane materials, albeit heavily enchanted, made to fit the Queen herself perfectly. This is princely, she says. Practical, too, I responded. Wear it whenever you can. The invasion, it can come at any time. I see, she says. Then she glances past me, to the volcano in the distance, through the plains of glass. And your threat? Promising that Red Mountain would burst. It will not. I responded. That, I can swear. At that, she raised an eyebrow. I will stop it myself, I declared. Bells were ringing, and horns were blowing. I could see the city of Vivec in chaos. Each of the large, mermaid bone mold cantons, built out of the bay, serving as different sections of the city. Each had messengers, blowing horns and yelling. I could see flickering, blurring figures of gold running through the city. Golden armored ordinators, blurring across bridges, or jumping completely from one canton to another, splitting up and surrounding the largest canton of all the temple district. Standing alone, wearing simple black leather in her steel Nordic gauntlets, with her glass bident on her back, was Kirat. I could see a sparking star on her neck, a ring on a chain. The ring of moon and star. An ordinator shot toward her, and she suddenly swept her foot underneath him, knocking him off of his feet. Before he could hit the ground, though, both of her palms slammed into his chest and the ordinator was blown away, off the side of the canton and into the bay. I dove from the sky, weaving twin feather spells in both hands. She waved at me, before jumping, twisting at the hip, and kicking another ordinator, sending him bodily back, slamming into two others of his allies. I dove, slapping one spell into her, and one spell into myself. Both of us were suddenly lighter, easier to lift, and I scooped an arm around her waist, taking her off, into the air. Arrows whizzed around us, but Kirat faster than me drew her spear, batting them out of the air as we shot away from the city of Vivec. What did you do? I called, over the sound of the wind. Kirat just laughed in response. Come on, what the hell was that? Take us down somewhere safe. Kirat calls back, still laughing. Below, the golden forms of the ordinators weaving around obstacles, jumping from tree to tree, moved inhumanly fast, chasing us. I pushed myself faster, Shadowrend kicking forward, my wings clawing at the air as we went faster and faster. Eventually, the ordinators fell behind, and I carefully set the catgirl down on the top of a cliff too high up for the ordinators to get to. We spent a few moments, panting, before I threw a fireball at the cluster of cliff racers that had started to follow us. As the searing remnants of the pests fell from the sky, rolling down the mountain, Kirat panted, relaxing for a while at the top of the cliff. So, what was that? You needed my help real quick. Well, Kirat said, grinning. You know how you mentioned you'd need me to steal something? You didn't. It's a bit early, but I have some Hordator stuff to get done. She says. Yeah, don't worry about the Televani, I said. They've already declared you so. Thanks, Mary. Less for me to get done. Oh. And before I forget, she says, and reaches into her pouch. She pulls out a sharp-looking, blackened gauntlet. The fingers were too long, twisted brambles pointing inward. It looked like it had once been Mermake, but the metal had corroded, been replaced with Daedric Creatia. It wasn't attuned. It couldn't be used. And if it could very well kill me anyway. But new memories, new thoughts and ideas were ringing in my head as I looked down at it as Shadow-Eating Machinist whispered the secrets of the Dwemer to me, the knowledge of tonal architecture that Yagrum Bagarn would have taught me. Carefully, I ran a single finger down the smooth metal of the gauntlet's back. It hummed under my touch a low, droning pitch. Wraithguard, stolen from Vivek himself, sat in my grasp. Red Mountain was hot. It was burning, and the ash poured from the sky constantly. Fissures rippled in the ground, and I could smell sulfur and other gases. I could feel the blight around us, sparks of divinity roiling along the ground, through the worms and what few plants could survive. Corrupted and corpus infused, I could taste the corrupted divinity. Like a wound in the flesh, infection worming its way in. This was what Dagathor smelled like. I could feel him in the air, suffused in the ash. But at the same time, it wasn't him. It was something else, something alien, twisted. If the Shermit was a bleeding wound, what was the infection? Where did the madness come from? Regardless, I sat in the dirt. The ghost gate surrounded me, and I could see a curious cliff racer flying toward it. As it passed the area above the ghost gate, a shimmering, blazing stream of light crackled around it and it bounced off, shaking off the effect. A good thing I hadn't tried flying over, at least. Not that anyone had noticed us slipping through the gates. Kirat was stealthy when she wanted to be, and I was able to hide within her shadow, riding along for a few minutes while she slipped through. Speaking of Kirat, I noticed a figure step toward me in the ash. Wrapped in ragged cloth, the glint of the red sun reflecting off of goggles, and familiar silver gauntlets, and a green glass bident. You're back. How'd it go? I got them. She says, holding it aloft. I also found a bunch of necklaces, but they're covered in Dagath iconography. Wasn't my place to take them. Wasn't your place? I asked, smirking. What happened to the lovable thief that came off the boat a few months back? She started getting memories of being a completely different kind of person, Kirat said. Still. 2 steps left on this prophecy. Time to honor blood and free the broken, or whatever. Yeah, I said. Kirat reached down to turn the crank to Dagathor proper, not the mare, not the god. But the place. The heart of Red Mountain. Stop, came a hum. Kirat froze. I stopped as well, and we both looked back, toward the entrance to the ghost gate. She looked like a Dunmer woman, but there was a rune-des, a softness there. She had caring in her eyes, but there was a presence there. A Daedric one. As powerful as Hermias Mora, but different in nature. Her divinity was alien to what I'd known, to the Daedric divinity I'd been tasting. Azura. Kirat said, nodding low to her. Narivaran, Azura said. This is a path you must go alone. This outsider must not join you. Unknown. Kirat asked. No. I trust Mary. She's coming with me. Dagathor's power of persuasion is strong, Narivaran. He will turn your allies against you, or twist them into beasts. I get you're trying to give me advice, but we'll be fine. We can handle it. So be it. Walk with care, Narivaran. She said and flickered from existence. Kirat and I glanced at each other for a long moment, and then she laughed. I guess you're right. We are being watched. The 2 of us sprinted down the halls. Behind us, ash creatures of all kinds came skittering down the old Dwemer ruins. Some scrabbled along the walls, others the ceiling, ash ghouls, ash sleepers, even the ascended came barreling toward us. Cess Allen held them back for the 3rd time over, giving us even more time to sprint, when finally we reached a final door. I gestured behind me, throwing up a powerful shield spell. As I maintained it, Kirat carefully took a breath, and a few moments to collect herself. Ready? I asked. The shield quivered for a moment, a spell blasting against it, draining my magicka. Yeah. She said. Carefully, she reached into her bag and pulled out a simple object. A golden mask. You stole an Ordinator's helmet. I asked. Is that why they were following you? I thought it's because you stole the glove from Vivek. No, Vivek never noticed I was there. She responds. I was just wearing it for a bit to see how it fit, and suddenly the Ordinators were all sacrilege, and charged. I sighed. Right. Of course. Let's do this. Yet. She responds. She takes a deep breath, closes her eyes, and then when she opens them again, it isn't her own expression she's wearing. It's the expression of a wise man, a general, a counselor, a leader. A determined expression. Then, carefully, she put on the ordinator's helmet and Rivar Indoral's face molded into the helmet bore the same expression. She turned and opened the door. Immediately, the ash creatures stopped attacking. They fell to their knees, and the scent of divinity grew even stronger. Almost pungent, overwhelming. The rot and corruption making me gag. Together, we stepped through the doorway, and closed it behind us. He stood before us, tall and powerful, muscled and strong. His hands enlarged and covered in ash, twisted into claws. He was a projection, a powerful entity, reaching out from the dream sleeve, out from the heart of Lorcan to which he was so intimately connected. Infection, pride, and slumber, his domains, his spheres, if you will. Kirat, at my side, straightened her shoulders. Dagathur welcomes you, said the god. Well, I'm not here to talk to Dagathur. Kirat responded. Then why have you come, Narivar? You bear moon and star. You wear his face. But are you not the prophecized one? Are you truly Narivar reborn? I am. She says. I am Narivar reborn, but I haven't come for Dagathur. I've come to speak to Vorin. My servant and friend, not the god he has become. At that, Dagathur freezes for a moment. His elongated, twisted fingers twitch for a moment. Amusing. Vorin is dead, Narivar. You had slain him, so long ago. What I slayed that day was a cursed being, driven mad by that foul gem. Kirat responded. Her voice was different. Powerful. But I would still speak with him. You make demands of a god, sweet moon and star, he says. He raises a hand and carefully trails a finger down his mask. It is not too late for my mercy. Lay down your weapons, and you can join me. We can remove the empire from Morrowind forever. Kirat, under her golden helmet, closed her eyes for a long moment. This was prophecy I was feeling. Fate. It was a tangible, powerful force. It was fate. The Hist's future, being shaped around us. In another world, in another time, one in a video game, then Rivarin would slay Dagathur, this projection, and race to destroy Lorcan's heart before he coalesced. Kirat tossed her bag to me. I ripped it open and there, Sunder and Keening glinted, Wraithguard shuddering under my touch. Ah, you trust your servant again with Kagranak's tools? What a fool you've become, to make the same mistake twice. Kirat slowly, carefully drew her spear. The tension in the air built the scent of divinity more and more powerful. Dagathur turned to me and pressure slammed into my mind, into my skull. I felt Dagathur's soul brush against mine. His indomitable, unstoppable will. Against it, was my own divinity. My single, stolen spark. Kneel, servant of Narivar. Join House Dagath. Shadowrend flickered in my grasp. I felt the urge to swear worship, to allow the alien infection into me, the twisted power of Dagathur into my soul. It was destiny. It was fate. It was irrevocable. The meager power I had was nothing against Dagath's will. In the other possibilities, the other side of my shadow, all I could see were hundreds, thousands of Mijlvs, all kneeling in supplication. All of them failing. In not a single possibility I could perceive, not a single path did I turn away. No, I said, and shoved my arm into Wraithguard instead. It turns out that I was much more stubborn than my shadow thought I was. The Didrik thorns bit down, shuddering as they wormed into my flesh, digging into my bone, pulverizing the muscle and bone underneath, leeching at my power, my soul, my essence. Something shrieked. Something ripped. One of those somethings were me. That tension in the air, that fate, the scribbling I hadn't even noticed I'd heard. It stopped. Dagath's long, sharp claws sparked against Kirat's spear. She'd leapt in the way, parrying his attack as she did. I have Narivar's memories. I even have his soul, scrubbed clean in the dream sleeve. Prophecy may have brought me here, but I deny it. You deny it? Is that how you honor the house unmourned? Dagath asked. He sounded sad. I deny the fact that one of us has to kill the other. She stepped back, readying her spear. Let's spar again, old friend. Just like the old days. I'd like to talk to you. Dagath laughed, and dove toward her. Go. Kirat snapped at me, and I stumbled, trying to get back to my feet, and I went. Thump. Lorcan's heart chamber lay in front of me. Akulakon, an abomination, hovered behind it, made up of the pieces of Numidion, the brass giant that had created the warp in the west originally. Thump. It would cause another dragon break. Thump. Just like destroying the heart would. Thump. Just like any outcome of any prophecy, any enantiomorph. Any fated outcome. Any time a hero fought, any time a prisoner became a king. Thump. I stumbled forward, toward the gem. Wraithguard glinted on my arm, pulsating and ripping away at me, pulling at my life force. Thump. I thought I'd attuned it to myself. I thought I could handle it. Thump. But it was too much. Kagranak's tools were never meant for men or mere. It was meant for gods. Thump. I was just a girl. A wannabe doctor, too early in her schooling to be useful. Thump. Worthless. Thump. I fell to my knees. Thump. Lorcan's heart was the corruption I'd smelled in Dagatha's divinity. Thump. It was the infection. It was the voice in my mind holding me back. Thump. Each beat, another hammer to my soul. Thump. Each beat, another stab to my will. Thump. But inside me, a stolen spark kept me going. A spark of greed. A spark of lust. A spark of sheer determination. Thump. I reached down, touching my shadow. I reached inside. I dug deep. Thump. In that mirror of a shadow I wielded, one spark became two. 2 sparks became 4. 8. 16. 32, 68. Thump. You fool. I heard a woman cry. Azura's voice. I was surprised it could reach me here. You'll sever the thread of fate. Turn back. Allow the Nrivaran her duty. Thump. 2048, 4096, 8192. Thump. Enough sparks together became a flame. Thump. And inside, I burned. Thump. Then, I stood before the heart. Thump. Wraithguard's fingers, my own having rotted away inside of it, grasped Sunder's handle. They shuddered, together. Each beat of Lorcan's heart, each beat of the architect of the world made my skin roil and quiver. What are you doing? Came a panicked, screaming yell. Dagath suddenly burst into existence behind me. He howled, brandishing his palms toward me. A glittering red light gathered in his palms. Ses Alan exploded into existence, his sword shuddering and breaking apart under the lance of screaming, yowling divinity. Kirat shot out of the doorway, running toward us. Carefully, deliberately, my shadow glinting with thousands of stars, an alien night sky, I turned back toward the heart of Lorcan. As the thread of fate would have it, the Nrivaran would break the enchantments on the heart. This would disconnect it from the tribunal. Disconnect it from Dagathur, from everything. Even the curse of the gods, to lock the heart into this world, would be broken, and Lorcan's heart would leave to places unknown. Red Mountain was a tower like a pin keeping the map called Nirn stuck on the wall. And each tower needs its stone. The heart of Red Mountain was such a stone. If the heart was gone, Red Mountain was doomed. A pin fell out of the wall, and the map was that much closer to falling. A spoke supporting the wheel would shatter. And I couldn't have that. Because that's what the Hist wanted. Shadowrend shimmered around my wrist, becoming something familiar. Another mirror, another copy of something I had. A second Wraithguard, mirrored around my right hand. This one, obedient. This one, loyal. The Wraithguard I'd have had if Vivek had attuned it to me. If I could have convinced him. Kirat's bag fell to the ground, and in each hand I held a tool. Behind me, Ses Alan and Kirat warred with Dagath blades sparking against his hands, but never drawing wounds. Kirat yelling Voran's name, trying to connect tears in her eyes. In my left, Sunder, to draw the power. In my right, Keening, to flex and focus it. That was the theory. In practice, the Nrivaran would wildly hammer and slash at it, breaking the enchantments. But I knew tonal architecture. I knew Yagram Bagarn's teachings. He'd even recited some of Kajernak's lectures to me. The language of the world, the music of the spheres. It was funny. It all tied back to protonyms. To Nimic theory conjuration basics, the idea that everything had a name, an identity. But names didn't have to be words. They could be tunes. They could be music, and from that was what tonal architecture came from. I toyed with Nimic theory. In fact, Ses Alan was a prime example of my experimentation. His name wasn't his true vestige's name, not his protonymic. I'd crafted a surname just for him, a neonymic within it bound the terms of our contract. All the aspects of the vestige that he'd once been were flayed away, transformed, into the thing we called Ses Alan. It was why he was so much more human, so much more loyal. Because I'd built loyalty into the makeup of his soul, as long as our contract remained. The heart of Lorcan had a protonymic. I slammed Sunder down. A long, loud ring came from it. The world's heartbeat came from it. The heart's name. Kagranak was a pussy. All he wanted was godhood, so Sunder and Keening was enough. For him. Keening rang, shaping the sound. Altering it but not enough. One flensing wouldn't be enough. Shadowrend tugged, and I let it pull my essence into 2. Then 4. Then 8. My shadows ripped away from me, my copies, each of them with a shadowy keening. Keening was never a dagger. It was a tuning fork. Sunder came down again. Together, we sang the heart of Lorcan a new name. Red Mountain was still. Quiet. The air was immediately cooler. The heart chamber. It wasn't there, anymore. It was gone. Lost. Dagathor was on his knees in the empty dead end of a cavern, staring down at the ground. The twisted, infected smell was gone. The aura of divinity itself was gone. I wasn't in a room with a god and a hero. I was in a room with an old, ancient Dunmer, an Acaciate. My own spark of divinity stolen from Vivek, ripped from the heart of Lorcan was gone. Just like everything the heart had given to the world. Corpus the Blight was oozing back out of the world, no longer sustained without divinity. My Aculicon. Dagath said, muttering to himself. His fingers trembled. Once a being of power, a beast in his prime, he was withered now. Desiccated. Splotches of his body were golden shining lights of chimer tone, vitiligo of the strangest kind. A thickened, knotted rope scar covered his chest, where Narivar had slain him, so long ago. What did you do? Kirat asked. Her broken spear was in her hands, the front half of her bident completely missing. I opened my mouth, and struggled to respond for a moment. I don't exactly remember, I said. Wraithguard still sat in my hand. But Keening and Sunder were gone. Left in place, in that heart chamber, where nobody would ever lay hands on them. What? The heart had been abused. Turned foul sick. Since long before the Dwemer found it, it was rotting. So I locked it away. Locked it away. Nobody will ever find it again. If they do, they'll forget. Lorcan's heart, the location has been thrust out of history. I said. Even now, the process I'd used, the name I'd given it was fading, like a dream, and I gladly let it. But while I was there, I did some meddling. What kind? Kirat asked. I gestured at the fallen Dagath. You wanted to talk to Vorin. I said. Whatever's left of Narivar, and you did, anyway. Didn't he? Why yet? She said. This is your chance, I said. I turned, and walked away. Out of Dagathor, toward a ghost fence that would no longer be needed. As I did, I saw Dunmer. Healthy, young, in some cases. Older and weaker in others. All of them in scraps of regalia, what few clothes they could keep intact over the centuries. The ash vampires, the ghouls and awakened that Kirat and I had avoided killing. As I walked past, they stepped away. Not in supplication, but in wonderment. I stepped out, into the ash. The sun filtered through it, turning it red, and I stood in front of Red Mountain. And let out a long, low breath. There had been no dragon break. The Jill had nothing to repair. At the last minute, with Kirat's help, before anyone could stop me, I'd broken the prophecy instead. 1 down. 3 to go. Wraithguard sang on my arm, its fingers twitching like it were playing the notes on a flute. I sang myself lighter, as Shadowren stretched its wings out behind me. I needed to prepare. The Narivaran squinted her eyes for a moment, peering up at the floating meteor in the sky. The assholes up there were arguing with Devate Fyr, the oldest and scariest Dunmer she'd ever known. Kirat watched with some amount of interest, tail flicking, as his argument grew louder and angrier, the ordinators drawing bows and pointing them at the levitating Grand Magister. What kind of idiot would piss a guy like that off? She asked, sitting atop the largest canton in Vivek City, next to one of the waterfalls. I wouldn't know, Hordator. The Grand Counselor responded, a frown on his face. Perhaps they care more about their duties than their health. His body was still scarred and broken, layers of ash coating his body, but he was already feeling healthier. More sane. He knew now that there had been something wrong with him for a long, long time. His recovery would take some time, along with the recovery for the rest of his house. It was fine. Kirat had some duties here. Not to the Emperor, not anymore. But duties to the people who had elected her, who had joined her over the course of her quest. Who had put their trust in her. True, Kirat responded. Guess I'm one of those people. It was a little strange, being an Outlander and Velith at the same time. Twin memories warring within her. Both halves, however, smirked when Devate gestured, and whirls of space-bending light had the ordinators suddenly standing on the nearest canton, rather than atop the floating stone. Devate wreathed himself with magical runes, dizzyingly complex beyond what Narivar had even seen from Dumak's greatest works of architecture, or whatever it was that Mary had done in the heart chamber. The largest portal ever was seen, and it wrapped itself around the meteor, embracing it, and together, the purple light vanished, along with the meteor. A second later, a cluster of figures standing on another canton began to cheer and applaud the prisoners he had apparently freed. Fyr turned and bowed to them, like an actor after their play was complete, and vanished in a spark of magic. I wonder where he sent it, Kirat said. There were elements of stasis and order within the portal, moon and star, but it was clearly oriented towards oblivion. Voron says, one golden and one red eye glancing up at the spot in the sky the rock had once been. I would suppose, perhaps, he sent it to an enemy, or an Anuak sphere of oblivion somewhere. Perhaps the realm of the forgotten Daedroth Jigalag. Who would need a giant rock? Kirat asked. Voron snorted, a small laugh deep in his chest. Remember what Lord Karilan said, when we were children. Diplomacy is the art of saying nice scrib until you can find a big rock, Kirat said, and the two shared a small, wistful chuckle. Well, I'd best get to business. Do take care, Narivar, Voron responded. I'm Kirat Arisan, now. She responds. You're right. I apologize. For that, and for. No. You've already apologized enough for that. It was the heart that bade you to disobey my orders. Kirat said, getting to her feet. I've got to go deal with someone who never has. She turned, and entered Vivek's chambers. Narivaran. Vivek says, dead eyes boring into hers. It is twice now we have met, and the first time, I had not invited you, and thus had nothing to say. But perhaps I should not blame you. You have stopped Dagathur, however it was you had done it. I did not expect things to end this way. Vat. Kirat said. My friend. So you are Narivar reborn, then? Vivek asked. I always wondered what you would remember. I remember everything, Kirat responded. Then, no doubt, you would have me answer for my actions, Vivek responds. No. Kirat said, raising a hand. The once godling stared at her, as if trying to read her. Kirat shot forward, in that particular way she'd learned in a jail cell in Markarth. A sort of sideways leap, the sort that would let you slip between prison bars until she had landed behind him. Though she couldn't see how he carried it, it wasn't on his person, she knew he had it still. Mary had told her. She took Vivek's spear from him. Then, before Vivek could turn, before he could realize what was happening, she thrust it through his chest. Before Kirat was a warrior, before she was an Riveran, or more than a child at Dragon's Bridge, she knew that thrust. She'd had nightmares of it. Afterward, it was a thrust she'd practiced, hundreds to thousands of times. A thrust she'd used on so many beasts and men and mare on this island. A perfect memory of what Vivek had done to her, so long ago. How does that feel, betrayer? She responded, as Vivek wheezed, frozen in place. You, no, I will not die, Narivaran. Death does not last for me. Vivek said, through the pain. There was no blood from his mouth or wounds, the spear leaching up the fluids of his body, drying him out. It didn't for me, either. Kirat said. She ripped Muatra from his now dry corpse, and placed the spear on her back, sliding it into the sheath her malachite spear had been. She stepped out, into the sun, and Voron Dagath stood at her return. What next, Moon and Star? I'd like to go to Mournhold. She said. And then the Imperial City. The Empire? Alone, you would war with the Septims? He asked. No, Kirat responded. I wouldn't. It was a long road ahead, for Hortator. Over the past few weeks, picking through various Telvanni towers, I'd amassed a small collection of various magical scrolls, including ones that couldn't be converted to spells. Namely, divine intervention spells. A cross between a recall spell, complex mysticism magic, and a strange form of the law of symbolism. Divine intervention spells were inscribed with the most popular forms of the 9 divines by members of the imperial cult. Only a true believer could inscribe them, and the result was a near uncontrolled teleportation spell, ripping you through oblivion to wherever the nearest Drik divine had the most influence. Shivi intervention scrolls, on the other hand, were worth less than the paper they were inscribed with now. I'd sold them in bulk before anyone had discovered that, though. It felt a little risky, letting myself let go of my own destination, leaving it up to whichever of the 9 wanted to mess with me, but I'd found myself at the edges of the Vilathai Mountains, wary to try flying the rest of the way despite the levitation act, when I realized what I'd had, and pulled out a divine intervention scroll. Thankfully, I'd ended up at the Chapel of Arkay in Chaden Hall, rather than somewhere in Skirim or Morrowind's mainland. From there, I'd ridden toward Kvatch, taking Ses Allen in his horse form. Kvatch was almost exactly the way I'd left it, almost a year after I'd flown off from the Chapel of Akadosh and 3 since I'd gone into a coma. The city was still lightly guarded, despite the heavy walls and fortifications. It was to the point where they'd casually let anyone walk through their gates, which were left open for anyone to step in, even if they rode in on a clearly Daedric mount. Which I did. I rode into Kvatch, and made my way toward the Mages Guild. It seemed abandoned, as always, but when I opened the door to find a familiar face. The Alfiq Khajiit the size of a housecat, sitting on the desk, with a little Mages Guild hood, stared back at me. I noticed a strong sense of magica around him, and saw that instead of a staff, he'd elected to have an amulet crafted out of wellspring wood. Carved in with the symbol of his status conjurer, albeit with the hands of the sigil replaced with paws. Jna? I asked. Maria, he purred back at me. It is good to see you again. It's been some time. I'm sorry about that, I said. But after Manka Seliner, I had something I really had to do. Yes. Attempt dangerous magic, as I've seen, he responded. It was dangerous, had its backlash, and I have reason to believe that it's not a repeatable effect. Anyone else would never have woken up, I said. Mostly because they'd have orders of magnitudes more possibilities, and would have been lost forever in their own shadow. But I've learned from the experience. Martin was quite worried about you. Even more so, when he found you'd awoken and left. He says. I'm glad to see you seem, mostly the same. You don't seem to have aged a day. I haven't, not really, I responded. How long has it been since Martin was here last? A few months. He's staying in Imperial City for now. Last I heard, he was studying correlations between the Nordic practice of the Way of the Voice, some esoteric turmeric arts, and the old use of incantations and songs in Akhavar spell weaving. Really? I said. Interesting. Do you mean tonal architecture? That's the word he'd used, Jna responded. Yes. Effectively, he's studying incantations and their effects on magic. Interesting, I said. Do you know much about his findings? That's something to bring to him, Jna responds. I'm a mystic. The only use incantations have for me is to bring myself into the proper state of mind. How has your studies been going? I am a conjurer now, and a junior diviner, he responds. Partially due to your assistance. I'm happy for you, I said. A junior diviner? How does that work? I am not yet eligible to assist with legal issues, he says. But I am eligible to learn restricted divination magic from the Lexitas Oculatus. The who? A small, select group of legal wizards, aligned with the Empire. He says. Restricted magic, unavailable to the Mages Guild for the most part. More advanced than basic detect life magic, but I'm unable to elaborate on the specifics. Since it's all restricted, I said, and he nodded. Well, are you allowed to use those spells? I ask. Because I could use a diviner's assistance. It depends on what about, he says. What do you need? You remember Seliner? Yes. I'd heard he'd been a Daedric cultist. Tried to kill you, and had plans to sacrifice the study group to his masters. I need to find him. Jna stared at me for a long, quiet moment. If you'll pay for my services, he responded. Gladly, I said. Would you like it in artifacts, gold, or gems? It was weird as hell, seeing a housecat like Kajit smile like a human. But I returned it anyway. The law of similarity is mostly used in conjuration magic, I said, walking. To use imagery, or part of a creature to target the creature itself, in lieu of any form of mimic. While I don't know the magic you are using exactly, I know enough about mysticism that you'll be putting yourself in some kind of trance. With my help, and some tonal architecture, I should be able to give you a path, a scent to follow, even if it's subconscious. I suppose that would assist me, he said, as we walked. Well, as I walked he was sitting on my shoulder instead, glancing now and then warily at the two gauntlets on my arms. But how do you expect to use the law? We can't be certain we know what he truly looked like. An accurate drawing would need to be extremely accurate, or you could draw me away from my quarry and onto any other high elf that might resemble him. True, but that's why we're not using imagery, I said, and stopped outside the guild room I'd once stayed in. I knock on the door. There's a break, and then the door opened. A young, red-headed Breton girl, an adult in Tamrielic terms, but she couldn't be older than 15, stared up at me, the pendant of an associate looking up at me with wide eyes. Excuse me? She asks. Pardon me, but I'm Magician Manatsoni. I used to stay in this room, and I believe I've left something behind. Would you mind if I stepped in for a moment? She stammers for a moment. Conjurer Jna is, She's speaking the truth, Emilie. Jna says. Just a moment. All right. She says, stepping back and opening the door wide. I gesture, and with a spot of telekinesis, one of the stone bricks slip out of the walls. The Breton girl's eyes widen as I pull out an old, dusty vial from behind the brick, where I'd stashed it before my shadow ritual. If you need anything, Emilie, I'll make sure to return the favor, I said, smiling at her as I took the vial, gently, in Wraithguard's hand. Then, I stepped out, closing the door behind me, and held the vial up. Blood. Jna says, his ears twitching. Perfect. We were in a familiar ritual room, already set up with what looked like a silver bird bath, mage lights hovering above it, a stool standing next to it, tall enough for Jna to stand on and look into the pool. Jana hopped from my shoulder, onto the stool, and peered down into the water. I could feel the liquid inside. It was Creatia. To be exact, apocerfic Creatia ectoplasm from her mouse Mora, the water of which was pure memory. We had a map of Tamriel spread out over the floor, on the other corner from where Jana's scrying setup was. And on the walls, glyphs and runes scrawled on. Ready? I asked. Ready. He responded. Begin whenever you can. With one hand, I wove magic. My ad hoc clairvoyance spell, the guidance spell, but instead of looking into memories, it looked for something else, something that it drew from the vial of blood. Instead of inserting the direction into one's eyes, it inserted it into the air to be picked up telepathically, with anything that had the senses to. With my other hand with Wraithguard, I rang a song of connection, of searching, and sight perception. Jana opened his eyes, and peered down into the dark water, as it rippled and roiled. A sparking light shone over 5 different spots on the map of Tamriel. His blood or him were at any of those 5 spots. Mist filled the room. And together, in the water, we saw him. He was in a room, far underground. Not alone. A half-dozen members sat with him, all in red robes. Mankar Camoran was bald. His high elven visage was twisted, and one of his ears were rounded. Scars and patches of skin covered his body, staples holding him together. He was saying something, mouthing, a rant that looked like the words of a madman. Something oozed from his scars, something black and writhing. But the other men, the other members of the Mythic Dawn, were following his words with a fanatic passion. His red robe was missing a sleeve, his missing arm hadn't come back. Instead, something grotesque had been attached. A Clanfear's arm, roughly hewn into place, metal staples and clamps strapping it to his shoulder's stump. Red Didrik sigils covered the Daedroth scales, and he wore what looked like panels of Dwemer metal and ivory, each panel also with Didrik sigils painted on. He reached out with his good arm and his shadow lengthened, growing, stretching to touch the other members of the Mythic Dawn. They started to babble as well, mouthing the same words at the same time. They each reached into the shadow, and drew out long, curved, Didrik weapons. Didrik crescents. There was only supposed to be one left. The same 2 words were written on everyone's lips, fanatic light in their eyes, as they raised their new gifts high. Paradise awaits. Paradise awaits. Paradise awaits. Jana said aloud, intoning in a low, worshipful tone. Mankar glanced up, toward the ceiling, toward us. And I locked eyes with him. He grinned and his shadow reached up to cover our perspective with darkness. The mage lights above Jana and I went out, and Wraithguard shrieked as the spell was broken. The ruins sat quiet in the forested, rocky hills. It was constructed by the Elides, and used to be a castle of some kind, but I didn't know many more details than that. Long, branching arches made of pale marble stone still stood, like a fantasy elf version of Stonehenge. Even with my memory spell, I didn't have any details about it, other than the name, Vayand. In the games, it was pretty close to Leowian, but here, it was nearly as far away from Fort Telemann, hidden in the depths of the rocky hills of southern Cyrodiil. I couldn't rely too much on proper shadow magic. I couldn't use my own possibilities to scout out the area, like I had in Tel Naga. Mankar had been using shadow magic. So if I did the same, if I let my possible alternatives run amok, then he might be able to perceive it, through his own. Depending on how he'd learned it, or what he used it for, that wasn't worth the risk. I may not have stolen divinity anymore, and so my magicka and potentia were more limited than they used to be. My own perception of my shadows wasn't as clear, anymore, as well. It was like seeing through fog, moments and flashes from my own alternate selves. I knew, on an intuitive level, what most of them were doing at any given time, and with focus and potentia, I could clear that up. I clambered up the steps to the top wall of the ruined fortress, stepping past the winged statue of what I assumed to be Oriel, and froze. Entangled by vines and herbs, a pile of bones were thrown haphazardly to the bottom of the wall. Carefully, I looked close, and it was with relief that I saw they weren't human. The skulls had 3 eyes. Troll corpses and piles of them. The ruins must have been full of them, and the cult spent some time to clear them out. Carefully, holding the spherical bubble of energy that was the invisibility spell I had cast, keeping it from popping with each step I took, as I snuck into the building. The doors were sealed. Normally, touching it enough to open it would break the invisibility spell, as would most spells or actions. However, it was old and worn enough that the edges of the door had crumbled and fallen away, leaving cracks and holes. I downed a few potions boosting most of my physical abilities, just in case, and extended my shadow through the cracks. Once I had enough of it, through roughly half I dropped myself and the invisibility bubble into my own shadow. It was a struggle and a drain on my magicka to keep my invisibility spell intact through the transfer, but eventually I emerged on the other side, still hidden from sight. Not that it mattered much. The hall was dark and dim, beams of sunlight coming in through the same cracks I'd slipped in from outside. I closed my eyes and reached into my own shadow, to serpent-eating mage, a woman doing research, Piles of books and tomes in front of her, dozens of spell formulae hanging on the walls. Pushing magic through our connection, burning both magicka and potentia, I pillaged her mind for a moment. Picking up a spell I never had. When I opened them again, I knew my eyes gleamed with an inner light, and I could see as if the ruins were completely lit. I noted, with some amusement, the charcoal markings marring the ruins. There were words and symbols painting various pressure plates, marking them with arrows pointing toward the doors they open. Traps were marked, and there were various crates full of supplies. In fact, there was an annoying series of gates that I think the cultists eventually decided to jam, dragging the rubble of a fallen pillar between the gates, holding them all open. Beyond that, I could see a soft, blue glow in the furthest room, the first source of light I'd seen this whole time. I stepped over the pillars, careful not to knock anything aside, and got closer. Sitting in the center of the room, propped up atop a crate, was a Varla stone glowing brightly, crystal clear magicka emanating from it. It felt like starlight. Sitting on two sides of the crate, atop wooden stools, were two cultists. Red robes, long and sharp Daedric crescents on their backs. They were holding cards, talking in hushed tones and bickering with one another. A Nordic woman and an imperial man. Both looked like perfectly normal people, despite being armed with powerful Daedric artifacts. Shadowrend twisted around my arm, slipping into my grip and extending itself into a long-handled axe. Almost a halberd, the same proportions and balance as my staff. I took a deep breath, and wove a spell in my free hand. I released the spell and shot forward, allowing the invisibility spell to break around me. Shadowron's pointed end ripped through the back of one of the cultists, knocking him forward and over the table. The room was momentarily shuttered into darkness. The woman shot to her feet, scrambling away. She drew the Daedric crescent off of her back and opened her mouth to yell, but my silence spell had taken effect. As she stumbled back, getting her weapon ready, I charged, advancing on her despite the darkness. The Daedric runes on her crescent began to glow, illuminating the room with a dull red light. She was barely able to parry my first swing with Shadowrend. In this silence, tonal magic wouldn't do much. My blade clashed against her crescent a second time, but then, with the third, the edge of her crescent gleamed red as she brought it down on Shadowron's haft. For a fraction of a second, I could feel the magic. Destructive, disintegrative energy, meant to penetrate through any shield, any armor, any tool, along with a blaze of illusory pain, severe enough to paralyze the muscles of any creature struck by it. Shadowron's second half fell away, sliced cleanly through. In the darkness and the gloom, the woman grinned at me. A soundless, brilliant fireball flickered in my palm and slammed into her grin. The Nordic woman's body fell to the ground, the Daedric crescent soundlessly clattering to the ground. I knelt down to pick it up and felt it disintegrating in my hands, fading from existence as the woman died. I turned back to look at the other man, and his Daedric crescent, and noticed it was missing. It must have vanished when he died, as well. I didn't smell any magic, and when I'd seen that ritual of Mankar's a fortnight back, he was using shadow magic. No, there was only supposed to be one. So these were shadow copies of the artifact. Son of a bitch. There was no way Mankar had enough to maintain the existence of that many Daedric crescents. So somehow, he'd figured out a way to fuel their existence using the potentia of their wielders. I shoved the man's corpse aside, pocketed the Varla stone, and then glanced down at the second half of Shadowrend. For a second, I wondered how I would fix it, or reforge it, when I felt both halves quiver, turning into amorphous shadow stuff and congealing together again, back in my hand. Whole and perfect again. At that, I let go of a breath I didn't even know I was holding. It wouldn't be broken. Not like my staves, or my armor, or the various items I'd picked up and lost over the time I'd been on Tamriel. Shadowrend was mine, now and forever. At that thought, it quivered in my hand again, the grip readjusting to fit my hand slightly better. Apparently, it agreed. I kept wandering into the depths of the ruins, invisible again, drinking a magicka potion to restore my stores on the way. Eventually, I came across him. Mankar Camoran himself, in one of the largest chambers at the bottom of the ruin. But rather than ranting or raving, or doing some dark secret ritual, he sat at a desk, a second Varla stone serving as a lantern at his side, as he pored over notes of various kinds, scrawling and writing as he studied something. I could see the familiar pages of both Jagartharn's notes, and Skelos Undriel's work, sitting off to the side. Bile rose in my throat. I carefully, hidden in my invisibility spell, clasped my hands together, cupping a ball of magicka. I focused, pouring more and more energy into it, crafting it into a powerful, scintillating beam of energy. Destruction wasn't my strongest suit. A master could cast a spell like this in a second, but with enough time to prepare, I could blast Mankar before he even noticed I was there. I focused, refining the spell, and then whistled a loud, piercing shriek. Wraithguard rang, buzzing with power as the overcharged bolt of destructive energy blasted toward Mankar. He looked up. His grotesque, unnatural arm moved quicker than thought, blurring in the air. In one moment, something flickered in front of him for a moment, a dwarven shield, ancient, panels of Daedric writing inscribed atop. The blast slammed into the shield and the Dwemer panels twitched, runes gleaming with power. Spellbreaker. The blast slammed back into me, reflected. I barely caught it with Wraithguard, and the sheer force of my own spell blew me back, skidding across the ground. Wraithguard was no worse for the wear, perhaps being indestructible, and having protected me from the energy, but my shoulder and arm weren't meant to take that kind of force. Mankar stood, hands empty. His Clanfear arm long and grotesque, with too many elbows contorted for a moment, the sanguine rose flickering in the air next to it for a moment. Just long enough to use it, as two familiar Dremora appeared on both sides of him. I got back to my feet, unsteadily, but inside, I was grinning. At my side, Cess Allen reappeared. Time for a fucking rematch. Cess Allen dove forward, blurring into motion, as the two Daedra sword and axe in hand met him halfway, weapons clashing down on his oversized ore blade. Potions threw themselves into my hands from my sleeves, and I downed both of them. As I did, Mankar threw two twisting, spinning bolts of red lightning. They whipped through the air, curving around his minions to tearing themselves toward me. But I'd fought him before. I was ready. My shadow rose tendrils of darkness catching the blasts of energy. I couldn't throw them straight back, he still had control of them, likely, but they couldn't hurt me when they didn't exist. Both potions took effect. My stomach cramped, slightly a mild discomfort from too many potions at once. I'd have to wait before taking another. Time distorted, slowing around me and blurred before me, power surging in my arms and legs. Strength and speed, some of the strongest potions I'd brewed. I kicked off the ground, the allied tile cracking under my first step, as Shadowrend began forming in my hand. Mankar's inhuman arm twisted, on the far end of the room, and pools of inky, black darkness spilled out. The front end of a dozen staves poked out of his sea of maybe, each gleaming with power. Old staves, new ones. Mage Guild originals home crafted. All of them glowing with destructive power. Somehow, he'd retained control of the items, and as blasts of radiant, blazing energy rippled through the air. I could feel streams of magicka weaving through the air, guiding streams of energy, tugging the destructive blasts along. My enhanced perceptions were showing me where each of the blasts were aiming for, and where they were going to land. Mankar's anima had expanded, larger than belief tendrils of his soul, patchy and inhuman, manipulating the streams of power. My second foot touched the floor and I kicked off, hard, corkscrewing through the air of the large chamber. Bolts of electricity coiled around me, missing me by scarce inches, even as he struggled to adjust the tendrils toward where he thought I was moving. The slower projectiles, fire bolts and blades of frost, were homing in on me again. A shield spell landed under my foot and I kicked off again, back toward the floor, straight to where Cess Allen and the Dremora were fighting. He'd been holding them off easily, just as before. But Cess Allen and we'd both improved. He raised his oar high, ready for an overhead swing, a distraction. The Dremora moved in unison, one ready to strike his vulnerable chest, the other preparing to defend. Neither ready for me, landing behind them, Shadowrend forming itself into two long, sharp needle-like blades in each of my hands. Serpent-eating thief, an assassin for the Dark Brotherhood, knew exactly where the vulnerable, open space in the back of their armors were, and the needles in my hand were perfectly shaped for punching through their brainstems. The Dremora faded from existence, bursting into red smoke, and Cess Allen sprang over my crouched form, blade held horizontally like a shield. Mankar's dozen blasts of destructive energy sparked and crackled against his blade, bucking in Cess Allen's arms. I turned around and gave chase, hiding behind Cess Allen's bulk, but our connection had grown. I could see through his eyes. I could see Mankar pulling back the spears, charging a different spell in his palm. A banishment spell, even as his grotesque, inhuman arm folded behind his back, pulling something from behind him. Razor, Cess Allen burbled. He recognized the feeling. He brought down his sword and Mankar caught it with the banishment spell, making the sword and portions of Cess Allen's armor vanish from existence, bursting back into raw creation. That meant he was completely, entirely unprotected. Mankar's arm blurred nearly as fast as I could perceive, dagger in his elongated arm. It whipped around, to strike Cess Allen from the side. At that moment, I simply let Cess Allen go. He faded from existence before the razor could strike home, and from behind him, I shot forward. One of my swords slammed into Mankar's palm, stabbing through the scales, and the dagger went skittering out of his hand. He bellowed, and blasted me with a raw shockwave of energy. Sheer force, no elegance, and the wave of energy blew me off my feet, away from Mankar. Half of Shadowrend, one of the needle blades stayed piercing his palm. But he didn't have the razor anymore. I whipped out a hand, focusing on it as I skidded to a stop, telekinesis grabbing at the dagger. It skidded toward me, lifting off the ground and then stopped. Mankar's uninjured arm was raised as well, an exact telekinetic spell pulling at it the same way. Cess Allen, I commanded, and Cess Allen burst into existence, charging forward at Mankar. He glared at me and then a pool of shadow beneath him raised, and a figure stepped out. A knight, in full ebony armor. Faceless, wearing a tabard with the symbol of the mythic dawn emblazoned proudly on. Cess Allen slammed into the figure and stopped in the spot, the knight's immense strength enough to stop Cess Allen in his tracks. His arm blurred as he moved, sword flickering through space. Sparks danced across Cess Allen's form, sparking off of his armor and drawing flecks of blood. I charged him, needle-like blades in hand. Sparks danced from the knight's long sword as he casually batted away Cess Allen's strikes. I dove in, jabbing with my needle sword, only to be contemptuously swatted away. The other needle reformed in my other hand, and together Cess Allen and I pounded on the knight. But he was fast. Too fast, faster than both of us combined, impossibly skilled. It was only due to Cess Allen's strength and us outnumbering the knight that we were even able to hold him off for a second. On the other side of the room, Mankar caught Murren's razor again. I'd been too distracted with by the knight's arrival to win the telekinetic tug-of-war. The knight batted both shadow rends out of my hands, and I dove away, taking some space for a moment. With a gesture, I ripped stolen verme out of my sea of maybe the Daedric conjurations, long since bound by long-dead Dunmer, where they'd been stuck, pointing them toward Mankar. I'd need to buy some time. The hungry, angry creatures dove toward him. The knight blurred into motion, blade ripping through Cess Allen's armor, sending the last portion of it back into the nothingness it had come from. I raised an arm, and let Cess Allen fade a second time. The knight turned to me, a robotic, mechanical movement. Beady black eyes from under the visor stared directly at me. He blurred toward me and I blasted him away with a raw, telekinetic shockwave. The knight slowed, but didn't stop, facing away from me as the force tried to push him back and he just stood against the wind. I looked at his sword again and I realized. Ebony armor. Ebony blade. The emptiness in his eyes. Umbra. Get ready, Cess Allen, I snapped, over our telepathic bond. Cess Allen, interpreting my idea, nodded. Shadowrend merged together again in my hand, molding and reforming itself, and then I split it once more. 3 of them, smaller versions of Cesslin's Mormor or blade, landed in my hand, handles clumped together in my grip. I threw them forward, fanning them out at the same time I finished weaving my new conjuration spell. There was a simple reason most conjurers couldn't have multiple creatures at once. The reason was what was called the transliminal bridge. A pathway to oblivion, to the homeland of the vestige, allowing them to possess a body made out of creatia, the conjurer's existence anchoring one end of the bridge in mundus. I was like most conjurers. I hadn't figured out how to emphasize my metaphysical weight, to keep me from getting pulled into oblivion rather than the other way around. I could still only have one vestige, one creature's soul under my command. But that didn't mean I was limited to one body. They looked like scamps, if scamps had their heads replaced with smaller, sleeker version of Cess Allen's head, beady eyes in the perfect, exact arrangement he was used to. Green metal covering their arms like bracers. My perception split. Cess Allen's split. 3 bodies were too many for combat use, for one mind alone. But with my perception, accelerated as it was, and how tightly our minds were intertwined. My own soul fragmented, reaching out into the bodies. Cess Allen's vestige empowering them with his strength, and his will. But partially controlled by me, giving them focus and direction when his faltered. In one potential reality, I focused on the first body. In another, the second. In the last, the third. Split, I commanded. Shadowrend shuddered, twisting and confused, but it obeyed. And under Shadowron's power, each of our bodies divided into 2, Cess Allen's essence dividing from 3 to 6, empowered by our pooled potentia. Constellations burned into the scamps' backs. Anchors. Numbers. I'm. Ved. Cess. Dot. Ecum. Hefheed. All at once, they dove toward Umbra. He was strong and fast enough to best Cess Allen. He was strong and fast enough to best the both of us, combined. But what if we had 12 hands? But Umbra wasn't my main goal. I stumbled for a moment, my perception blurring back to normal, the bodies controlled more by Cess Allen than by me. The rhythmic, robotic pattering of blade against blade, sword against sword, rang in my ears as I shot toward Mankar. The last of the verme collapsed, turning into ash, as Mankar Camoran finished slamming the dagger into its chest. I couldn't simply blast him if he still could summon Spellbreaker. I had to hurt him mundanely. He glanced at me, and suddenly raised an eyebrow. I remember you, he said, twirling the dagger in his palm. Blasts of destructive energy rained down on me and I batted them out of the air with Wraithguard, happy to let him waste his magicka. It was you who inspired me to seek the dragon tongue. His eyes flickered, for a moment, and he took a deep breath. The sanguine rose crackled into his hand. At the first word, the ground shook and Wraithguard was barely enough to keep me on my feet, its ringing protecting me from the shout. Vosvovis. Zam. He commanded, a butchery of the language, barely accurate. But enough. Whirls of purple, crackling energy echoed around him, blazing portals rippling open behind him. Sanguine rose shattered, crumbling into nothing but old wood and dying petals. Dremora one after the other began to pour forth from the portals on each side of him, weapons in hand. And this would be the end of Act 2, if I were counting things that way. I knelt in front of Mankar Camoran, as Dremora flanked his sides, stepping forward weapons in hand. They carried various weapons, swords, maces, all sharp and fanged. Their armor was mere cloth, sewn together from what looked like strips of tough fiber. Mere churls. I almost laughed. They were the least of the Dremora, barely more than thugs, let alone skilled warriors. Mankar seemed to be under the misapprehension that quantity meant quality. Or perhaps his master didn't trust him with anything more than this. It was too much a risk to cast anything on Mankar directly. Spellbreaker would just send it back at me, but that didn't mean his new minions wouldn't. I thrust forward both palms, pure disruptive energy roiling through the barrier between worlds. A wide-angle banishment spell, strong enough to disrupt any conjuration bindings. The Dremora stopped for a moment, as if expecting to be banished. And then, one after the other, they began to grin, bringing their weapons up and strolling toward me. Shit. There goes the easy way through. Instead, I focused. The first Dremora was blown off his feet with a blast of fire, and the second swing was parried by a manifesting weapon, a long, sharp thing, closer to a bardic than a proper halberd, short-handled to adjust to the confined space. I tugged, the edge of my conjured weapon's blade pulling the sword out of the Dremora's hand. Then I jabbed and ripped through his chest. The other Dremora began to charge as I ripped the weapon free. Swing, swing, parry. With a heavy swing and twist of my hip, I smashed through the guard of a third churl, his torso sloughing off, spraying the rest with black blood. They hesitated for a moment, and that's all I needed. My shadow unfurled behind me like a cloak, and then I smiled. Nice trick with the staves, Mankar, I said. Here's my version. I opened my shadow wide, and let go. Everything I'd stored in my sea of maybe came spilling out. Enemy spells, projectiles, arrows. From Tel Naga to ash vampires to uncontrolled Atronax, I'd been gathering them in my inventory, saving them for a day like this. A torrent of magic rippled free from my sea of maybe. Beams of lightning, spears of fire, arrows still just as velocity-laden as they were the moment I'd gathered them. The entire chamber rumbled, and the Dremora were pulverized. Their corpses fallen and blown apart, the ruins trembling around us. I pounced. Mankar wasn't ready for me. He looked up and realized exactly where I was above him. I swung my conjured weapon down, pointed and toward him, and at the last second he whipped his injured, grotesque arm in the way. Spellbreaker flickered into existence again, something I could tell cost him a hefty chunk of potentia, and my halberd shattered, exploding against me. Fragments of conjured metal slammed against me, peppering my face and body with sharp edges. They all skittered off my short-duration, high-intensity shield. Mankar's eyes widened. His inhuman hand clenched around Murren's razor, and he gripped it tightly as he whipped it toward me. The sharp, deadly dagger blurred toward me. And I slapped the side of his arm with my palm in a blast of kinetic energy, blowing it off course, sending the dagger to the side, and thrust Wraithguard through his chest, clawed fingers first. Mankar Camoran gasped, frozen, locked in place, eyes wide, uncomprehending. Face it, I muttered. Your master lost Tamriel a long time ago. Then, one of my possibilities died. I whipped around, toward Umbra, and his body was barreling toward me, feet blurring as he brought himself the sword back for a swing that would remove my head. I tried to rip my arm from Mankar's chest, but the asshole's one good arm slammed down on my wrist, a paralysis spell locking my muscles into place as he did. Mankar began to laugh, even as his lower half began to fade from existence, turning into black sludge. Cess Allen, the last of his bodies still living, leapt into the way. Sacrificing himself again, this time to a sword that ate souls and possibly vestiges. If Umbra consumed him, he wouldn't return. Frozen, I tried to weave a cure to the paralysis, but it wouldn't do in time. But Cess Allen wasn't a creature of the Deadlands. He wasn't a creature of combat, war, or honor. He was a creature of knowledge. At the last moment, he brought up a long, sharp dagger, one I'd blown from Mankar's hand. Murren's razor sparked against the surface of Umbra, and the last thing I saw was both weapons shatter. Then, darkness. The sun was high in the sky. The clouds were just enough to keep the day from getting too warm, and the birds were singing. I lay lounging on my back in Shadowrend, transformed into the shape of a lounge chair, relaxing. Just enjoying the day. It was much better here than in Morrowind, that was for sure. Two of Cecilan's smaller bodies, the ones we'd both be calling minions, scrabbled to carry the heavy, marble-like chunks of stone in place. A third one, with the staff, a crude thing with a welkin stone stuck between the branches, hovered over the stone chunk. The staff hummed and sang, the stone fusing together, cracks closing once more. I wasn't permitted to know how it worked, but Cess Allen had apparently traded some of his knowledge with a seeker, to learn how the Allied built their structures. Mary. I heard. You're okay. I sat up from Shadowrun slightly, and saw someone I had been half expecting. Martin. I said, brightening. You're tall. You got taller. It's been a few years. Martin says. No longer was he a mere boy, anymore he'd really filled out. Taller, muscular, even, underneath fine robes and an assortment of journals and books strapped to his hip. One of them, the largest tome, even had a soul gem embedded into the front, the hum of a shield spell protecting it from the weather and dampness. You look exactly the same. Well, almost the same. He says. I traded up from a mere fleshy arm to a Dwemer artifact, I said, gesturing with Wraithguard. Wasn't exactly the sort of thing I can reverse. At this point, anyway. I see you're also summoning scamps now. Well, almost scamps. They're harmless, I said. Part of an advance in conjuration I've been working on. He sighs. One of the minions set down a small crate for him to sit on, and gets back to its work. Thank you, he says. Jna told me where you'd gone. Did you really find him? Seliner. That wasn't really his name, I said. But yet. He was hiding in these ruins. Went down there and, well, it was a bit of a shit show. I'm afraid I don't know what that means, he says. Well, he's dead. So is some of the cultists he'd been hunting. And the empty hollow shell of a warrior he'd brainwashed, I guess. I said. Umbra's shards were buried down below, locked behind a wall with no visible entrance. The Razor's shards, on the other hand, had been dumped in the bay weeks ago, where hopefully nobody would dredge it up. A shame anything else that had been contained in Mankar's shadow was probably floating out in oblivion somewhere. It would have been nice to have Spellbreaker. Figured I needed a bit of a vacation. So you're camping out in these ruins? He says, and laughs. Camping? Nah, I own Vayand now, I said. Traded Count of Liaoyi in a full set of ebony armor for permission. Martin sighed. So you're rebuilding a set of Allied ruins. I've needed a place of my own for the longest time, I said, finally. Some place to call home. I've got ideas for a real alchemy laboratory. Fume hoods, real glassware. No mushroom tower. He asks. I thought all Telvanni had them. So you heard? I asked. Who hasn't? Civil war in Morrowind. 2 members of the tribunal found dead. A new faction of Empire loyalist Telvanni. That's not even mentioning the House Dagoth thing. Yeah, some of that was me, I said. Dagoth and the tribunal wasn't, though. That was all Kirat. I'm glad you woke up, you know, he said, finally. I know you never really tutored us for more than a month or two, but it was an important few months. Made us all believe we could become great. You could have become great without me, I said. He could have become emperor, though not for long. I'm aiming to become archmage. He says, finally. What? I asked. I thought you were, you know. Doing linguistics magic. I can do both, he says. But I feel the political aspect is more important. There's a faction war brewing, in the Mages Guild, and that one idiot, Traven, is just going to make things worse. That's what everyone seems to think. I said. What do you need me to do? What? He asked, pausing for a moment. I asked what you needed. Just like that? No conditions. You'll be a badass archmage. I said, getting to my feet. Well, I do have one condition. And that would be. Figure out a way to lift that stupid levitation act thingy, I said, with a hand toward where Cess Allen was building the beginnings of Tel Vayand, what would be my new home. Really don't want to be climbing stairs the rest of my life. At that, Martin began to laugh. The gleaming stone sits in front of me, the imprint gleaming with power after I'd poured a neonamic into it. A tunnel of conjuration magic, like a liminal whirlpool, pulling in anyone being sent in a certain direction. What inspired you to work on something like this, Manitsoni? Falkar asks, peering at my work with an interested eye. There was a portal system like this in Morrowind's Mage Guild, I said. Though they used a different method, nobody could really replicate the effect. I've had to reconstruct it from scratch. Interesting, he says. Can you tell me more about it? It's based primarily off of the mark and recall spells, I said, though Master Wizard Martin helped with the concept. Effectively, the blank stones are named after the city's destination. The other platform is filled with a variant of the recall spell. You step on top, channel the magicka, recite the incantation, and you'll be transported freely. What I didn't mention is that the spell was also based off of what little of the intervention spells I could discern, and stolen from the abandoned Frostcrag Spire's portals. If it requires magicka, then we can't use it to transfer the untrained associates or non-members, he says. True. It's a practical limitation, this takes quite a lot of magicka. Oh? Why not use soul gems? He asks, leaning in. I glance at him right. Falcar was a necromancer. That would be expensive, I said. Magicka is a renewable resource, technically. Soul gems are not. And the animus attached to the target's magicka helps with targeting. A bit of a shame, I suppose, he says. I could see money in transferring people and goods. I am following the bylaws for magical transfer directly into guild halls. No outsiders, clearly delineated spaces, the like, I said. This is essentially a daisy chain of recall spells. True, the Cheydinhill Hall leader says. And you're spending all these resources and research simply to make the life of the guild easier. Well, I'm also aiming to get a rank increase, I said. He glanced at me for a moment, and smirked. I suppose you'd like my recommendation. I already have a recommendation from the hall leaders of Kvatch and Liuyan, I said. But I wouldn't mind a third. You'll have it, he says. Well, that is. I don't suppose you know who you might support as the new Archmage, now that Balearic is retiring. Right. He's a necromancer. So clearly he wouldn't be voting for Traven. I think Hannibal Traven's plans are short-sighted, I said. Banning any practice, regardless of the variety, is like cutting the Mages Guild apart. Anybody who once worked on that specific practice has to either forget what they've learned and studied for years, and start from nothing, or continue to practice illegally, and be kicked from the guild. Oh? Is that how you view it? He asks. What about things like the black arts? I give him a look. Stealing property owned by others is already illegal by imperial law. This includes souls and corpses. So why ban an entire school of magic, when its primary source of misuse is already illegal? It would be like banning destruction magic because it can cause harm to innocents, despite having legitimate uses such as bandits or monsters as well. A thoughtful response. So you support Martin? He asks. I did say this project had his assistance, I said, gesturing to the carved stone platforms. I know him personally, and I think he would be a brilliant leader. I happen to agree, he says. Yes, you'll have my support. And I suppose when you speak to Master Wizard Martin next, let him know that he has mine. Telvayand had taken shape. It was still under construction, technically, but the walls and main tower were all intact. After some experimentation and luxury, I'd taken to hiring a few laborers to gather old allied stone and pile them into place, where Cess Allen could use his secret technique to regrow and reform the stone. I'd designed my own tower, over the past 6 months since I'd taken over Vayand. There was a main spine to the structure, a spiral staircase with a hollow shaft for levitation purposes. It went all the way down into the ruins below, which had had some collapsing happen during construction, after the damage Mankar and I did. It wasn't exactly practical to be going up and down the stairs all the time, even levitating up and down, and I wasn't exactly pleased with jumping through oblivion every time I wanted to change rooms, so the majority of the useful rooms were on the first and second floor. The kitchen, a full alchemy lab, ritual chamber, pantry, even a small generator room, experiments on using physics from Earth to generate power. A lot of it was Dwemer design. Then there was my favorite room, the library, originally made up of books stolen from assassinated Telvanni, but expanded to contain anything that had gained my interest. I'd had standing orders with the Arcane University and various scribes to buy a copy of everything they'd produce. At the top floor was my bedroom. I'd originally planned to have it on the second floor, with everything else, but the view was astounding, like living at the top of a lighthouse. This high up, there was more glass than stone, the walls were windows from halfway up, and the ceiling was a skylight as large as the entire room. Thin layers of unalloyed malachite, as well as enchantment and tonal architecture, keep it strong enough that it might even be easier to smash through the stone than the skylight. Cold allied stone was covered in carpets and rugs of a dozen different kinds, wardrobes and small bookshelves full of fiction set just low enough that they don't block the windows. I looked out, to the south, to the calm, glimmering waters of Topple Bay. It was a beautiful morning. I'd have to. I paused, then, as I heard a loud horn blow out. I made my way outside, to the balcony, and looked to the gate. Dozens of horses. Imperial guardsmen. The blades. It all sat below, patiently waiting there. And at the front, a figure I could recognize even from this far away. I'd never met him in person. My shadows didn't, either. I'd been unable to perceive any possibilities where they'd met him. Even from this far off, he had a particular kind of presence. Despite being the same height, he was somehow larger than even the bulky warriors and knights surrounding him. Wreathed in his presence like an armor. We locked eyes. I bowed, slightly, and he nodded in exchange. Even from this far away, he could see me. The Emperor, Uriel Septim VII, was at my gate. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's with a low hum from my lips, and a chime from Wraithguard that sets the gate juddering, portcullis lifting of its own accord. A combination of Dwemer mechanics, some enchantments, and tonal architecture, and enough feather and alteration magic to lift on its own. The Emperor and his men ride in, a careful trot, and as the Emperor climbs off of his horse, I curtsy and bow, head low. "You may rise," he says, and his voice is like liquid silk. I'd watched movies before, seen plays, some of the best actors' performances in the past 100 years. But nothing could have prepared me for the Emperor's voice. "Your Majesty," I respond, a little shaken by the pure presence and force he imparted with just those 3 words. I admit, I wasn't expecting you at my gates this morning." At that, he chuckles, and for a moment I can see Martin in him, that same laugh, the same quirk of his lips. "Master Wizard Manatsoni," he says. "I wouldn't expect you to have known, seeing as we were simply in Liuwian for imperial business this morning, and chose to come here at a whim." His words are genuine and kind. But at the same time, something about the men behind him had me thinking that maybe it wasn't entirely true. "Uriel VII. I've had my curiosities about you for some time," he says, carefully. "Akito had nothing but praises for you. And Caius Kosaides had his own opinions. I'm afraid I've never met with either men, Your Majesty," I said, a little awkwardly, and he laughed again. "But if you'd like, we could sit and chat." "If you'd like. Of course. I'd love to see what you've done with Vayand. Renault, if you will." The Reguard woman climbed down from her own horse, and the 3 of us began entering the keep. The doors opened of their own accord, and I stuck close enough that they would stay open long enough for the Emperor and his bodyguard to come through. Then, I lead the 2 of them into the parlor. I'd put special focus on the couches, going out of my way to get soft, fluffy things I could hug. Tall windows let the sun's light in, reflecting off the mirror-like candelabra I had hanging from the ceiling. During the day, it would catch the sunlight and sparkle, and during the night, the Welkin stone at the chandelier's heart would glow, diffusing light through the sitting room with an ethereal light. He sat down at one of the couches, noting the pile of books and stale cup of tea I'd left on the coffee table the night before. When I'd been reading before bed, I simply sat across him, and the heavily armored woman simply stood. "I see you've done quite the repair work. You're calling it Telvayand now, in the style of Telvanni mages?" he asks, looking around. I conjured one of Cecilan's smaller echoes, sending it to make some tea for us, and the scamp-like lizard thing began bustling. "I'm sure you already know this, but it's the Dunmeri word for tower, as the Telvanni are the Tower clan. I may not be Dunmer, but it's still a tradition." "Important or not? As important as murdering your political opponents?" he asked, an edge to his voice, and Renault, the woman behind him, tensed. "Going straight to business." Experience from the shadow-eating lady gave me the insight to know what he was doing, exactly. Trying to keep me off balance to see how I would react. "Less important, true," I said, playing it off. "But I have a question, Your Majesty." "You may ask." "What would happen to the Morrowind of 5 years ago, if there were another interregnum?" I ask. He raises both eyebrows, a little surprised I would instantly imply his death, and the deaths of any heirs he might have. He opened his mouth and it was my turn to keep him off balance. "The nation would split down the middle," I continued, as he inhaled to respond. "The Draz and Redarin on one side. They would cheer. Celebrate. Have their slaves deliver mountains of Sujamma and Matza. The Halala would support the struggling empire, but not much. Indoril would only care in so much as what it would mean for their gods and their armistice with Tiber Septim. The Telvanni, of the 5 great houses, is one that fundamentally would not care about your death. Listen here, mage," the bodyguard snaps, but curiously, cautiously, Uriel raises a hand, and she goes silent. "Continue," he says. Cess Allen hands us our tea, and I take a sip of mine before continuing. "It is a simple fact. The Empire's days are limited. Much of Tamriel was never actually yours. They just pretended to be. The Thalmor in Somerset. The crowns in Hammerfell. The Bosmer, ever since the usurper. Daggerfall, Orsimer, Sentinel. They're still recovering from the warp in the west and word is coming out about your involvement. The Argonians." I cut off and he saw something in my expression. "Yes, what about the Argonians?" he asks, with a glance to my legs. "What do you know of the Black Marsh? Your surname is in their native tongue, isn't it? The Enzilial are a faction in the Black Marsh that are strictly separatist," I said. "They are simply waiting for the right moment. They've been waiting since before you were born." "Yes. There are factions in every place in the Empire that thinks they should be the ones to own it," he says. "This is nothing new. The fact is, the Enzilial know about the rest," I say. "They have been planning. Manipulating others. Putting the pieces into place." "I see. And your involvement with the Telvanni. The Empire is the heart of Tamriel. If it fails, then Tamriel will be reduced to warring tribes and clans again. A loyalist Morrowind makes the empire that much stronger. I've been doing my part. I see. He says. Then he clears his throat. I was not expecting the war leader of Morrowind herself to meet with me, negotiating a proper integration into the empire, he says. Why have the great houses elected a hordator, anyway? I wasn't aware of a war. If it weren't for the fact that I knew he could see more than with his eyes, if I didn't know he'd had dreams of the future, I would have believed him. You know that answer. I responded. You can see it coming. At that, his expression changes. You've seen it, too. He asks. Do you know why the stars were wrong? Wrong. The hordator brought a member of a sixth house. A house Dagoth. The 9. What they've chosen to show me was not that. I'd thought the beast was to be slain. The person I call my mother. You know what she saw? I asked. He shook his head. She saw me die. Poisoned to death, in the Black Marsh. Wandering and dying, alone. Eaten by the creatures in the waters there. Then, I brandished Wraithguard down, to gesture toward my tail and legs. She changed that fate. She gave herself up for it. And so it's my duty, now, to change the future. You've set yourself against the stars. He says, slowly. I have. I responded. Fascinating. He says. He clears his throat. Then you've seen my death, I suppose. The bodyguard widens her eyes. I've killed the leader of the cult that would send its assassins against you, I responded. Thank you, I suppose, he says. But I am only human, after all, and very mortal. My only hope is that I pass away surrounded by my sons. All of them? I asked, casually. Uriel Septim gives me a small grin, and takes a sip of his tea. Thank you for such an enlightening conversation, Master Wizard, he says, slowly getting back to his feet. But I must go. It wouldn't do to leave my loyal soldiers waiting all day for me. Thank you for your presence, Your Majesty, I say. And here I thought I'd have the chance to take a bit of a break, he sighs. But know this, Master Wizard. The future doesn't change so easily. I know. I'd felt it, back in Red Mountain. It was a near thing, very near. I felt the power of fate, in that moment. But I didn't feel it when fighting Mankar Camoran. I was missing that pressure, that force of fate. Even as my fortress was built atop his body, preventing his recurrence, there must be something else somewhere else that would become Uriel's killer. I just had to find it. I stood atop the cliff face, watching as a multitude of conjured minions all puppet by Cecilanswell worked hard. Pickaxes slamming into rubble, levers and pulleys made of taut rope and assemblies, a proper excavation crew. Now and then, they'd cart the heavy stones over to the bottom of the cliff, where my shadow extended and drop it into my sea of maybe. I didn't know why I might need some random rock, but I saved it anyway. My storage capacity was large enough I wouldn't have to worry about it. I'd done some of the work from Jagartharn's old notes. The inside of my sea of maybe my shadow was larger and more solid than most shadow mages had, my potentia having been spent to reinforce it. The weather was terribly cold, the snow howling around us, visibility nearly nothing, but Mawelael had done some good work. I only needed a cloak and hood to keep warm, this far north. My magical senses twisted and I felt the magicka in the air drop precipitously, mages recovering from a spell, and I turned. An old man stood before me, wearing a thick woolen cloak. It was dyed a light blue, a grey star pattern and a pointed conical hat on his head. It looked silly at first, like a cliché Dumbledore complete with the length of his beard, but underneath the robe and the years he was still a powerful, strong Nordic man, a sword on his hip and a staff clenched in his hand. Around his neck was twin pendants. One I recognized, and the other I didn't. They were badges of his office, clearly. I was looking at the Archmage of Skyrim's Mages Guild. And the current leader of the College of Winterhold. Felon Karn, I said. Pleased to meet you. I didn't introduce myself. This was going to get me in trouble, if I let it be known, so I kept my mask on and hood up. I have no idea who you are, he says, his voice low. But you currently dig in ancestral Nordic land. You unearth the bodies of our ancient dead. By order of our realm and lord, nobody is to unearth our ancestors as you are doing now. I'd sent Uriel a magic item, based off of my studies on teleportation, that would allow him to summon me in some time of great need. But that wasn't perfect, and I needed power. I needed power. Sure, my shadow magic was sapping the power and skills of my most skilled alternate selves, but that wouldn't be enough. At this rate, someone would come out of the woodwork and start killing emperors, and I couldn't let that happen. I'd thought this was a good choice for multiple reasons. It was one of the artifacts that weren't legendary for vanishing on their owners, like the Chrysamere or Warlock's Ring, or any Daedric artifact in existence. I knew where it was, for sure, rather than looking around and failing to find artifacts in other places. I remembered them being in the games. I had Wraithguard, I had Shadow Rend, and whatever Shadowron's memories could retrieve, but that was it. I needed more. Behind him, stepping out of the snow, were more mages. Battlemages, clearly. Weapons in hand, spells on their lips. They'd all teleport to hear a powerful spell, cast without a previous mark. I thought I saw, in the distance, a figure in a white cloak flicker out of existence. I frowned. I didn't know. I've told the Izmir collective time and time again, Karn sighs. As the Archmage of the College of Winterhold, and with authority granted me by King Arthur, there will be no excavations of any Nordic ruin. These are the resting places for our ancestors, not places of curiosity. I demand you cease immediately. A sudden ring comes from the sky, a roar, and the clouds begin to part, the sky clearing. Wraithguard hummed on my arm, buzzing as it recognized something. The stones and earth twisted and contorted, shuddering as a figure in the distance began to float down from the sky. Many of the mages stepped back, raising their weapons. A few cast frost resistance spells, and at least one starts weaving a shield spell. The wraith shimmers into nothingness, eventually, and there's a woman standing there in a cross between a dress and a robe. A high elf, with darker skin than usual, almost what you could call dusky skin, at least on an Altmer, but with white hair. I don't know, she purrs a sound that makes my spine shiver. I've been curious what was under here for so long. Begone, witch. Karn responds with a hiss. Oh, are we not friends anymore? She asks, pouting. Go back to Whiterun, Jsashi. He responds. This is none of your business. I'm an adventurer. The woman winks. I'll do what I please. I stepped back. An archmage of a foreign mages guild, and some which I'd never seen before, hell, hadn't even heard of before. It looked like they were getting ready to fight. Archcercinate, she intones, in an old, archaic language. The oldest I'd heard yet, a dialect of Elnofex. Spell reflection. Her spell casting was pure thaumaturgy. There was no spell weaving, no hand motions. Pure willpower. Like she'd internalized the spell effect, connected the complex concept of weaving into her incantation. It was a completely alien way to cast spells. If it weren't for my experience without Magica hell, if I hadn't been able to understand what she'd incanted, I wouldn't know what my Magica sense was telling me. It was a spell mirror, large and powerful enough that it was nearly perfect, almost opaque, a visible wavering in the air around her. It was the sort of magical mastery that Devate Fyr displayed casually. Thelen Karn seemed to agree, judging by the way he swallowed. The elven woman Jsashi raised an arm. From the inside of her robe slips ebony rods, levitating and assembling themselves into a long staff. At the end, shimmering from nothing, a golden dragon claw reaches out to grasp an orb. My heart almost stopped when I saw it. I thought the staff of chaos had been destroyed, at the end of the interregnum. There was only one person Jsashi could be. Then, the eternal champion flicked the staff, ever so slightly, and the ground shuddered. I felt the Magica in the air twist and contort, an animus visible in the staff. At that, I slipped back, skidding down the cliff face and into the pit I'd been digging with Cess Allen. I turned, all but running. I definitely didn't want to be anywhere near that if I could avoid it. Much less did I want anyone to take my prize. I stepped forward, into the darkness, and dove into my own shadow, weaving through the cracks between the rock. Into the depths of the ruins. I burst into re-existence into the face of a living Dragr, ancient sword in its hand. It didn't have more than a moment to react before I crushed its skull with Shadow Rend. Cess Allen, I murmured, and he reappeared at my side, at his full height and scale. You know what to look for. He nodded, and even as the ground rumbled around us, something happening above, we began to search the ancient city of Sarthal. The Eye of Magnus was waiting. The undead surged against us, Dragr and ancient warriors slamming into Cess Allen, trying to get past him to me. As he batted them away, I finished them off as soon as they were on the ground. The two of us were making good progress. Cess Allen thrust off a particularly large group of them, sending them all bowling back. I leaped up, onto Cess Allen's shoulder, and released a burst of brilliant flame. In another time, 200 years in the future, the College of Winterhold would be able to deal with the Dragr in the ruins without assistance. This was child's play to me. Shadow-eating mage was more than proficient, more than powerful enough for this, alone. And I wasn't alone. The gleaming light of my clairvoyance spell led us onward, through more collapsed rubble and sealed doors. One Cess Allen would crack open with his sword, a powerful blow piercing the stone, and then I would slip my shadow through the crack, collapsing into my own sea of nothing, and back out on the other end. The dark tunnels led onward, none of the candles or torches lit. My eyes glinted with a night eye spell, Cess Allen's own senses more than powerful enough to see in this darkness. Eventually, in a small corner, a small necklace glinted on the ground, sparking to my clairvoyance. I glanced at Cess Allen, and then back down to it. This was it. The key to the ceiling, keeping the Eye of Magnus hidden away its current master. I reached for it. The world shuddered around me. The walls rumbled, stones and rocks pulling themselves apart, ripping themselves aside. Adjusting, twisting, fitting themselves against the walls and ceiling as if excavating a tunnel behind us. Sixth Cercinate, a familiar voice said, muffled from the walls between us. Pass wall. Third Cercinate, pitfall. Third Cercinate, create floor. I snatched the necklace, and threw it on. A force, tugging at me, was pulling me toward the seal, toward a wall that had been magically warded for centuries. I could barely even sense it was there, but I didn't have enough time to play around. I thrust a palm at the wall and the necklace's enchantment, the key to the seal, let my power slip through the ward. A potent wave of magicka washed over me. Cold and tangy. It tasted like ozone. Felt like electricity. Felt like power. Allen rumbled happily, a purr in his chest. The two of us moved on. The ancient iron doors slammed open to Allen's kick. The lock was only iron, after all, and so old they'd been rusted shut. There, I saw it. The eye of Magnus was a floating, levitating sphere, larger than a man. Larger than Allen, even. Sitting in a throne in front of it was an old, decrepit Nord. Not even a draugr. A wizard. He wore a horned helm, and a staff was clasped in his ancient hand. He glowed from within, a shuddering power keeping his body together. He should have been dead, long dead, but the sheer energy in his body was holding him together. Blue light oozed through cracks in his withered skin. Portions of his body were missing, completely gone but reconstructed through sheer energy. It was familiar magic to me. Very familiar. The power in his body should be killing him, making him burst from within, but he was fortifying himself, magically. Using the very energy that should be killing him to sustain himself. His body was mostly made out of what seemed to be an artificial, arcane creatia. Replacing organs that should be gone, keeping him alive when he should be dead. Jarek Galdrason, I said. Slowly, his eyes opened. His eye sockets were empty, but after a moment, the glimmer of a night eye spell appeared in the empty sockets. Intruder, he gasped, dust coming from his mouth. You should turn your back. You know my name, and so you must know of my power. I had heard you were slain, I lied. The tale said you bested 10 Batlemmages before falling in battle yourself. So it was, he said. I was injured, bereft of power, sealed in this place. But I clung to life. I searched the ruins of this city when I came across the most enticing treasure. The jewel of my crown. I glanced at the eye of Magnus behind him. I could feel the intense waves of magicka rippling out of it. It was empowering the seal, but I could feel streams of magicka being ripped out of it, funneling into Jarek. Impossible amounts of it, surging into his body to keep him alive and into a shield spell. One so potent, so saturated with magic that it would be impossible to break through. He would be invulnerable. Unless I was able to drain the magicka from the shield spell. There was a frozen moment in time, as the eye of Magnus seemed to shake, jittering, like gears grinding, as another pulse of incredible magicka came from behind me. Arch Cercinate. Lorcan's fire. And then Jarek Galdrason became a perfect sphere of white flames, flooding the inside of his own shield. A second later, there was nothing but ash left, and the shield fell apart, its anchor suddenly missing. Ha! I heard. I turned and Jay Sashi was standing behind me, staff raised. Here's some advice, child, she drawled. Don't let the ancient liches talk. They'll talk way too much. I know what I'm doing. I'm sure you do, she drawls, stepping forward. She pats Allen on the face, before stepping past to glance down at the eye of Magnus. So this is what you were looking for, HMM? I think I'll keep it. It will look lovely in the great porch of Dragon's Reach. No. I said. Excuse me. She drawled, glancing at me. Fuck off. I hissed. It's mine. I needed the eye. I couldn't let someone just waltz in and take it. Especially not this cunt. You may not be aware of who I am, she says. I am the daughter of Talon Warhooft. The Emperor's champion. The slayer of Jagartharn. I pieced the Staff of Unity and Chaos together over 10 years. The High Chancellor got his position because I asked it of Uriel Septim myself. I am Lorcan's voice. Who are you to tell me no, little girl? Where were you when the mythic dawn came? I asked, suddenly bitter. It wasn't just the games. It was in Mawelael's vision, the future she saw, where this woman had been missing. She had all this power, but she stayed out of it. She never helped anyone but herself. Where were you during the Oblivion crisis? Where were you when Alduin arrived? What in Oblivion are you talking about? Where were you when the heart of Lorcan was twisted and corrupted? I asked. If you're Lorcan's voice, then why don't you care about his creation? She just raised an eyebrow. Seventh Cercinate, she said, and I slugged her in the face. Her head rocked back, and she stumbled back, catching her balance. She's strong. She has a deeper, more powerful magicka pool than anybody I'd ever met before. Sashi began to giggle and then cackle. She raised the staff and I felt magicka ripple into her, being tugged from the world itself. Lightning, she hissed. A blast of lightning burst from her open hand, and I caught it with Shadow Rend, in gauntlet form. I was pushed back, away from her, even as I sapped it into my shadow. But the way she used magic. She just poured energy out, overwhelming amounts of it. She had more than anybody. And every time she waved her staff, every time she used the staff of chaos I could feel the magicka in the air get drawn away, pouring into her. It was almost clumsy. She can't absorb magicka on her own. The spell mirror from before was a mind game. A trick. Misleading. She's an Atronak, I said. My magic won't work on her. Sashi's grin widened. I focused, weaving with my hands. So I may as well not use any. Then my silence spell took effect. Not on her directly, that would just mean she would absorb it. But on the entire room, powered partially by the potent magicka in the air. She opened her mouth to speak, to incant another spell, but there was no noise. With the eye of Magnus behind us, the Eternal Champion's grin fell. Her staff split apart, the segments circling her, and she drew an oversized weapon from her back. An Akavurai Daikatana, made of a metal I'd never seen before. Shadow Rend twisted in my hand, and me and Cess Allen locked eyes. We moved as one. The chamber was in absolute silence, a magically enforced silence that made the magicka in the air thick, uncooperative. Casting would be difficult, if not impossible. For me and for her. Cess Allen charged, oar-blade in hand. He didn't even hesitate, swinging it down with all of his prodigious strength. She raised the Daikatana above her head, and caught it on the flat of her blade without even a flinch. She bucked, shoving against his oar-blade, and Cess Allen was thrown away, stumbling back from the sheer force. She didn't give him time to react. Before he could catch his balance, she shot forward, a blur. Fast. Faster than she should be, blade whipping through the air fast enough that the thickened magicka sparked off of it, sending dizzying sparks of blue light scattering through the air. I shot forward, Shadow Rend bursting into existence in my hand, a long, sharp halberd. She batted it away, almost out of my hands, but it bought enough time for Cess Allen to recover and attack back. She casually leaned out of the way, hair dancing in the wind, and then her sword smashed through Shadow Rend, splitting it in half. I ducked back, before she could follow up, and Cess Allen caught the blow that would have killed me, stumbling back, and then as Shadow Rend's halves turned into twin blades, I crossed them, catching the blow that would have killed Cess Allen. Just the force jarred my hands and elbows, my shoulders twinging with pain. She wasn't like an ordinator. She wasn't like Umbra. She wasn't skilled. I wasn't looking at someone with ability that transcended reality. I was looking at someone who was strong, and fast. That was it. Her parameters were strong, but she didn't have the skill to go with it. Go, I telepathically sent to Cess Allen, and he charged. He threw his oar-blade at her, knowing he wouldn't need it for long, and charged, tendrils twisting out of his form. She began to move, ducking and dodging, weaving and slicing. The preposterously oversized weapon was hard to wield, in these short corners, but she didn't seem to care. Her strength was too much, her speed too strong. She caught the oar-blade, and began to wield both weapons in each hand. All she had was power. All I had was skill. My shadow rose around me. While Cess Allen took blows to the body and arms, sustaining his existence as long as he could, ichor and blood spraying through the room. I shoved my hands into my shadows. Between each knuckle, a vial. I'd have to even the score. Cess Allen's own oar-blade ripped through his chest, and then the Daikatana. A second later, Cess Allen was torn in half, two oversized weapons in Sashi's hands. She grinned as he dissolved, discarding the oar-blade as it too fizzled into nothingness. Empty vials fell around me, slowing until they seemed to be standing still in the air. Bitch, I snarled, though my mouth made no noise. I caught one of the vials on my foot and kicked it at her. Then we clashed. Shadow Rend roiled and twisted in my hands, shattering and breaking and reforming and shattering again, breaking again and again as she beat and pounded at me, sword whistling through the air. She was still stronger. She was still faster. She was still a champion. She thrashed and swung wildly, using her own weapon like it was a club, not a sword. But try as she might, her two swings for my every one, Shadow Rend was always in her way. I knew her movements before she made them. I could start moving to parry before she did. Serpent-eating warrior surged in my veins, crackling in the back of my soul. It wouldn't be enough. Even now, even on the strongest potions I could make, we weren't even close to even. I'd have to cheat. I tensed, feet bracing against the floor. Shadow Rend became a shield. A thick, solid shield, as strong and thick as I could make it, feeding it potentia. It cracked, her Daikatana wedging into it, the weapons stuck together. I shoved. She skidded back, and prepared for a stab. One that would go through the shield through me, and through whatever defenses I could put up. She charged. I discarded my cloak, throwing it toward her. She ripped straight through it only to pierce the boulders I'd replaced myself with, slipping into my own shadow. When I emerged from my shadow again, behind her, I snagged her by the leg, and whipped her bodily away from her stuck sword. The first noise I'd properly heard since I had cast silence was the sound of her body crunching into the wall. She bounced, rolled across the ground, then was still. I glanced back at Sashi's body. She was alive, for sure. Breathing. Her staff circled her protectively, there to defend against any attacks I made against her. It had an awareness, a mind. One that didn't want me to hurt her anymore. Neither could I claim the staff of unity and chaos. In the shadow realities that I did, in potential alternate realities, they'd been destroyed for trying. Besides, as pissed off as I was, I didn't really want to kill her. She was still Uriel's friend, after all this. After I finished purging my stomach, the aftermath of so many potions was rough. I made my way over to the Eye of Magnus, finally. Alone. Incredible power sat before me, if I only knew how to unlock it. Arcano did, in a future that would never happen. The Staff of Magnus could, if I wanted to rely on a tool that would abandon me. The words on the eye surface was alien. Impossible to interpret. They weren't a language I knew, and I knew every tongue native to Nirn. The only one I hadn't, upon arriving here, was Gel, and Mawelael had taught me that. The eye wasn't any language ever spoken. It wasn't from here. It probably didn't even have anything to do with Magnus. But fighting Mankar had given me ideas. The way he'd used his shadow magic. The way I could use mine. Wraithguard rang as I snapped my fingers, whistling low. Serpent-eating Mechanist whispered in my ear, teaching me everything I already knew about tonal architecture. Shadow rend, in the other, twisted and contorted. It became something else. Something familiar. The eye rang out like a gong as Shadowron's copy of Sunder rang against it. Then, Shadowron's version of Keening flensed the sound, sliced the note. Hacking away everything that was alien, refracting everything that was understood. I turned it from a sound to a poem. From something alien to something known. I listened to it, intently. I heard its name. I understood it. Shadowrend coiled around Wraithguard, twisting and contorting. No. Someone yelled, bursting into the room. A Bosmer, wearing a grey robe, grey and yellow. You mustn't. You don't know how to use it. I'll stumble into the right solution, eventually, I responded. And if it's a possibility, it's a certainty. You're from the Sijic Order, yes. Why yes, he says, stammering as he notices the unconscious Sashi on the ground. I am called Quirinal. How is Artyom, this time of year? There isn't much call for seasons, in Oblivion. He says. But please. You mustn't. The Eye of Magnus should not. It's not. I responded. What? It's not the Eye of Magnus, I said. Whatever you know, Sijic, know that you were lied to. Or you were just wrong. I smiled. Shadowrend contorted itself, and I held the exact opposite of the Staff of Magnus. What the Staff of Magnus could have been. The eye had nothing to do with Magnus. It never had. I reached out and touched the staff to one of the runes. Then another. Then a third. The panels began to slide aside. The magicka in the air suddenly dropped precipitously, shrinking and withering away. Cess Allen, I said. He burst into existence behind me, his blade catching the Sijic's blast of lightning. The eye opened. Shadowrend wrapped around my arm, a gauntlet. So similar to Wraithguard, and yet so different. Protective, still designed to protect from forces more powerful than I against silence and shadows, rather than song and shout. I looked into it, and I saw a potential past, a potential world that would never be. That never was. A running, blurring ink stain could have been Tamriel. I looked into the eye of Lyg, and I shoved my arm inside. The Droop bowed before their new queen. And, this chapter has been edited, most notably the section after Maria returns to Tel Veyand. I emerged. Lyg, behind me, was gone. Consumed. Like Shadowron's copy of me, Lyg had been a copy of Tamriel. Like Shadowron's copy of me, I had taken it. Subsumed it into my own. The sphere of what I now knew to be Mithril surrounded me, whirling and twisting in place. The runes spun around me, alien words in a familiar magical practice. The words of the centaurs, their most powerful sorcerers and spellcrafters. Words I knew how to speak. Their attempt at leaving doomed Lyg, escaping before it stopped ever having existed. The eye. Their valiant attempt was nothing, now. Empty. Hollow. I knew. I'd spoken to their echoes. The rest of the eye began to fall apart, crumbling to pieces. The metal dead. Empty. Like the rest of that doomed land. The only thing it had that was still real was within me. I was so much more than a woman, now. A shield spell raised around me, glyphs burning into the ground. I was, somewhere. The Somerset Isles, maybe. Golden runes covering the walls, enormous stained glass windows showing off the morning sun. A figure in a grey and yellow robe had his hands raised, circles of magicka gleaming in his palms. The air was thick here, strong borders between here and oblivion thickening. Based off of a banishment spell. No recall or intervention can work in this place, can it? I asked, lips quirking. Who are you? He asked, eyes wide. I glanced around, through the shield, at the walls surrounding this place. I giggled. So, this is the Psijic Order, isn't it? No. It's somewhere else. A small island off of what used to be Artium, is it? I took a few steps forward, then allowed my human feet to touch the ground. As it did, I felt potentia again, for the first time since I'd entered LYG. Back to Tamriel again. Real air. Real moisture. Maybe even some real food, in a bit. Who are you? He calls. State your name. I am the Queen of Droop, whose name is hard to pronounce. I responded. He frowned, and the magicka surged harder. There's a crack like thunder, and another Psijic ran in, joining suit. Then a third. Just kidding, I said. Watch this. Chimel Garjig sat on the back of my gauntlet. Blue light streaming alongside Shadowron's plates. I raised my hand. That familiar spark of divinity I'd had from before, a fraction of Vivek's fraction, stolen from Lorcan. It was gone, now, hidden away with Lorcan's heart. But something else was in its place. Something much smaller, much more pathetic, but much purer, closer to the source. Cess Allen, I said, and this time it was an order. One powered with my new divinity. Something thumped against the barrier between worlds. Something with an oversized cleaver blade shaped like an oar. Cess Allen. Something thumped again. One of the Psijics collapsed, eyes rolling back into his skull as he collapsed. The barrier between oblivion began to thin. Tie it to the shield matrix. One of them yelled. The other Psijic knelt, and began to murmur. The second the spells were combined, the shield and the barrier, I grinned. This place is built on a ley line or something. Whatever the eyelids used to charge their Varlaw stones, isn't it? I asked. Ignore what it's saying. It's some kind of Didra in the best case. Worst case worst, it wasn't kidding. What does it mean, Queen of the Droop? Isn't that from Vivek's sermons? Just focus. The right master will be here in a moment. See, watch this. I'm about to do what's called a pro gamer move. Then, at the same time, I slammed both hands into the shield. Cess Allen, I said, and telekinetic force burst from both of my hands, Wraithguard singing. The barrier and the shield broke at the same time, the runes burning out as it strained to power two separate effects. My name is Maria Manazzoni, I said. How long has it been? I don't, one says. The other threw a blast of lightning at me, but Cess Allen caught it on his oar blade. He gave me an askant look, a glance with one of his many eyes. I rolled my wrist. He glanced at the blue diamond and his eyes glinted with excitement. He noticed exactly how much it resembled the Amulet of Kings as well. Never mind, I said. I'll find out myself. One slammed a silence spell into the air thickening, magic, and words suppressed. I snapped Wraithguard's fingers, pulsing an outrageous amount of magicka, what was once my entire pool of energy, into the gauntlet, and it rang, a pure, clean tone rippling through the room. No, I said, and converting more potentia into magicka, I made a symbol in the air. Recall. Home. Cess Allen manifested next to me, trundling along following my transliminal bridge. Telvayand was just as I'd left it. The marble was clean and polished, the books untouched. The Varlaw stones empowering the enchantments was mostly drained, though, in the weeks I'd been uncovering Sarthal and perhaps the few months I was trapped in LYG. If I'd known ancient Aelid secrets, I'd have been able to recharge them. Maybe play around with whatever Nexus leyline bullshit the Psijics had. To get it out of my way and to get my hands free, I retracted Shadowrend from my hand. The blue diamond couldn't leave my body, so I had it crawl its way up my shoulder, to my brow. A circlet would work, at least for now. Hey, Cess Allen. Watch this, I said. He glanced over. It may not have been a console command. But it was almost as good. Remove item, I said, for no reason but my whim, and dropped the Varlaw stone. My shadow expanded. The Varlaw stone vanished from reality, the once gate to LYG becoming a gate to nothing. It ceased to exist, full stop, as it passed through my shadow. Something real became something fake. Potentia flooded me. A large amount, but not quite enough. My sea of maybe opened and Sashi's lightning spell roared through the small room at the top of Telvand, sending the glass shaking. I fed it into Lyg. Lightning became potentia. With the addition of the drained stone, and Sashi's outrageous energy, it was enough. Add item, I said aloud. Then, I paid the heavy cost to bring a Varla stone into existence, tugging it out of my shadow with telekinesis. A completely full one completely untouched. A perfect, platonic ideal of a Varla stone. Magica. Potentia. One and the same, now. I set the stone back into the ceiling of Telvand, and Allen was staring at me. Have you ever seen a lurker, confused? Have you ever seen a being of knowledge, a Daedra of forbidden secrets, at absolute loss? Allen was completely, absolutely dumbfounded. Shadow magic was about turning possibilities into realities. About the conflict between the two, the potential results of them. It wasn't about turning a reality into something that never was. While I was lost, in the darkness and fakeness of a hidden world, I'd survived through pouring myself into my old memories. My old thoughts. I dug up what I could about Lyg, about my memories on Earth reading about it, and came to a realization. Lyg was the sound of an alarm. And alarms woke the sleeping. Zero-sum, I told him, is when something becomes nothing. Shadow creation, on the other hand, is when nothing becomes something. It's all connected. Cyclic. I'll show you the equations later, after I talk them over with Devate. He still stared. I stepped down the stairs to my bedroom, and took a deep breath. Home, finally. First, a shower. Second, get changed. I'd been in my adventuring Skyrim gear for way too long, and magic cleaning rubbed down the cloth eventually. I ended up in a black dress, something stolen from serpent-eating lover, converting pure gold into potentia and back into material like the world's most honest merchant. Something meant to pair with more layers, admittedly, so I added some mage guild robes, open in the front, and a mantle with House Telvanese sigil on the shoulder, the seed of life. Wraithguard clung to me, even as I disconnected it and placed it into my sea of maybe. What was beneath was exactly what I had feared. Rotted flesh, skeletal bone. My arm, withered, mummified. It had devoured portions of my life force, when I connected to it. When I overcame Dagathor's command. The needles on the inside of Wraithguard retracted themselves. I took a breath, and reached toward Serpent-eating Lady. The caring woman, the healer and alchemist, the version of myself that continued being the doctor I wished I would be. Then, I reached out again. Not to one of my shadow selves, but to what was left of Lyg. A ghostly tendril reached out of my shadow. Then another and another. If I hadn't spent so long practicing restoration, I wouldn't have been able to do this. But in Lyg, the Drupe had magic of their own. It was a magic I couldn't use well, even with my expertise, even with the skills of another expert. Tendrils rose around me, each of them glistening with anima. They were mine, yet not mine. Me, but not me. They were what I could have been. My tendrils extended, weaving around the stump of my drained, destroyed arm, anima and magic are roiling off of them in waves. Points of light dancing at their tips. Then, I began. Restoration beyond restoration, flesh crafting. Gossamer strands of light began connecting between arm and tendril, as my shadow the tendrils twisted around it, weaving around my desiccated arm, and it began to tingle, buzzing using my own blood as a diagram. Nerves and tendons revitalizing, fluid re-establishing itself. After a long moment, my arm was restored. My skin was paler than normal, but healthy. I smiled, and turned to Allen. Come on, let's go fly to Leowian. I need to get some news from town. I stepped out of the portal rune, my magicka drained from the transit. I walked briskly, toward the gates of the city. Due to legal reasons, the Mages Guild teleportation system wouldn't reach inside the Imperial City. It made sense, of course nobody wanted enemy forces teleporting into the capital city. But it was a little time-consuming. My tail lashed side to side, drawing no little amount of attention as I power walked through the city. Maybe it was something in my eyes. Maybe it was the fact I had Argonian legs and a tail, lashing side from side as it was. Perhaps it was the blue diamond on my brow. But somehow, I knew it wasn't that simple. I was reminded of that moment in Mournhold. That frozen moment in time where they all felt the power of three gods and bowed to it. They were acting like that to me. Like they could feel it. Even without Wraithguard on one hand, without Shadowrend on the other, people kept their distance. I made my way to the Arcane University, and saw many other mages in attendance. Dozens, if not hundreds, standing in the largest lecture hall in all of Cyrodiil. I stepped forward, people making space for me, as I tried to see some of the wizards sitting in attendance in the front, speaking with the Archmage. All of them were master wizards like myself. The highest of the high, eligible for becoming Archmage themselves. Ah, Manatsoni, The Archmage Beleric says, shaking my hand. He was an older, Nordic man with no notable achievements other than becoming Archmage. I'm pleased to see you could return in time from your adventures afar for my announcement. However, as far as your nomination to Archmage, I wouldn't be able to do the guild right, I responded. Let alone with my loyalties to House Telvanni, I'm gone too often. If anyone had nominated me, I'm afraid I'd have to reject it. Of course, he says. You are one of our brighter minds, and your fingers were in many useful projects, not to mention the High Chancellor and Emperor speak highly of you, but I'm not suitable, I understand. I said. No need to mince words with me, Archmage. I'm not the political sort anyway. He chuckles, nodding, and then lets me get to my seat with the other wizards. I take a seat next to a familiar, broad-shouldered form, face in his book, and I tapped him on the shoulder. Mary. Martin says, eyes widening. Where have you been? I left a note, I responded with a smirk. I went to Sarthal. Yeah, and they said the Eternal Champion herself fought a witch over some kind of artifact there. He says. Then you were gone, and the Sijiks took the artifact. Well, they don't have it anymore, I drawled. So, think your chances are good. At that, Martin suddenly gave me a confident, certain grin. There's a plan, he says, and nods. Look, it's starting. Thank you for coming, Archmage Beleric announces, his voice projected by magic. It has been many years since I have announced my retirement, and so the guild has spent much time deliberating and debating on the virtues of this or that master wizard. Who would lead us in times of trouble? Who would guide the guild onto the correct path not just for today, but for mages and days beyond? The Archmage clears his throat. There are two major factions within us: those who promote Hannibal Traven as Archmage. He is a studious, strong-hearted young man with a view of what is right and wrong. A traditionalist, one who wants to